Chapter 155. Husband, Feng Ling's greatest happiness in this life is to be your wife. Husband, I will love you for the rest of my life. I will be with you forever and ever. Husband, do you want a boy or a girl? Hee hee. The past had already turned into smoke. As Montez hugged Feng Ling's corpse, tears of disappointment rolled out of his eyes. Montez, you killed Feng Ling. I'll fight it out with you. Li Wei roared in grief and indignation. As Li Wei roared, he charged at Montez. Li Wei's shout jolted Montez to his senses. He turned his head, and a bloodthirsty ferocity flashed in Montez's eyes. Die! Montez roared furiously as he threw a palm strike with the flip of his hand. Li Wei was already severely injured. Although Montez did not use the power of all his ghost stones, his full power was still extremely horrifying. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and Li Wei was immediately sent flying. He vomited another mouthful of blood in midair and landed beside the dying Wei Yang. Bang! Li Wei's entire body was covered in blood. As he convulsed, he stared at Montez as though he wanted to skin Montez alive and drink his blood. You killed Feng Ling. You killed Feng Ling. Montez showed a ferocious expression as he looked at Feng Ling's corpse in his arms. Then, he looked at Li Wei, who was not far away, and said coldly, bury you together. Dream on. Feng Ling is mine. Even if she is dead, she is still mine. I will not let you die so easily. I want you to watch. Watch me be the biggest winner. I am the biggest winner. Ha 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 ha. Cough. 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 Wei Yang coughed weakly. Old thing, what are you laughing at? Montez asked coldly. What am I laughing at? I am laughing at you. In the end, it will all be for nothing. Perhaps you will obtain the inheritance, the dragon vein. However, so what? You already have nothing. You lost. You are the biggest loser. Even Feng Ling, the only person who remained faithful to you, gave up on you. What do you have? You have nothing, ha 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 ha. Wei Yang laughed mockingly. Meng Tai stared at Wei Yang with a cold light. Then, he said coldly, old thing, do you think that you can make me feel ashamed and unable to show my face with just a few words? Humph. I won't let you die so easily. I want you to open your eyes and watch. I want you to regret. That's enough. I want all of you to regret. Humph. Turning his head, Montez no longer paid any attention to the dying Wei Yang and Li Wei. After gently putting down Winchim's body, Montez turned to look at the ground below. Old Man Guanqi's legacy. Great Earth Dragon Vein. Montez's eyes flashed with malevolence. Clenching his right fist, Montez reached out his hand and was about to punch the ground. At this moment, Montez was in control of the white and black chess pieces. He was the only winner. Everyone, give me your strength. Break the barrier for me. Montez roared. Whoosh! Whoosh! All the white and black chess pieces trembled. Then, more than 60,000 illusory figures appeared behind Meng Tai, all of them channeling energy to Meng Tai. Meng Tai's right fist seemed to be encircled by flames. The horrifying power pulsed, creating a storm. Boom! 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 Meng Tai punched the ground with a loud rumble. Boom! The transparent peony flower under Xiao Chen's feet suddenly trembled. As it trembled, more cracks appeared on it. However, it still did not break. If the transparent ground did not break, Xiao Chen could not obtain the inheritance. Montez's face sank. Still not enough. Still not enough energy. Montez looked at the two golden ghost stones in his hand with a sullen expression. Ha 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 ha. Montez, you still can't obtain it. You can't obtain it. Old Man Guanqi already calculated that we are not qualified. Those 3 keys cannot touch the golden ghost stones at all. Old man Guanqi excluded them. The same goes for you. You are also a disciple of one of the 3 sections. You are also not qualified. Ha 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 ha. Wei Haoyang laughed coldly. Old thing, you are really long-winded. Montez said coldly. Is it not enough to gather everyone's energy? Montez's expression sank as he turned his head to look at the surrounding cultivators. I am not gathering all your energy. If you gather all your energy, perhaps. Montez's eyes turned cold. Then, he reached out and grabbed a white ghost stone. What are you doing? What are you doing? Don't grab me, that cultivator exclaimed. I want all your energy. Montez said with a ferocious expression. Rumble. The golden ghost stone drained that cultivator's energy. Soon, that cultivator shriveled up in the blink of an eye, turning into a dried-up corpse. Pa! The corresponding Go Peace clone shattered with a loud bang. Strands of golden light appeared in Montez's palm. Indeed, draining all your energy is much more than what I gathered earlier. Montez said with a ferocious expression. Whoosh! Another cultivator was pulled over. No! Don't! Pa! As the ghost stone clone shattered, that person also turned into a dried-up corpse. Montez massacred one cultivator after another. You are going to kill everyone. You are going to drain all their energy. Wei Yang exclaimed in horror. It is not your turn yet. Wait patiently. Ha! Montez said with a ferocious expression. No. I'm going to fight it out with you. The various cultivators felt horrified as all their energy was drained and turned into dried-up corpses. They wanted to resist Montez. However, in the Go puzzle ritual array, they were just ghost stones, while Montez was the player. They could not resist at all and could only let Montez do whatever he wanted to them. Suddenly, Montez pulled Li Haoran over. I am Li Haoran of the Shinji Battalion. Montez, you are seeking death. Li Haoran said anxiously. Li Haoran seemed to be shackled as he was dragged to Montez. Li Haoran. Ha! Back then, Yu Yao wanted to report to Lord Li. This Lord Li is you, right? Montez suddenly said with a ferocious expression. Back then, Yu Yao wanted to send a message, but Montez killed her. At that time, Yu Yao mentioned Lord Li. Montez, you are really ruthless. You even killed your own younger sister. Li Haoran said coldly. Back then, I did not know that she was my younger sister. Whoever stands in my way will die. So what if I am ruthless and cold-blooded? Battalion Commander Li. Speaking of which, Yu Yao died because of you. Humph. Since that is the case, then go and see her to repent. Montez extended his hand and grabbed. Rumble. Li Haoran forcefully drained Li Haoran's energy. Li Haoran's expression changed as he took a step forward. Dazzling golden light burst out of his body as he punched at Montez. Die for me. Li Haoran punched, and a vast golden manifested fist shot over. Humph. I know you are strong. Of everyone here, you are the strongest. I am not a match for you. However, right now, I am the player, and you are just a ghost stone. In this Go board, I am the strongest. Humph. Montez glared as he waved his hand. Boom. Countless manifested palm strikes appeared in the air as if he controlled everyone. Then, tens of thousands of manifested palm strikes shot towards Li Haoran's palm strike. Boom. 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 Tens of thousands of densely packed palm strikes shot out. Li Haoran's golden manifested palm strike shattered. Boom. The impact knocked Li Haoran back. He fell to the ground, covered in blood. No matter how strong you are, can you be stronger than tens of thousands of people? There is also your own strength. Humph. You overestimate yourself. Montez revealed a cold smile. Cough. 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 Li Haoran vomited a mouthful of blood as he slowly got to his feet. Li Haoran turned to look at Montez with a ferocious expression. Again. Li Haoran walked over resolutely. No matter how many times you come, you will still die. Battalion Commander Li. Here, you are just a ghost stone, and I am the player. I am God. Montez sneered. Then, he waved his hand again. Rumble. Tens of thousands of palm strikes shot towards Li Haoran. Li Haoran protected himself with a golden barrier. However, even so, the palm strikes still knocked him back. Blarg. Li Haoran vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Again. Li Haoran crawled out with bloodshot eyes. In the Go puzzle world, Montez was the strongest. At this moment, even 10 Li Haorans would not be a match for Montez. Outside the death puzzle, be it Gu Hai's group or the 50,000-odd cultivators outside, they all felt horrified. Go player. That Montez wants to kill 100,000 people in there. Just for old man Guanqi's inheritance. Even the Shinji battalion's Li Haoran is not a match for him. Countless people felt horrified and glad that they did not charge over. However, Long Wanqing showed an anxious expression. What should we do? Gu Hai, how do we save Li Haoran? You have a way. You must have a way. Long Wanqing looked anxiously at Gu Hai. You are very concerned about Li Haoran? Gu Hai asked with a frown as he looked at Long Wanqing. After my mother died, I often got bullied. Once, a cousin who bullied me pushed me off a cliff. Just as I was about to fall to my death, Li Haoran appeared and saved me. He saved my life before. Do you have a solution? Long Wanqing looked pleadingly at Gu Hai. Gu Hai stared at Long Wanqing for a while and remained silent. Before Long Wanqing's expectant gaze, Gu Hai's heart softened. I do have a solution. Gu Hai said with a frown. What is it? Long Wanqing asked in pleasant surprise. The solution lies in Li Wei. Li Wei is the last key. Using Li Wei, we can get close to Montez. Montez is currently not guarding against the dying Li Wei. As long as we catch him off guard and snatch the 2 golden Go pieces in his hands, we can eliminate Montez. Then, you will be the player and he will be the Go piece. Gu Hai said solemnly. Then what should we do? Long Wanqing asked anxiously. This game of Go of Death is not difficult. We just need to find a good position and send people to Li Wei. Li Wei should be near Montez. The main thing is to find a good position so that your 2 servants can go. Gu Hai looked at the 2 servants behind Long Wanqing. No, I will go. Long Wanqing called out. Hall Master, let us go. The 2 servants immediately called out. No, I will go. Long Wanqing ordered. Let's go together. Gu Hai shook his head. Okay, let's go together. Let's go together. Long Wanqing immediately nodded. Gu Hai, send us there and find a good position. Long Wanqing's eyes were filled with determination and anxiety. Gu Hai was silent for a while before saying, I can help you send them to Li Wei, but I have a request. I hope Hall Master can agree to it. Tell me. Long Wanqing said anxiously. Never trust Li Haoran at any time. Gu Hai took a deep breath and said solemnly. Ah. Long Wanqing was slightly stunned. This is the only request. If you agree to it, I will send them there. Otherwise. Gu Hai shook his head. I promise you. Long Wanqing said anxiously. Gu Hai looked at Long Wanqing for a while and finally took a deep breath. All right, Hall Master, I hope you remember what I said just now. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Long Wanqing opened her mouth as if she wanted to argue with Gu Hai. However, The situation was urgent and Long Wanqing forced herself to swallow her words. Chapter 156. With a flip of his hand, Gu Hai took out a gold ingot. "Watch where this ingot lands and jump to where the ingot disappears," Gu Hai said. As Gu Hai spoke, he tossed the ingot into the death puzzle. Long Wanqing and her two servants took note of the location and instantly jumped over. Their figures flashed as they entered the Go puzzle world. In the blink of an eye, the three materialized three black Go stone clones that floated above the Go board. When the three jumped into the death puzzle world, the countless cultivators outside showed confused expressions. What are Gu Hai and the others doing? Why did they go to play the death puzzle while they were playing the life puzzle? Indeed. The death puzzle clearly leads to certain death. Why did that elite hall master suddenly jump in? Why did she not continue playing the life puzzle? Confusion filled the eyes of countless cultivators. At this moment, a black and white robed figure stood under a large tree amid the countless cultivators. The unborn man had arrived long ago. The unborn man looked at the distant Go puzzle, remaining silent for a while. Gu Hai's Go skills. Old man Guanqi, you finally have a successor. Unfortunately, he does not seem to be that enthusiastic about your inheritance. Ha! The unborn man smiled coldly. The unborn man did not care when he saw Long Wanqing enter the death puzzle. Long Wanqing. That girl's daughter. Who is your father? That bastard actually allowed that girl to die unjustly for so many years. Humph. The unborn man said with a cold tone. Gu Hai stood beside the life puzzle on the gigantic transparent peony. As he looked at the nearby death puzzle, he narrowed his eyes. Adoptive father, although you told the hall master to guard against Li Haoran, I feel that the hall master did not listen, Gu Qin said worriedly. Gu Hai nodded and said, I know. However, there are some things that I should not overdo. She fell for it. Although she is smart, she is sometimes blinded by a single leaf. IQ and EQ were different. Her behavior showed that she was more emotional than rational. It's useless to say more. We can only let her experience it herself. But, if that's the case. Gu Qin was worried. He looked at the life chess piece and then at the death chess piece not far away. Wait here. I will take the other golden chess piece. Another one? Could there be more? Gu Qin was surprised. It's the one that Fu Shui used to control the transparent Go pieces. Gu Hai explained. Ah. Wasn't it crushed by Wei Yang? Gu Qin was surprised. The past, the present, and the future. As long as the present is real, then the present will always exist. Gu Hai shook his head. Gu Qin was confused. However, Gu Hai stepped forward and suddenly leaped over. Hua! The commotion outside grew even louder. Is Gu Hai crazy? Didn't he win the life chess game? Why did he jump into the death chess piece? The countless cultivators outside showed confused expressions. Some cultivators tried to jump into the life chess piece area, hoping to pick the fruit that Gu Hai left behind. Whoosh! Suddenly, the moment they jumped onto the gigantic peony tree, they were sucked into the death chess piece area. No! Why? Why? This is not fair. Those cultivators immediately roared in despair. Why could they not enter the life chess piece area? They were sucked into the death chess piece again. If they went in, they would only get killed by Montez. Gu Qin stared at where Gu Hai disappeared. However, Gu Hai jumped to where the transparent Go pieces were and immediately materialized a transparent Go piece. Milord went to where the transparent Go pieces are. Only the injured Fu Shui and 30,000-odd spirit-assimilated cultivators are there. An evil man subordinate behind Gu Qin said in confusion. Whoosh! When Gu Hai jumped into the death chess piece, he felt his surroundings tremble as if something had separated from him. When he looked up, he saw a transparent Go piece floating on the Go board. An indistinct golden thread connected it to him. Bang! Suddenly, Gu Hai landed in a valley. The ground below was transparent. Like outside, Xiao Qin could see the dragon vein and the 8-colored peony tree's inheritance suppressing it. The ground cracked slightly. However, the surroundings looked like a world of mountains and forests. The place where Gu Hai landed was a gigantic valley. Some cultivators stood on the peaks outside the valley, looking like they were preventing the people in the valley from leaving. However, 30,000-odd spirit-assimilated cultivators surrounded Gu Hai. All of them showed ferocious expressions, and the snake heads on their heads bared their fangs and claws. This valley is the transparent Go piece area surrounded by the black and white Go pieces. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. Who are you? You are Gu Hai. Why are you here as well? Gu Hai lost to the life chess piece. When the group of spirit-assimilated cultivators discovered Gu Hai, they immediately surrounded Gu Hai. I can feel Gu Hai's heart beating. His heart and liver must be very delicious. A spirit-assimilated cultivator showed a ferocious expression. Damn it! I mysteriously came here and got spirit-assimilated by the primogenitor. I don't even know if I can get out. In any case, I don't care anymore. Should I eat him? Eat him. The surrounding spirit-assimilated cultivators surrounded Xiao Chen, showing ferocious expressions. It is still not certain who will eat whom. Gu Hai revealed a cold smile. As Xiao Chen extended his hand, a crimson saber appeared in his left hand. Then, he slowly extended his right hand to his ribs. Xing! Xiao Chen drew the life ender saber from his body. Surging black energy immediately encased Gu Hai. The scene of Xiao Chen drawing his ribs made the spirit-assimilated cultivators hesitate, showing shocked expressions. Ribs? A spirit-assimilated cultivator exclaimed in shock. Gu Hai turned his head to look at the spirit-assimilated cultivators in the valley. Then, he said with a sullen expression, rather than dying to the ritual array, you might as well die at my hands. As Gu Hai spoke, he pushed off the ground and charged at the spirit-assimilated cultivators surrounding him. The crimson saber surged with surging energy into Gu Hai's body, pushing Gu Hai's energy to the yuanying states. Furthermore, the spirit-assimilated cultivators here were mostly Golden Core Realm cultivators or Innate Realm cultivators. The difference was too great. They were not a match for Gu Hai at all. Xing! 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 The Life Ender saber displayed its ferocious appearance in the blink of an eye. The instant it cut open the spirit-assimilated cultivator's skin, countless small skulls swarmed over from the surging black energy. Ah! Ghost! His saber is eating people. No! Don't eat me! Save me! Save me! Primogenitor, save me! Surging black energy encased Gu Hai. In an instant, Gu Hai started a massacre. Then, he rushed to a place where spirit-assimilated cultivators gathered and started a massacre. After this group of spirit-assimilated cultivators escaped, they found joy in eating people. Gu Hai showed no mercy at all, killing ferociously. Anyone enveloped by the black energy screamed miserably in the blink of an eye. When the black energy passed by, it left behind a pile of withered bones. When the spirit-assimilated cultivators saw this, their expressions changed. In an instant, the offensive and defensive positions changed. With Gu Hai's absolute strength, he killed hundreds of spirit-assimilated cultivators in the blink of an eye. However, Gu Hai's butcher's saber continued to advance. When the spirit-assimilated cultivators saw the black energy, they immediately turned and fled in horror. However, Gu Hai was currently using the crimson saber to push his strength to the limits. There was no way for them to flee. It was just a matter of time before they died. Kill! 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 Everywhere the life-ender saber passed, withered bones littered the ground. The surging black energy surged towards the place where the spirit-assimilated cultivators gathered in the valley. By himself, Gu-hai chased down tens of thousands of spirit-assimilated cultivators. Primogenitor, save me! Save me! Primogenitor! Arg! It's Gu-hai! Save me! It's Gu-hai! Gu-hai, I am a peony sect disciple. We are all peony sect disciples. We have no grudges with you. Gu-hai, how dare you kill me? Arg! Miserable cries echoed throughout the valley. Panic instantly filled the air in all directions. At a corner of the valley, a group of spirit-assimilated cultivators surrounded the blood-covered Fu Shui. As Fu Shui regulated his breathing, the spirit-assimilated cultivators stood guard for him. Suddenly, miserable cries came from the distance. The spirit-assimilated cultivators' expressions changed. Fu Shui, who was regulating his breathing, suddenly opened his eyes. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Primogenitor, it's Gu-hai. He is reenacting that scene from the first song sect. A spirit-assimilated cultivator said with an unsightly expression. Then, Xiaoqin saw a black energy fog in the distance quickly charging at the surrounding spirit-assimilated cultivators. Everywhere it went, withered bones littered the ground. The horrifying killing speed made Fu Shui's face sink. It's Gu-hai again. Fu Shui's expression turned sullen. This was not the first time Fu Shui started a grudge with Gu-hai. He had failed to gain any benefits at the first song sect or outside the Gu residence. Humph! Fu Shui snorted coldly. He slowly stood up and pushed off the ground. Then, Fu Shui suddenly charged at Gu-hai. This time, Fu Shui was prepared to kill in one strike. He did not want to waste words with Gu-hai to prevent himself from falling for Gu-hai's trick again. Boom! Xiaoqin shot over like a cannonball, instantly arriving at the black energy fog. Then, he swiped at Gu-hai, who was in the black energy fog. Roar! When Xiaoqin swiped out, it was in the shape of a dragon's claw. It looked like it could tear through everything, instantly tearing Gu-hai to shreds. Fu Shui. I've been waiting for you for a long time already. Gu-hai suddenly guffawed. Buzz! Suddenly, a dazzling golden light shot out of the black energy fog. A golden hoop immediately flew out and crashed into the dragon claw. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and the dragon claw shattered. It seemed like the golden light from the golden hoop was specially made to neutralize the dragon claw's energy. This is... Fu Shui's expression changed. The dragon fixing hoop, a treasure specially made to deal with the dragon race. Gu-hai said with a cold smile. That's impossible. What is your cultivation? Can you refine the dragon fixing hoop? Fu Shui exclaimed. When I infused my veritable essence energy in, I discovered that it was just the 28-line pair world ritual array. I'm familiar with this ritual array. After my veritable essence energy circulated through the ritual array, this dragon fixing hoop followed my will. Gu-hai guffawed in the black energy fog. As Xiaoqin spoke, the dragon fixing hoop suddenly enlarged, releasing a dazzling golden light as it flew towards Fu Shui. No! No! So what if you know how to play Go? Why? Fu Shui turned around and fled in horror. However, the dragon fixing hoop instantly accelerated and smashed into Fu Shui. Boom! Roar! Fu Shui roared. The dragon fixing hoop's strong force immediately knocked him out of his true form, turning him into a 1-kilometer-long flood dragon. Buzz! The dragon fixing hoop seemed to carry a great force, pressing down on Fu Shui like a mountain. No! Damn it! How can there be a treasure specially made to deal with the dragon race? The flood dragon roared as it struggled to get up. Its figure trembled as it tried to struggle free of the dragon fixing hoop. However, the dragon fixing hoop was a treasure refined by old man Guanqi. Naturally, its might was exceptionally horrifying, making it difficult for Fu Shui to move. Kill Gu Hai for me. Everyone, attack. Kill Gu Hai for me. Even if you tire him to death, I will take anyone's life, the flood dragon roared ferociously. Roar. The group of spirit-assimilated cultivators immediately charged at Gu Hai, who was in the black fog. Chapter 157. On the gigantic peony tree, Gu Qin led 10 evil men and frowned as he looked at the nearby death puzzle go board. Gu Hai entered and transformed into a transparent ghost stone. He landed among the transparent ghost stones. Following that, one of the transparent ghost stones suddenly shattered. The ghost stone beside Milord shattered. Milord killed it. Another transparent go piece has been shattered. Milord killed another one. This time, all 10 shattered at the same time. Milord killed 10 in one go. Oh no! All the transparent ghost stones are gathering around Milord's ghost stone. They want to work together to deal with Milord. What should we do? At first, the evil men felt anxious. However, they soon felt stunned. The transparent ghost stones are shattering faster. Milord is massacring them. Is he massacring spirit-assimilated cultivators like he did at the first Song sect? There are more than 30,000 there. Can Milord kill them all alone? Whoosh! This time, 100 ghost stones shattered. 100 ghost stones shattered. Is this like harvesting wheat? Even with so many people, they could not stop Gu Hai. The transparent ghost stones shattered one by one. Gu Qin showed joy in his eyes. His adoptive father is going on a killing spree. This is too ferocious. How long has it been? 500 ghost stones have shattered. How long can these spirit-assimilated cultivators last? While Gu Qin's group paid attention, many people in the outside world paid attention as well. After all, Gu Hai's appearance had become the focus of attention long ago. This was especially so after he solved the life puzzle earlier. Many people paid attention to Gu Hai's every move. When the countless cultivators saw Gu Hai turn into a transparent ghost stone, they showed disdain at first. Then, shock and horror appeared on their faces. How horrifying! Did Gu Hai kill them? 800 spirit-assimilated cultivators died in just a short while. Although I cannot see the scene in the Go board, it is definitely Gu Hai. That ghost stone is Gu Hai. The first Song sect massacre. Is it going to reappear? This time, Gu Hai is going to kill 30,000 odd spirit-assimilated cultivators. He's a monster, a devil. How did he cultivate? Most of these 30,000 odd people are Peony sect disciples, right? If Gu Hai really killed them all, wouldn't that mean that Gu Hai wiped out the 5 great sects of 9-5 Island by himself? The Great Feng Mafia family is completely annihilated. The Clear Stream sect was completely annihilated. The First Song sect was completely wiped out. The Dragon Pinning sect was completely destroyed. The Peony sect had been completely annihilated. The 5 sects were annihilated, and none of them were left without Gu Hai. Old Devil Gu. That was close, that was close. Luckily, I didn't stop Gu Hai earlier. That's right. Previously, you guys actually recklessly tried to stop Gu Hai. Did you see that? They're dying in droves. As the crowd watched the chess pieces shatter rapidly, many of them revealed looks of horror. The ferocity of Old Devil Gu had been deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. The vigilance came from the depths of his soul. Inside the death puzzle, in the valley where Gu Hai was, the Crimson Saber pushed Gu Hai's strength to the limit. Everywhere the Life Ender Saber went, it brought boundless horror. Kill! 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 Gu Hai got struck 10 times. However, white bones piled up at Gu Hai's feet. Soon, there were 2,000 withered bones. This one-sided massacre horrified the spirit-assimilated cultivators. They charged over in droves. However, they could only become dead souls under Gu Hai's saber. The scene of countless skeletons eating the spirit-assimilated cultivators horrified the demonified spirit-assimilated cultivators. Demon! Save me! One of the spirit-assimilated cultivators turned around and fled into the distance. Go back! Fu Shui, who was trapped by the dragon-fixing hoop, shouted. No! Primogenitor, I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to do this anymore, that spirit-assimilated cultivator screamed in horror as he continued fleeing. Humph! Fu Shui snorted coldly. Boom! That fleeing spirit-assimilated cultivator immediately exploded, turning into a bloody mist that filled the air. Not even his corpse remained. The surrounding spirit-assimilated cultivators shivered. The primogenitor could kill all the spirit-assimilated cultivators with a thought. Those who dare to retreat will immediately explode and die. You can only survive by advancing. Continue. Kill Gu Hai for me. Even if we tire him out, we have to tire him to death. Roar! The flood dragon Fu Shui roared. Kill! The spirit-assimilated cultivators turned their heads and roared as they charged at Gu Hai. There were too many sabers and swords, so it was inevitable that they would stab Gu Hai. However, Gu Hai had the Life-Ender saber. His bones mutated. When a sword stabbed him, a bone with a metallic sheen suddenly protruded from his body. Dang! The sword stab was blocked by the metallic bone. Whoosh! At this moment, under Gu Hai's control, a large number of bones with a metallic sheen protruded from his body and stuck to him, looking like armor. Die! Gu Hai snorted coldly. At this moment, countless spirit-assimilated cultivators swarmed over. Gu Hai had his armor, so he was not afraid of defense. He attacked with all his might. With one saber strike, 100 spirit-assimilated cultivators died in the blink of an eye. Ah! Walala! Whoosh! 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 Not far away, the struggling flood dragon showed a horrified expression. That's impossible. What saber is that? How can it be like this? Fu Shui looked at Gu Hai in horror. Whoosh! Whoosh! Under the horrifying massacre, some of the spirit-assimilated cultivators had already lost their will to fight. Some were blinded by bloodlust. However, no matter what, Gu Hai was like a gigantic meat grinder, continuously shredding the endless sea of spirit-assimilated cultivators. Kill! 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 Outside, Gu Qin and the others held their breaths as they watched the transparent ghost stones. A ghost stone in the center trembled slightly, and the surrounding ghost stones quickly shattered. First young master, 12,000 transparent ghost stones have already shattered? An evil man asked after gulping. Why is Milord becoming more horrifying each time? Last time, Milord took 2 or 3 days to kill 5 or 6,000 First Song sect disciples, right? Milord killed more than 10,000 people in just a little more than an incense stick's worth of time. How can this be? How did Milord grow? This was a go-game battle. Horror appeared on the flood dragon's face as it frantically twisted its body, trying to break free from the dragon-fixing hoop pressing down on it. At the same time, it did its best to urge the spirit-assimilated cultivators to delay Gu Hai. If the spirit-assimilated cultivators did not delay Gu Hai, they would be in danger. If they dared to flee, they would immediately self-detonate. Immediately, the spirit-assimilated cultivators sent themselves to Gu Hai to their deaths. The spirit-assimilated cultivators could stab Gu Hai again and again. However, the spirit-assimilated cultivators blocked Gu Hai's bone armor. Roar! The flood dragon roared and used its full power to lift the dragon-fixing hoop. Why? Why? The dragon-fixing hoop specifically targets the power of the dragon race. I am not satisfied. I am not satisfied. Fu Shui roared with a ferocious expression. Boom! The flood dragon bit down on the dragon fixing hoop, wanting to tear it apart and break it. Buzz! The dragon fixing hoop gave off a dazzling golden light. However, the flood dragon's expression turned increasingly ferocious. It would not rest until it bit the dragon fixing hoop. This was because the flood dragon understood that it could not lift the dragon fixing hoop with its own strength. It could survive only by breaking it. Song Pingsheng, you old man. You did all this. Even after you die, you will not let me off. The flood dragon swore as it bit the dragon fixing hoop with a ferocious expression. The dragon fixing hoop belonged to Song Pingsheng. Back then, he offered the first Song sect disciples to spirit assimilate cultivators and worked with the flood dragon because he had the dragon fixing hoop. That way, he could take drastic measures at the end. However, after going around in circles, Gu Hai made use of him. The flood dragon felt boundless resentment as it ferociously bit down on the dragon fixing hoop. 2 hours later, crack. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the huge dragon fixing hoop. A crack. I'm going to tear the dragon fixing hoop apart. It's going to shatter. The flood dragon exclaimed excitedly. This was because the flood dragon could feel that the pressure on its body had weakened a lot. You really have good teeth. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out by the flood dragon's ear. The flood dragon's expression changed as it turned its head to look. The flood dragon saw Gu Hai wearing tight-fitting, flickering silver armor. He held a bone saber and a crimson saber in both hands as he looked at the flood dragon coldly. Where are they? The flood dragon's expression changed. When the flood dragon turned its head to look, it saw a mountain of corpses behind Gu Hai. Not a single one of the 30,000-odd spirit-assimilated cultivators remained. All of them had turned into dry bones, looking like a sea of bones. It looked incredibly horrifying. I already killed all of them. The energy of the spirit-assimilated cultivators piled up in my body. It was really uncomfortable, actually causing me to suffer internal injuries. I vomited. Damn it. I even vomited blood. I can't break through to the Golden Core realm despite being a peak innate realm cultivator. Gu Hai spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm. You killed all of them. How can that be? There were 30,000 odd of them. The flood dragon revealed a horrified expression. There's also you, Fu Shui. Gu Hai said coldly. Gu Hai, why did you kill me? I don't have a death grudge with you. We can work together. At most, I'll listen to you in the future, the flood dragon exclaimed, its expression changing. However, Gu Hai shook his head and said, back then, I killed the Clear River Sect's sect master to free him. However, I still feel some gratitude for him. You are the one who caused him to become neither human nor ghost. Just treat it as me taking revenge for him. Stop begging for mercy. I look down on you. As Xiaoqin spoke, the Life Ender saber suddenly stabbed at Fu Shui. Roar! Fu Shui roared in shock and anger. However, the dragon fixing hoop pressed down on him, making it incredibly difficult to move. Boom! Fu Shui opened his mouth and bit down on the dragon fixing hoop again. This time, he bit down with all his might. Crack! 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 Even though Fu Shui tried his best to break the dragon fixing hoop, he could not stop Gu Hai's Life Ender saber from piercing his skin. Boom! Surging black energy surged into the wound, and countless skulls did their best to bite at the flood dragon Fu Shui. Roar! Rumble! Fu Shui's body twisted and turned as he continuously bit down on the dragon fixing hoop. However, the black energy encased his entire body. Rumble! Rumble! The flood dragon struggled desperately in the black energy. The dragon fixing hoop gave off its final golden light. Buzz! Boom! The dragon fixing hoop suddenly shattered. Fu Shui finally tore it apart. However, Fu Shui's miserable shrieks came from the black energy. Whoosh! Fu Shui hastily leaped out of the black fog. However, what came out was no longer a Jiao dragon. It should be a Jiao dragon's bones. Only the head was left with some flesh and blood. The rest of the body was completely gone, leaving only a pile of bones. Roar! The flood dragon let out one last sorrowful cry. Whoosh! The surging black energy encased the flood dragon again, and countless skulls did their best to bite it. After a while, the sorrowful cries of the flood dragon disappeared from the black fog. The black energy returned to the life-ender saber. Cough! Cough! Cough, cough, cough. Gu Hai vomited mouthfuls of blood. He looked coldly at the long dragon bone on the ground. The energy in Fu Shui's flesh and blood is still horrifying. I can't break through to the Golden Core realm. This energy nearly made me explode. It accumulated in my body. How unbearable. Gu Hai showed a pained expression. Huh? Gu Hai's expression suddenly changed. After the dragon fixing hoop shattered, it turned into a cloud of mist and disappeared. However, something was left behind in the mist. It was a white crystal. Whoosh! The white crystal instantly entered Gu Hai's forehead. Then, it suddenly came into contact with the white crystal in Gu Hai's forehead and merged with it. Pa! The two crystals merged into one and became even bigger. The black ghost stone reigned supreme in Gu Hai's forehead space. Below it were 40,000 Go puzzles slowly merging. The white crystal under the black ghost stone was the crystal left behind by the old man Guanxi, who refined the 28-line pair world ritual array, when Gu Hai obtained the 28-line pair world ritual array. There is also one in this dragon fixing hoop. This crystal. It can't be old man Guanxi's heavenly ghost stone fragment, right? Gu Hai's expression suddenly changed. In that case, the black ghost stone fragment that brought me from Earth is not the 9th-ranked treasure in the world, the heavenly ghost stone. Instead, the real heavenly ghost stone fragment was crushed by old man Guanxi, reduced to shards, and hidden in the treasure that old man Guanxi left behind. Gu Hai's expression sank. That old demon was so scheming. Even after he died, he could not rest in peace. Gu Hai showed a depressed expression. If it were anyone else, they would have rejoiced. This was a heavenly ghost stone fragment. However, Gu Hai avoided it like a snake. Phew! Gu Hai took in a deep breath and calmed himself. He suppressed the discomfort in his heart and turned his head to look at the distant mountain peak. However, the person on the mountain peak had already disappeared. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows and said, "Where are they?" "They were standing in the distance when I first arrived." "Wait, that's not right. Something must have happened to Long Wanqing, and they left under her control." Gu Hai took a deep breath and put away his two sabers. Then, he changed his clothes and jumped into the distance. When Gu Hai left, the countless cultivators outside felt horrified. The transparent ghost stones had all vanished, not a single one left. Gu Hai killed all 30,000 odd people. The countless cultivators outside the gigantic peony tree felt horrified. That old demon. Fortunately, I did not stop him. With this, who would dare to seek trouble with that old demon? However, the people at the life ghost stone fragment felt excited. All the transparent ghost stones shattered. Milord killed 30,000 odd people. Everyone. My lord's chess piece clone, that transparent chess piece has also changed into a golden chess piece. I understand. Milord killed all the transparent ghost stones, and his ghost stone clone turned golden. That means that Milord revived the transparent ghost stone's golden ghost stone. Milord became a Go player. Adoptive father is a Go player as well. Guqin revealed a joyful expression. Chapter 158. When the two servants jumped into the death puzzle at the Long Wanqing Palace, when Montez landed heavy blows on Li Haoran again and again. Li Haoran got up from the ground again and again. He showed a ferocious expression. What are you waiting for? Everyone, if you do not resist now, you will all be drained dry later. Shinji Battalion disciples, attack! Li Haoran roared as he stood up. Roar! A large number of cultivators immediately charged at Montez. After all, anyone could tell that Montez wanted to drain everyone dry. Humph! Chess pieces will always remain chess pieces. Montez snorted coldly. Then, he waved his hand. Boom! When Meng Tai waved his hand, the nearly 10,000 cultivators charging over instantly went flying. It was not that Meng Tai used a lot of force. Instead, it was because Meng Tai controlled 2 golden go stones. Using the golden go stones, he moved the cultivators away. They were like marionettes. Everyone was a marionette, but the strings were in Meng Tai's hands. Ah! Ah! The nearly 10,000 cultivators went flying, unable to control themselves. After all, they were just go stones, and Montez was the player. You overestimate yourselves. Humph! Montez looked coldly at the surrounding cultivators. However, the surrounding cultivators did not give up. They continued charging at Montez. Everyone knew that if they charged forward, they still had hope of survival. If they did not, they would only be drained dry and die. Montez pushed aside the countless cultivators and threw another palm strike at Li Haoran. Battalion Commander Li. Your cultivation is based on the Golden Origin realm. It is indeed strange. Even when I drain your energy, it is extremely slow. However, there is no need to worry. If it is slow, so be it. I will slowly drain you dry. Montez looked at Li Haoran with a ferocious expression. As Li Haoran was beaten, he drained all his energy. His complexion paled. However, he still showed a ferocious expression as he charged at Montez. Go! Montez threw another palm strike. Rumble. Tens of thousands of manifested palm strikes struck Li Haoran. Ah! Li Haoran was sent flying again. At this moment, the disciples of the Shinji Battalion all rushed toward Montez with long arrows. Swish! The thousands of arrows were wrapped in astral energy and were incomparably sharp. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived not far from Montez. Countless cultivators' eyes lit up. Montez could control our bodies, but could he control the rain of arrows? There was hope. However, Meng Tai did not care about the rain of arrows. Instead, he revealed a cold smile. Oh no! Venerable Lun Yan's expression changed. Sure enough, when the rain of arrows was still 50 feet away from Montez, boom! In an instant, all of them exploded. What? Countless shoujo widened their eyes. However, they saw that there was a transparent shield around Montez with a diameter of 10 feet. All the arrows hit the shield and were blocked. What is that? Not a shield. Even when the thousands of arrows hit it, it did not create any ripples, someone exclaimed. Ha 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 ha. Of course, it is useless. This is the protective barrier of the Go player. How can you injure me with just a bunch of Go pieces? Montez revealed a cold smile. The protective barrier of the Go player? Everyone's expression changed. Humph. Do you think that it is easy to obtain the golden Go stone? Old man Guanqi left behind 3 keys. Only with these 3 keys can one enter this barrier. Wei Yang, Fu Shui, and I fought for many days before we used the 3 keys to enter and obtain the golden Go stone. Do you want to reap without sowing? Montez sneered. No. That's impossible. Doesn't that make you undefeatable? Countless shoujo felt horrified and in disbelief. Tens of thousands of shoujo cultivators charged over. As Montez smiled coldly, he waved his hand, and everyone was sent flying again. Montez revealed a cold smile and said, I am the Go player. I am undefeatable in the first place. As a Go piece, I should have the awareness of being a Go piece. 9-star alignment. Suddenly, a shout rang out. Venerable Lun Yan's Buddhist prayer beads suddenly turned into 9 stars and charged at Montez. Montez's face sank as he waved his hand. Bang! Venerable Lun Yan was immediately sent flying. At the same time, Li Hai drained Venerable Lun Yan's energy. Ah! Venerable Lun Yan cried out in pain in the distance. However, the 9 stars had arrived before him. Boom! 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 The 9 stars collided with the protective enchantment. The protective enchantment only trembled slightly, but it did not break. Golden arrow. Li Haoran's golden arrow suddenly shot over. The strong force was like a hot knife through butter as it crashed into the protective barrier. Boom! Despite the loud explosion, the barrier still trembled slightly, unable to break. Continue. Venerable Lun Yan roared as he controlled the Buddhist prayer beads from afar. The 18 Buddhist prayer beads turned into 2 9-star alignment beams that charged at the barrier. Golden arrow. Attack together. Countless Shouja cultivators charged at Montez. Do you think that I do not dare to kill you? Humph. Montez snorted coldly. Then, he waved his hand and quickly drained the energy of all the people charging over. Ah! Even though it was painful, the Shouja cultivators still charged forward. If they did not charge, they would die. Rumble. The surroundings turned chaotic. The group at the very front had already reached the protective barrier. However, no matter how hard they struck the protective barrier, they could not break it. Montez waved his hand again and again, sending all the people in front flying and crashing into the ground in the distance. Many people fell to the brink of death. Roar. 9-star alignment. Golden arrow. Countless Shouja cultivators charged over. Montez showed a cold expression. However, no one could break the barrier at this moment, so he slowly relaxed. Chess pieces are just chess pieces. Only I can decide your fate. All those who charge forward will have their energy drained first, Montez said coldly. Ah! 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 The group at the very front shriveled up quickly as they screamed in pain. Ha 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 ha! Montez guffawed proudly. At this moment, Montez was like a god. No one could stop him or do anything to him. It seemed like everyone's sorrowful fate was already decided. However, just at this moment, behind Montez, whoosh! Suddenly, 5 figures strangely charged into the protective barrier. Just like that, they suddenly entered. The instant the 5 figures entered, the shriveled cultivators outside suddenly goggled. Then, they showed wild joy on their faces. They started to attack the barrier with even more ferocity. Huh! Montez seemed to sense that something was wrong with the people outside. However, in that instant, he reacted too late. Suddenly, 2 manifested palms struck his back. What? Boom! Montez cried out in alarm as the strike knocked him into the air. Then, he vomited a mouthful of blood. Although Montez did his best to open the protective barrier, in that instant, a sharp sword stabbed into his wrist. Shing! Bang! After Xiao Chen's wrist was pierced, the 2 golden ghost stones in his palm flew out. Outside, countless cultivators goggled at this scene. However, they saw Long Wanqing immediately step forward and grab the 2 ghost stones. Boom! Montez staggered and went flying. No! My golden ghost stones! Mine! Montez roared in horror, wanting to charge over. However, Long Wanqing leaped twice and immediately jumped into the distance. Then, she stood on a large rock while holding the ghost stones. Meng Tai pounced forward in horror and slammed into the protective barrier with a loud bang. Boom! Montez was blocked outside the protective barrier. Did the players switch positions? Whoosh! Ah! Countless cultivators immediately cheered. The great demon Montez finally fell off his pedestal. Countless people glared at Montez with hatred. Montez turned his head and understood. It was Long Wanqing's two servants carrying Li Wei and Wei Yang in front. The two palm strikes on Li Wei's back came from Long Wanqing's two servants. As for the sword at his wrist, it came from Wei Yang. Wei Yang's sword thrust caused Li Wei to lose his golden ghost stones. Montez, you are finished. Li Wei revealed a sinister smile. Ki. Li Wei. I should have killed you long ago. I should have killed you long ago. Montez roared as he charged at Li Wei. Protect Li Wei, someone shouted. Capture Li Wei. The surroundings turned chaotic. Long Wanqing had just grasped the golden ghost stones and was not familiar with them yet. However, she still gave it a try. Boom! Suddenly, the surrounding people exploded under Li Wei's control. Ha 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 ha! Montez, you are out. You are out. Ha 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 ha! Wei Yang guffawed. Old thing, it's all your fault. It's all your fault. Montez tossed Li Wei aside and immediately charged at the approaching Wei Yang. Go! Long Wanqing shouted and threw a palm strike. Suddenly, it seemed like she gathered everyone's strength to attack Montez. Tens of thousands of manifested palm strikes suddenly appeared. Boom, 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 boom. Ah! Montez screamed miserably as he went flying. Blarg! Li Wei vomited a mouthful of blood in midair and fell to the ground in the distance. His entire body was covered in blood, and he could not move. No! No! It shouldn't be like this. Long Wanqing. You, cough. 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 How did you appear there? How did you appear at Li Wei's place? I placed Li Wei and that old thing in that blind spot. That blind spot, no one can get close to them. No one can get close to them. How did you do it? Meng Tai fell to the ground, his face filled with unwillingness. The people here cannot get close, but that does not mean that the people outside cannot. Long Wanqing said coldly. Outside? You came from outside? How did you know which ghost stone was Li Wei? How did you know how to get to Li Wei so accurately? I don't believe it. Even I can't do it so accurately. It is even more impossible for you to do it. Cough. 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 Montez said weakly with an expression of disbelief. Gu Hai helped me. Long Wanqing said sullenly as she grabbed two ghost stones. Gu Hai. Gu Hai again. How many of my plans are you going to ruin? Gu Hai. Montez roared with a ferocious expression. As Montez roared, he showed a bitter expression. Montez, I said that you have nothing. What else do you have? You are too smart, but what about you? Everyone hates you, even your undying lover has abandoned you, and you have nothing to gain. You have lost everything, ha 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 ha, cough cough, ha 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 ha. Wei Yang coughed as he laughed mockingly. Old thing, don't you also have nothing? Meng Tai revealed a trace of a bitter smile. No winner. Ha, no winner. Li Wei said with a bitter smile. Everyone looked at this group of people. Long Wanqing also looked at Montez coldly without any sympathy. It is better for this kind of person to die. Hall Master Long, save me. Suddenly, a shout came from not far away from Long Wanqing. It was a group of Shinji Battalion disciples. They carried the skinny Li Haoran out of the protective barrier. Li Haoran was now covered in blood and was on the verge of death. Battalion Commander Li. Long Wanqing's expression changed. Hall Master Long, Battalion Commander has been drained of his blood essence. He is dying. Quick, help Battalion Commander Li. A Shinji Battalion disciple said anxiously. How can we help? How can we help? Long Wanqing said anxiously. Replenish our blood essence and let battalion commander enter your barrier. Lend him the golden chess piece. We are willing to offer a part of our blood essence to battalion commander. Please, only you can save battalion commander now. Quick, battalion commander is dying. The Shinji battalion disciple shouted anxiously. Lend him the golden chess piece and let him drain your blood essence. Long Wanqing's expression changed. As long as the battalion commander can catch his breath, it will be fine. We are all willing. Quick. Quick. We just need to lend the battalion commander a golden ghost stone. The battalion commander can't hold on for much longer. That divine strategy battalion disciple urged. Long Wanqing frowned slightly. Suddenly, she remembered Gu Hai's last words, telling her not to trust Li Haoran. I did agree to Gu Hai's request, but... Long Wanqing was caught in a dilemma. Hall Master Long, I beg you to save the battalion commander. Back then, the battalion commander saved your life. He risked defending your cousin to save you. Now that the battalion commander is dead, can't you save him? He saved your life before. That Shinji battalion disciple said anxiously. Long Wanqing struggled. After a moment of silence, she finally nodded. All right, I'll lend him a golden chess piece. With a wave of her hand, a crack seemed to appear in the protective barrier. The moment the crack appeared, Li Haoran, who was on the verge of death, suddenly shot into the crack like an arrow. What? Long Wanqing's expression changed. At the same time, Venerable Lun Yen climbed out of the rubble in the distance. Just as he stood up, he saw this scene. No! Venerable Lun Yen exclaimed. Chapter 159. Montez was eliminated. All his efforts were for naught. Xiao Qin exhausted all his schemes but ended up with nothing. He was covered in wounds. As Xiao Qin looked at the dragon vein under the transparent ground, the ferocious dragon head seemed to mock him. He was eliminated and no longer qualified to compete. Ha! Ha! Ha 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 ha! Montez suddenly started laughing loudly. It seemed like Xiao Qin was laughing at his naivety and stupidity. As he laughed, he looked in the direction of Feng Ling's corpse. He saw Feng Ling, who once loved him to the bone, give up on him before she died. Xiao Qin already had a lot. However, he was not content and gambled everything. He gambled Feng Ling. As Montez laughed, 2 streams of tears of regret flowed out of his eyes. However, this was not over yet. Countless cultivators in the surroundings surrounded him in rage. Beat him to death. Beat him to death. The crowd raged. Boom. 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 The crowd beat Montez up again and again. Montez vomited blood. He could not resist, but he could not stop laughing. As he laughed, tears streamed down his face. The crowd felt grief and hatred. You are still laughing? Beat him to death. Beat him to death. The crowd raged, continuously beating Montez up. The crowd's rage could not be quelled. However, just as the crowd beat Montez up, ah! 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 Suddenly, 10 people screamed in horror. The hand that was beating Meng Tai also stopped. The 10 bodies rapidly shriveled up, becoming increasingly shriveled up. Gradually, they turned into dried corpses. All the energy in their bodies had been sucked dry. Whoosh! The surrounding cultivators suddenly felt terrified and immediately dodged Meng Tai. They thought that Montez would take those 10 people's corpses. However, Montez was on his last breaths. It's him. Li Haoran. Li Haoran. He turned into a Go player. Ah! No! Don't suck me! Ah! A scream of agony attracted everyone's attention. Everyone saw the golden-armored Li Haoran standing on a large rock. A 30-meter-wide protective barrier surrounded him. The Shinji Battalion disciples stood respectfully outside the protective barrier. Even though they were Li Haoran's trusted subordinates, he did not let them into the protective barrier. How can this be? Where's Long Wanqing? Everyone was slightly stunned. Not far away, in the ruins, Long Wanqing stood up while clutching her chest and vomiting blood. Her face was full of shock and disbelief. Why? Battalion Commander Li, why? Didn't I promise to give you a chess piece? Long Wanqing's eyes turned red as she roared. Li Haoran waved his hand, and the energy of several people around him was forcibly extracted. Li Haoran's face turned from pale to rosy. He glanced at Long Wanqing with a cold smile and ignored her. Instead, he turned his head to look at Montez. The first key, Rose. He was killed by you. The second key, Feng Ling, was also killed by you. Montez, how could you be so careless? Left behind the third key. Ha 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 ha. Li Haoran laughed wildly. Cough. 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 Li Haoran, you won't have a good ending either. Montez laughed miserably. I like this expression of yours. Ha 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 ha. Didn't you have a lot of fun beating me up earlier? What about now? You can't do it anymore. Are you a pile of dead meat? Li Haoran smiled coldly and waved his hand. Rumble. Li Haoran immediately mobilized everyone's energy and sent out tens of thousands of manifested palm strikes. Li Haoran sent Montez flying once more. Ah! Blarg! Montez vomited another mouthful of blood as he fell from the tens of thousands of palm strikes. His entire body was covered in blood, and it seemed like all his bones had shattered. Cough! Cough! Montez vomited blood, looking like he was on his last breath. It doesn't matter if they die, but it won't be fun if you die. Let me tell you something. If you do things carelessly, you will never amount to anything. If you want to accomplish great things, you have to learn how to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Just like this. Li Haoran smiled and waved his hand. Whoosh! Li Wei, who was in the crowd, was suddenly pulled up by a force. Oh no! Protect Li Wei! Protect Li Wei! Once Li Wei dies, we will never have another chance, Wei Yang shouted in shock. Old thing, you really talk a lot of nonsense. You can all attack together. Li Haoran said coldly. Whoosh! Li Wei and Wei Yang immediately floated up. Everyone's expressions changed. You want to kill Li Wei? Someone exclaimed. That's right. Li Haoran said coldly. Then, he took out a golden sword. Chop! Boom! A golden manifested sword shot towards Li Wei. No! Li Wei roared. Boom! Even though Li Wei roared, it was too late. The golden sword instantly cut Li Wei in half. Whoosh! The surrounding cultivators immediately panicked. The last key. The last key. Li Haoran, do you want to repeat the same mistake as Montez and kill everyone? Wei Yang exclaimed. Rumble. Immediately, surging energy was extracted from Wei Yang's body. Wei Yang couldn't resist at all. He was already severely injured. How could he have much strength left? Arg! 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 Wei Yang shrieked as he shrieked. Then, he turned into a dried corpse and stopped breathing. Li Haoran's extraction speed was even faster than Montez's. Another one died. Even faster than before. He is even scarier than Montez. Li Haoran, you are the Shinji Battalion's commander. You will not kill us. Battalion Commander Li. We have no grudge with you. The son of my sect master is also a disciple of your Shinji Battalion. The surrounding cultivators panicked as they looked at Li Haoran in horror. Ha 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 ha. Li Haoran waved his hand. Immediately, a large number of cultivators were drained of energy. No. Battalion Commander Lee, let us go. He is even more ruthless than Montez. Help. Arg. No. Don't choose me. Arg. Miserable shrieks rang out. A protective barrier. Only 3 keys could enter. Rose, Feng Ling, and Li Wei. With all 3 keys dead, Li Haoran was already undefeatable. Hall Master. Venerable Lun Yen rushed over and helped Long Wanqing up. However, Long Wanqing flung Venerable Lun Yen's hand away and ran to Li Haoran. Then, she roared with bloodshot eyes, Li Haoran, why? Tell me why. Li Haoran turned his head and looked coldly at Long Wanqing. He said, little girl, are you really that gullible? What did you say? Long Wanqing said with a ferocious expression as she stared at Li Haoran. A golden ghost stone. How can that be enough? A golden ghost stone cannot help me break the seal. If it cannot solve the death puzzle, what is the use of it? Treating injuries? Don't be naive. What I want is the inheritance of old man Guanqi below. I want the dragon vein below. Li Haoran said proudly. You lied to me. You would lie to me. Didn't you say that you would not lie to me? You even saved my life before. Why lie to me? Long Wanqing roared. Ha 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 ha. I already said that you are gullible, but you still don't believe me. Who said that I saved you? Oh, right. I put on a show back then to make you think that I saved you. Back then, you were gullible. Li Haoran smiled coldly. What? Long Wanqing felt stunned. There is no harm in telling you. After all, it is nothing. After today, none of you can think of leaving this place alive. That includes you, Long Wanqing. Li Haoran said coldly. Big butts. Li Haoran, you. Long Wanqing's servant immediately wanted to scold Li Haoran. Shut up. Let him speak. Long Wanqing roared. At this moment, Long Wanqing stared at Li Haoran with bloodshot eyes, showing an extremely unreconciled expression. Why did your cousin push you off the cliff back then? Do you still remember her expression back then? Li Haoran sneered. She said that I insulted her mother, but I did not. Long Wanqing suddenly shivered midway. It was you. You lied to my cousin, saying that I insulted her, so she flew into a rage out of humiliation. Seeing that I did not admit it, she pushed me off the cliff. She nearly got me killed. You saved me, and she felt guilty, so she did not continue to take revenge. It was you. You planned all this? Long Wanqing's expression changed dramatically. Li Haoran smiled coldly. He did not explain further. Li Haoran, Long Wanqing, was blind. Why did I believe you? Everything you did was just to use me. Long Wanqing's aggrieved expression slowly turned to regret. Alright, Long Wanqing, cut the crap. Hand the dragon luring jade to me. Quickly. Li Haoran said coldly. Ha 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 ha. You used me to snatch the dragon vein, right? You want my dragon luring jade? You can forget about it. I will not give it to you. Impossible. Bone-deep hatred flashed in Long Wanqing's eyes. You will give it to me, right? Venerable Lun Yen. Li Haoran said coldly. As Li Haoran spoke, he waved his hand. Rumble. Surging energy was forcibly extracted from Venerable Lun Yen. Arg! Venerable Lun Yen cried out in pain as the Buddhist prayer beads in his hand flew out. 9-star alignment. Rumble. 2 9-star alignment beams shot towards Li Haoran. Boom. 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 Unfortunately, the protective barrier was too strong. The 9-star alignment could not break the barrier. Venerable Lun Yen charged forward. Rumble. 10,000 manifested palm strikes struck Venerable Lun Yen, knocking him back. Ah! Venerable Lun Yen vomited blood as he flew back. Long Wanqing, if you still do not hand over the dragon luring jade, Venerable Lun Yen will be sucked dry. Ha ha ha! Li Haoran said with a ferocious expression. I'll give it to you. Long Wanqing waved her hand with a hint of regret. Bang! The dragon luring jade immediately flew out. Li Haoran extended his hand and sucked. Clack! The dragon luring jade immediately returned to his hand. It is indeed the dragon luring jade. Ha! Li Haoran guffawed. The dragon luring jade is already yours. Quickly release the venerable. Long Wanqing said anxiously in regret. Did I say that I would release Venerable Lun Yen? Li Haoran sneered. Long Wanqing felt his scalp tingle, as if he did not recognize Li Haoran. How can it be like this? How can he be so evil? Gu Hai wanted me to be on guard against him. Previously, he even held a saber to my neck, telling me to be on guard against him. How can I be so foolish? How can I be so foolish? For a moment, Long Wanqing felt how ridiculous she was, so ridiculous that she was stupid to the extreme. Humph! It is not just Venerable Lun Yen. There is also you. Did I say that I would let you off? Li Haoran sneered. Li Haoran waved his hand. Rumble. Suddenly, a strong suction rushed at Long Wanqing, as if it wanted to drain Long Wanqing of his energy. Li Haoran, you will die a horrible death. My grandfather will take revenge for me. Long Wanqing roared while crying. She regretted being so foolish and naive. Why did she trust Li Haoran? How did your grandfather know that I killed you? Ha ha ha. Ha. Li Haoran's arrogance suddenly came to a halt. Li Haoran suddenly stopped moving. He no longer sucked in Long Wanqing and Venerable Lun Yen. Wait. You said that Gu Hai sent you into Li Wei's place. In that case, can the people outside see in? That's impossible. How can they see? Li Haoran's expression changed. Cough. 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 Li Haoran, you finally know fear. If you hurt Long Wanqing, the people outside will definitely see it. Then, Venerable Long Wanqing's grandfather will definitely kill you. Ha 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 ha. Venerable Lun Yen guffawed as he vomited blood. That's not right. Long Wanqing, speak quickly. Otherwise, I will immediately kill Venerable Lun Yen. Li Haoran said coldly. Rumble. The surging suction rushed towards Venerable Lun Yen, weakening him further. Long Wanqing showed a sorrowful expression as he said, I'll speak. Let Venerable Lun Yen off. Speak quickly. Li Haoran roared. The people outside cannot see the people inside. However, they can see the surroundings of the player. They can see everything you do when you hold the golden ghost stone, Long Wanqing said sorrowfully. Li Haoran's expression turned unsightly. So, that is the case. So, that is the case. Let Venerable Lun Yen off, please. Long Wanqing begged. Li Haoran shook his head. I won't kill you. I can spare you, Long Wanqing. However, Venerable Lun Yen has to die. He is an old demonic genius. He is just trapped here. Otherwise, once he escapes, I would be in great danger. He has to die. I will only let you off. What? Long Wanqing exclaimed. Let me drain you dry. Venerable Lun Yen. Roar. Li Haoran said coldly. Rumble. Strong energy quickly drained from Venerable Lun Yen's body. Venerable Lun Yen's condition turned increasingly dangerous. No. Li Haoran, I'll fight it out with you. Long Wanqing charged over in grief and indignation. Then, he took out an enchanted treasure with a flip of his hand, preparing to attack. Humph. I won't kill you. However, you can forget about being presumptuous. Li Haoran snorted coldly. Boom! Li Haoran threw a palm strike. Long Wanqing could not block it at all and got knocked into the air. Ah! Pfft! Tears of regret streaked across Long Wanqing's eyes as he flew through the air. Gu Hai, I'm sorry. I should have listened to you. I made a big mistake. Pfft! Long Wanqing vomited blood as he fell. Hall Master! Long Wanqing's servant cried out in alarm. However, he also shouted in despair as his energy was being drained. It looked like Long Wanqing would fall unconscious. Suddenly, as Long Wanqing fell, a pair of arms reached out. Bang! However, a pair of arms suddenly caught Long Wanqing, who was about to fall to the ground. Then, he slowly fell and was caught smoothly, preventing his injuries from worsening. Huh! Li Haoran had not expected someone to dare to catch Long Wanqing at this moment. The surrounding cultivators also looked over. When they saw the man who caught Long Wanqing, everyone cried out in alarm. Ah! Ah! That is. Many cultivators were indescribably excited, as if they saw their savior. Long Wanqing thought that his head would hit the ground. However, he was suddenly embraced by a warm embrace. Gu Hai. Long Wanqing looked at the man who hugged him in disbelief. Hall Master, why are you so careless? Gu Hai smiled warmly. Gu Hai's warm smile seemed to wash away all of Long Wanqing's hatred. In an instant, all of his grievances exploded. Long Wanqing's tears flowed out. Gu Hai, I'm sorry. I didn't listen to you. Long Wanqing's grievances and regret gushed out like an unstoppable river. Chapter 160. Gu Hai. Li Haoran shouted angrily as he glared. Li Haoran's forceful extraction of Venerable Lun Yan's energy also stopped. In the past, Li Haoran would not have cared about a minor character like Gu Hai. However, Li Haoran now had to be careful of Gu Hai. From the innate puzzle world to 9-5 Island, Old Man Guanqi's schemes were all related to Go. During this time, Gu Hai's Go skills proved to everyone that his Go skills were vast and unstoppable. He could not be underestimated. Even in this death puzzle world, where Montez already controlled the situation, Gu Hai easily tossed in Long Wanqing and 2 servants. With just 3 Go stones, Gu Hai managed to turn defeat into victory, knocking Montez off his pedestal. All his efforts were for naught. With just 3 Go stones, Gu Hai managed to turn defeat into victory. Now, Gu Hai personally came down. Ha! Ha ha ha! Gu Hai! Gu Hai! The dying Montez in the distance seemed to go crazy when he saw Gu Hai arrive. Speaking of which, Montez had never underestimated Gu Hai. He had always treated Gu Hai as if he were facing a great enemy. However, even though he guarded against Gu Hai with all his might, he could not defeat Gu Hai's gentle moves in the end. Facing Gu Hai, Montez no longer had any intention of competing. However, he still felt indignant in his heart. I have already schemed. Why must there be someone better at scheming than me? Without Gu Hai, would I have succeeded? Since I was born, why did Gu Hai have to be born? Mr. Good, you are finally here. Mr. Good, save me. Please solve this puzzle quickly. Mr. Good, your Go skills are outstanding. You can definitely solve this death puzzle, right? Mr. Good, save me. Mr. Good, be careful of that demon, Li Haoran. When countless cultivators saw Gu Hai, they naturally showed boundless anticipation. Even though most of the people who came to 9-5 Island had come to snatch the century lifespan immortality peach, they no longer had such thoughts. They only hoped that Gu Hai could save them. Venerable Lun Yan, are you alright? Gu Hai turned his head and looked into the distance. Poof! Ha ha ha! Venerable Lu and Yen guffawed as he vomited blood from the pool of blood in the distance. Gu Hai, I'm sorry, I made a mess of things. Long Wanqing said while crying. Alright, everything is fine now. I'm here. Gu Hai smiled and gently put Long Wanqing down. Hall Master. The three servants rushed over. After venting her grievances, Long Wanqing felt much better. She gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and looked at Gu Hai with gratitude in her eyes. This was because Gu Hai did not blame her. Later, go to Venerable Lu Nian's place. He will tell you what to do, Gu Hai said. All right. Long Wanqing nodded. After giving instructions to Long Wanqing, Gu Hai stepped forward. Then, he smiled at Li Haoran and said, Shinji Battalion Commander, unexpectedly, you are a Go player now. Why don't we play against each other? Humph. Are you worthy? So what if you know how to play Go? Right now, you are just a Go stone. Rise. Li Haoran extended his hand and waved it at Gu Hai. Ah. Suddenly, the countless cultivators in the surroundings started twisting and turning as if they were puppets on strings. No one could control themselves, showing horrified expressions. Only Gu Hai stood there, not moving. What? Li Haoran's expression changed. Li Haoran controlled the golden Go stone to find which string connected to Gu Hai. Then, he could control Gu Hai. Once Gu Hai fell under Li Haoran's control, he would be at Li Haoran's mercy. However, at this moment, Gu Hai was not affected at all. Instead, he walked over to Li Haoran step by step. Battalion Commander Li, is it fun? Do you want me to wait for you to play for a while longer? Gu Hai asked with a smile. That's impossible. You are not under my control. You are not a white Go stone or a black Go stone. Li Haoran's face sank. You only figured it out now. Since I entered this game, why would I choose to be your Go stone? Otherwise, how could I play Go with you? Gu Hai retorted with a smile. Humph. So what if you are not a white Go stone or a black Go stone? A Go stone will always be a Go stone. Li Haoran retorted coldly. As Li Haoran spoke, he extended his hand and threw a palm strike at Gu Hai. This palm strike contained the power of more than 60,000 cultivators. It looked like Li Haoran wanted to kill Gu Hai in one go. Rumble. Suddenly, more than 60,000 manifested palm strikes appeared and flew at Gu Hai from all directions. Upon seeing this scene, the countless cultivators nearly closed their eyes. Gu Hai was very good at Go. However, he seemed to be only an innate realm cultivator. How could he block this? No. Long Wanqing, who had gone far away, suddenly cried out. Boom! 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 However, Gu Hai, who was at the center of the manifested palm strikes, did not move at all. Instead, he walked forward step by step. What? Li Haoran's expression changed. Even Venerable Lu Nian could not withstand this strike. How could Gu Hai withstand it? The countless cultivators goggled as well. However, they saw something like a wall of energy around Gu Hai, a 30-meter wide wall of energy. A barrier? A protective barrier, someone suddenly exclaimed. A Go player. Gu Hai is a Go player as well. How can that be? The weakened Montez goggled in disbelief. Aren't the two golden Go stones in Li Haoran's hands? Li Haoran should be the only Go player. Why does Gu Hai have a protective barrier as well? Mr. Good is a Go player as well. That's great. Mr. Good has a golden Go stone as well. Mr. Good has a protective barrier, a Go player's protective barrier. Countless cultivators immediately cheered. Li Haoran looked at the two Go stones in his hand and goggled. That's impossible. Why do you have a golden Go stone as well? Why are you a Go player as well? I control the white Go stones and the black Go stones. Li Haoran felt slightly stunned. Then, his expression changed as he said, a transparent ghost stone. You control a transparent ghost stone. However, didn't Wei Yang destroy the transparent golden ghost stone? Didn't he destroy it? The game isn't over yet. How can it be destroyed? Gu Hai said with a smile. Li Haoran's expression darkened, and a fierce look flashed across his eyes. He was no longer the only Go player. There was still Gu Hai. And Gu Hai. Was he going to compete with Gu Hai? Outside the Death Go game, on a giant peony. Li Haoran was the Go player, so he created a phantom image. His previous frenzy caused an uproar among the countless cultivators outside the giant peony. No one expected Li Haoran to be so ruthless. After deceiving Long Wanqing, he wanted to kill everyone. Just for the inheritance of old man Guanqi. He almost killed Long Wanqing just now. Li Haoran is really sinister. He has been deceiving Long Wanqing for a long time. He's really unscrupulous for the dragon vein. He is really seeking death. If he kills Long Wanqing's maternal grandfather will not let him off. Fortunately, he stopped. However, the others are in danger. Look, even Gu Hai has become a Go player. Gu Hai and Li Haoran are going to fight. Gu Hai is also a demonic genius. Indeed. To think that Gu Hai killed all those 30,000-odd spirit-assimilated cultivators. They are all ruthless people. Gu Hai is better. After all, he killed spirit-assimilated cultivators. When spirit-assimilated cultivators come out, they want to eat people. Gu Hai is a demon exorcist. Look, they are going to fight. Li Haoran is mobilizing everyone's strength again. Gu Hai is the Go player. He has a defensive barrier blocking it. Countless cultivators goggled at the many twists and turns in this Death Go game. The cultivators could not shift their gazes away. Under a large tree in the middle of a mountain, the unborn man continued watching quietly. Li Haoran. I still do not believe that he has the guts. The unborn man said softly as though he was speaking to the air beside him. I'll keep watching. The girl's death cannot be done for no reason. Let me see what this Li Haoran is capable of. The unborn man continued speaking to the air beside him. At this moment, on the gigantic peony tree, Li Haoran held 2 golden Go stones. His image was no longer on the north or south side of the Go board but in the center, on the west side of the Go board. He showed a cold expression as he looked across. However, Gu Hai's image slowly materialized on the east side of the Death Go board. At this moment, he smiled coldly as he looked at Li Haoran across from him. In the eyes of the people outside, the two of them were currently in control of the chessboard and were in the midst of a game of chess. First young master, Milord is playing Go with Li Haoran. Li Haoran has more than 60,000 white Go stones and black Go stones. However, Milord has no more Go stones. Indeed. Milord already killed all the transparent Go stones. Now, Milord is empty-handed. What should we do? The evil men asked worriedly. However, Guqing shook his head and said, there is no need to worry. No one understands Go better than adoptive father. Just watch carefully. Adoptive father will definitely be fine. Yes. Everyone nodded. Inside the Death Go board, Li Haoran could not figure out Gu Hai's situation. However, it was precisely because he could not figure it out that he felt even more uncertain. This was a Go board in the end. If it were a martial battle, even 100 Gu Hai would not be a match for Li Haoran. However, Li Haoran did not know what the outcome would be in a Go board. On the other side, Long Wanqing arrived at Venerable Lun Yan's place. Venerable, are you alright? How are you? Long Wanqing asked worriedly as she helped Venerable Lun Yan up. Let's go quickly. We need to hide. Venerable Lun Yan said with a frown. Ah. Gu Hai got you to look for me so that I can bring you to hide. I don't know what other tricks Gu Hai has, but we are both black ghost stones and white ghost stones, Li Haoran's ghost stones. It would be fine if that vile Li Haoran could defeat Gu Hai. However, if he could not, he would definitely hold us hostage to threaten Gu Hai, Venerable Lun Yen said as he coughed out blood. Ah. Right. Long Wanqing's expression changed. Not daring to hesitate, Long Wanqing led her 3 servants and quickly fled to a hidden spot in the distance. Battalion Commander, Long Wanqing and Venerable Lun Yen are about to escape. A Shinji battalion disciple suddenly shouted. Huh? Li Haoran raised his eyebrows as he looked into the distance. Long Wanqing, who was fleeing in the distance, froze. Battalion Commander Li, don't tell me you've already admitted defeat and are preparing to use women to threaten me? Gu Hai suddenly laughed. Chapter 161. Montez lay weakly on the ground amid the rubble. He watched as Gu Hai calmly walked towards Li Haoran in the distance. Montez showed bitterness in his eyes as he watched others calmly deal with a mountain that he could not climb. He could not help feeling desolate. Even someone as strong as Li Haoran fears Gu Hai's go skills now. Huh? Something's wrong. Suddenly, Montez's expression changed. Although I do not know how Gu Hai became the player, he can only be the player of the transparent ghost stones. Gu Hai can only control the transparent ghost stones. However, Li Haoran controls the white ghost stones and the black ghost stones. Fu Shui controlled the transparent ghost stones back then. Although Fu Shui had the golden ghost stones and the protective barrier, he still lost to me and that old thing in the end. Fu Shui's golden ghost stones can only defend and not attack. The transparent ghost stones are illusory. Only the white ghost stones and the black ghost stones are real. Illusory ghost stones cannot attack, they can only defend at best. Gu Hai can only defend. In that case, what can he use to fight Li Haoran? Gu Hai should not be able to defeat Li Haoran. However, why is Gu Hai so calm? Meng Tai fell into a daze. Montez and Wei Yang had defeated Fu Shui and the golden ghost stones of the transparent ghost stones. Would Gu Hai be able to win now that he was the one holding them? However, if Gu Hai was not confident, why did he walk towards Li Haoran so calmly? At this moment, Li Haoran looked at Gu Hai with a sullen expression. Right now, Li Haoran did not feel confident. In the outside world, even 100 Gu Hai would not be a match for him in pure martial prowess. However, they were playing Go now. How was Gu Hai's Go skills? Starting from when he suppressed 100,000 cultivators in the innate puzzle world. The Great Feng Mafia family and the Dragon Pinning sect showed the brutality of the 29-line pair world Go puzzle. Although this chess of death was no longer an ordinary chess game, it was still an evolution of the 29 heavens and earth chess game. Could his understanding of this game be better than Gu Hai's? Gu Hai also has a protective barrier. So my attack on him is useless. Is he also a chess player? Was this a game of chess between himself and Gu Hai? Although Li Haoran was proud, he knew that he was no match for Gu Hai in Go. At this moment, he watched as Gu Hai calmly walked over step by step. Li Haoran felt even more uncertain. Battalion Commander, Long Wanqing and Venerable Lun Yen are escaping, a Shinji battalion disciple suddenly shouted. Li Haoran raised his eyebrows and looked into the distance. Long Wanqing, who was running away in the distance, froze. Battalion Commander Li, don't tell me you've already admitted defeat and are preparing to use women to threaten me? Gu Hai suddenly laughed. Seeing the fleeing crowd, Li Haoran was not provoked by Gu Hai. Instead, he revealed a cold smile and said, "Ha ha ha. I want to use them to threaten you. What are you going to do about it?" Gu Hai, who was smiling calmly, froze. Then, Li Haoran waved his hand. Boom! A strong force immediately pulled the 5 fleeing people over. In the blink of an eye, they arrived before Li Haoran. Li Haoran, how dare you hurt the Hall Master? Master will not let you off, a servant roared. Li Haoran, I was really blind. You despicable person. A despicable person through and through. Long Wanqing said in despair. Venerable Lun Yen was already severely injured. He could not resist being pulled over. He could only say bitterly in Gu Hai's direction, Division Master Gu, I implicated you. Gu Hai looked at Li Haoran with a sullen expression. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Li Haoran immediately guffawed when he saw Gu Hai's calm expression. This was because Li Haoran felt that he finally grasped the initiative. He finally had something to hold back Gu Hai. Li Haoran. Is that all you have? We have not even started fighting, and you are already using the old, the weak, and the young to threaten me? Shinji Battalion Commander, you are really capable. Gu Hai said coldly. Li Haoran's expression turned sullen. However, when he saw that Gu Hai did not dare to act rashly, he no longer cared about Gu Hai's words. I don't need you to evaluate my capabilities. This is something that can be easily resolved. Why should I complicate it? Gu Hai, you don't want Long Wanqing and the others to die, right? Li Haoran sneered. Gu Hai stared at Li Haoran with a sullen expression. I already said that I would not kill Long Wanqing. However, that might not be the case. If I had no other choice, I would have no other choice. There is also this venerable Lun Yen and these 3 servants. Ha! Gu Hai, do you want them to die? Li Haoran sneered. Gu Hai, I'm sorry. I implicated you. Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai guiltily. Back then, Gu Hai handed Li Haoran an undefeatable situation. Li Haoran was the player, and everyone was at his mercy. Such a good situation was handed to Li Haoran, but Li Haoran ended up in such a terrible state. Li Haoran already won the Go game. However, not only did Li Haoran end up losing everything, but Li Haoran was also at risk. More importantly, Li Haoran implicated Gu Hai. Long Wanqing felt incredibly guilty. Gu Hai did not look at Long Wanqing. Instead, he stared at Li Haoran. It is useless even if you look. They are my chess pieces. If I want them to live, they will live. If I want them to die, they will die. Gu Hai, there is only one way to save them now, Li Haoran said coldly. Oh. Gu Hai said with a frown. Hand over your golden ghost stone, and I can promise to release Long Wanqing and the others. Also, I will not pursue the matter and will let you out of the matrix. Li Haoran said solemnly. Hand over my golden ghost stone. Gu Hai's expression darkened. Don't do that, Mr. Good. If you hand over the golden ghost stone, we will be finished. Countless cultivators immediately exclaimed. Mr. Good, you can't hand it over. Li Haoran went back on his word. He will not let you off. Mr. Good, even if Li Haoran lets you out of the matrix, he will hunt you down and kill you once you are out. Li Haoran is a despicable person. Don't fall for his tricks. Mr. Good, don't give it to him. The surrounding cultivators immediately exclaimed in surprise. Gu Hai was everyone's hope. Once Gu Hai handed over the golden ghost stone, Gu Hai would be completely finished, and so would they. Gu Hai furrowed his brows. Hand over the golden ghost stone. Li Haoran shouted, glaring. Gu Hai remained silent. Gu Hai, don't. Don't give it to him. Long Wanqing cried and shouted. She did not want to implicate Gu Hai anymore. Humph, Gu Hai, if you don't hand it over, I will suck them dry. Li Haoran shouted. Rumble. Suddenly, a suction force rushed toward the 5 cultivators, forcibly extracting their energy. Ah! 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 The 5 cultivators cried out in pain. Li Haoran glared at Gu Hai with a ferocious expression. There were a total of 3 golden ghost stones. Li Haoran already had 2. Once he obtained Gu Hai's 3rd, he could do whatever he wanted with Gu Hai. Outside the death puzzle, everything that Li Haoran did was happening. Everyone was in an uproar. First young master, what should we do now? Is Milord really going to give away his final chance? Li Haoran, you despicable person. Everyone felt anxious. Gu Qin also showed an unsightly expression as he clenched his fists. Gu Hai's image at the mouth of the Go board slowly picked up the golden Go stone. That golden Go stone was originally Gu Hai's Go stone clone, a transparent Go stone. When Gu Hai killed all the spirit-assimilated cultivators and shattered all the other transparent Go stones, Gu Hai's Go stone clone turned golden. Gu Hai held this golden Go stone as he looked at the other side. Inside the Go puzzle world, stop. I'll give you the golden Go stone. Gu Hai showed a pained expression. Buzz. On the other side, Li Haoran paused slightly, and his eyes lit up. Li Haoran, I can give you the golden Go stone. However, I hope that you can fulfill your earlier promise. Otherwise, even if I have to die together with you, I will not rest. Gu Hai said with an unsightly expression. Don't. Mr. Good. The countless surrounding cultivators cried out in horror. Scram to the side. Li Haoran waved his hand. Boom. The tens of thousands of cultivators in the surroundings were immediately tossed aside like marionettes. I'm a man of my word. Toss it over. Li Haoran sneered. Gu Hai held the golden Go stone in his hand, remaining silent for a long time. Don't. Gu Hai. Long Wanqing cried. Hurry. Li Haoran glared. Catch. Gu Hai tossed the Go stone with difficulty. Whoosh. That golden Go stone suddenly flew towards Li Haoran. Li Haoran suddenly showed joy on his face as he extended his hand. Clack. Suddenly, the golden Go stone landed in Li Haoran's palm. Ha 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 ha. I grasped all 3 golden Go stones. Ha 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 ha. Li Haoran guffawed. No. Long Wanqing shouted in despair. It was not just Long Wanqing. The countless fleeing cultivators all cried out in grief, no. Countless people revealed expressions of despair. Gu Hai had given up on his final chance. No one could save them. Li Haoran, that despicable person, would not let them off. Indeed, as Li Haoran held the 3 golden Go stones in one hand, he suddenly threw a palm strike at Gu Hai with the other. Gu Hai, you are really stupid. Now that you no longer have a protective barrier, you can die. Ha 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 ha. Li Haoran shouted. Boom. When Li Haoran threw a palm strike, he gathered everyone's energy. Tens of thousands of manifested palm strikes flew towards Gu Hai. The overwhelming manifested palm strikes carried a great destructive aura, inspiring despair in everyone. No. Li Haoran, you despicable person. Long Wanqing screamed in despair. No. Countless cultivators in the distance cried out in despair. There is no saving Gu Hai. There is no saving me either. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Li Haoran fell for it. Gu Hai played a huge game of Go, using people as Go stones. What a terrifying scheme. Li Haoran fell for it. Montez's expression suddenly changed, horror flashing on his face as he stood in the distant rubble. Rumble. Immediately, an overwhelming amount of astral palms shot towards Gu Hai. Under the destructive astral palms, the surrounding mountains were razed to the ground. However, Gu Hai seemed to have vanished into thin air. The instant the manifested palm strikes hit him, he vanished into thin air. Huh? Li Haoran's expression changed. Where is he? The Shinji Battalion disciples exclaimed. The expressions of Venerable Lu Nian and Long Wanqing changed as well. What's going on? Why did Gu Hai vanish like a puff of smoke? Where did he go? The despairing cultivators in the distance also felt slightly stunned. Where is he? Where did Gu Hai go? Why did he suddenly disappear? Countless people showed confused expressions. Only Montez suddenly turned his head and looked at Li Haoran's other palm. Li Haoran's other palm held 3 golden ghost stones. Break! A loud shout came from Li Haoran's left palm. Boom! Li Haoran's left hand suddenly exploded. The instant it did, the 3 ghost stones flew out. Li Haoran's left hand exploded, turning into a bloody mess. Surging black energy immediately encased his left hand. Countless small skulls wreaked havoc in the black energy. What? Li Haoran's expression changed. Outside, Guqin's face suddenly lit up. I understand. I understand. The golden ghost stone that adoptive father tossed out earlier was himself. Li Haoran could not break adoptive father's protective barrier, and adoptive father could not break Li Haoran's protective barrier either. Hence, adoptive father used a trick to get Li Haoran to willingly release his protective barrier and let adoptive father enter. What? First young master, what do you mean? An evil man asked, confused. The golden ghost stone. The golden ghost stone was originally an additional proof of the player. However, Wei Yang already destroyed the 3rd proof. Adoptive father's golden ghost stone was his ghost stone clone. Although it had the player attribute, it was different from the golden ghost stone proof. Adoptive father's golden ghost stone represented adoptive father himself. When the golden ghost stone entered Li Haoran's protective barrier, it was equivalent to adoptive father entering as well. Furthermore, Li Haoran took the initiative to drag him in. Ha 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 ha. What stood there was just an image of the golden ghost stone, an illusion. Guqin said excitedly. Chapter 162. No one in the death puzzle world expected such a sudden change in the situation. Everyone was stunned. Gu Hai, who should have been beaten to death, suddenly succeeded in launching a sneak attack on Li Haoran. Are we dreaming? Countless cultivators rubbed their eyes. Reality was as such. Gu Hai stood before Li Haoran, clad in a metallic armor. He held the crimson saber in one hand and the bone saber in the other as he charged at Li Haoran. Li Haoran also reached for Gu Hai with his right hand. Not far away, 2 golden ghost stones flew into the air. At this moment, neither of the two had time to grab the 2 golden ghost stones. Right now, they had to deal with each other first. Boom! Gu Hai's 2 sabers clashed with Li Haoran's right palm. The horrifying force crushed the rocks under the 2's feet into powder. What? Li Haoran's expression changed. The bone saber had cut open his left hand earlier. Large amounts of black energy poured in, and the bones frantically gnawed at his left arm. It looked like they wanted to gnaw at his entire body. Li Haoran's palm strike did not manage to block Gu Hai, which made him feel increasingly anxious. He could no longer move his left arm. Break! Li Haoran shouted with a ferocious expression. Buzz! Li Haoran's left shoulder immediately turned golden. Then, the golden left shoulder trembled, and a tear appeared. His left arm immediately flew out of his body. Rumble! Immediately, surging black energy gnawed at the left arm. In the blink of an eye, only bones remained. The black energy slowly returned to the bone saber, no longer corroding Li Haoran. Gu Hai's expression froze. A hero severing his arm. Do you think you can just throw away your left arm? The crimson saber infused all its power into Gu Hai as it swung its 2 sabers at Li Haoran. However, it still could not chop open Li Haoran's right arm. Li Haoran's right arm had already turned golden. His entire body brimmed with resplendent golden energy. The 2 were in a deadlock. The 2 golden ghost stones fell to the side. Neither could reach for them. Battalion Commander, the group of Shinji Battalion disciples exclaimed. Venerable Lun Yen and Long Wanqing immediately attacked Li Haoran after they escaped. Boom! With a loud bang, everyone was blocked outside the protective barrier. What? There's a protective barrier. Everyone's expression changed. The golden ghost stone actually acknowledged Gu Hai and Li Haoran as the players. The protective barrier remained. No one outside could enter at all. Countless cultivators quickly gathered from all directions, hoping to help. The Shinji battalion disciples were dumbfounded at this moment. At this moment, everyone looked at them with hatred and surrounded them. Since they couldn't help Gu Hai, they would use all their strength to kill the Shinji battalion disciples. Don't come over. You're crazy. The battalion commander won't let you go. A Shinji battalion disciple exclaimed. He never intended to let you lackeys go. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Kill them. Kill them all. Kill. The battle outside was a complete mess. Long Wanqing and the three servants supported Venerable Lun Yen as they looked into the protective barrier, feeling worried for Gu Hai. Why? Why? How did you end up in my hands? Li Haoran demanded, showing a ferocious expression. However, Gu Hai revealed a mocking smile. Did you forget? Back then, when Montez and Wei Yang dealt with Fu Shui did not resist. It was not that he did not resist but that he could not. He did not have the ability to do so. The transparent ghost stones are illusions. The black ghost stones and the white ghost stones are real. We can only defend and not attack. In that case, why were you so calm earlier? Why were you so confident earlier? You could not even attack. What the hell are you so confident about? Li Haoran roared, feeling depressed. This is called the empty fort strategy. If I were not so confident, would you fall for it? Why would you let me enter your protective barrier? Gu Hai sneered. Long Wanqing, Venerable Lun Yen, and the three servants. Them? You used them to trick me. They are my ghost stones. That's not right. You used my ghost stones to trick me. You wanted to deliver the golden ghost stone to me in the first place. Li Haoran glared. You will not cherish what is delivered to you. You will only hold something like a treasure when you use all sorts of methods to obtain it. Isn't that right? If I had tossed it to you from the start, you would definitely have destroyed it. However, you used all sorts of methods to obtain it. Did you not guard against it? Li Haoran, what you cannot obtain might not be a good thing. Gu Hai sneered. Good. 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 Little thing, everyone became your ghost stones. You used people as ghost stones and actually managed to trick me? So what if you entered? So what if you entered my protective barrier? You will still die. You are just an innate realm cultivator, just an innate realm cultivator. Li Haoran retorted with a ferocious expression. Roar. Gu Hai roared and drove all the energy in his body. Crimson Saber, it is true that this Crimson Saber can bring your energy to the Yuanying state. However, do you know that there is a difference in the Yuanying state? I have already condensed 3 nascent souls. Even if you lose an arm, you are not a match for me. You will die if you enter. You are only an innate realm cultivator. This is the limit of the Crimson Saber's ability to raise your energy. You are not a match for me. I will let you know that smart people do not live long lives. Ha 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 ha. Li Haoran said with a ferocious expression. Rumble. Li Haoran's entire body gave off a golden light as he slowly pushed Gu Hai forward. A horrifying force pressed down on the 2 sabers. Gu Hai sweated profusely as his entire body trembled slightly. It seemed like he had reached his limits. Ha 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 ha. You can't take it anymore, right? Unless you reach the Golden Core Realm, the Crimson Saber cannot pour any more energy into you. You cannot defeat me. Die. Ha 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 ha. Li Haoran laughed loudly as he pushed the Crimson Saber back, pressing it towards Gu Hai's neck. Although Gu Hai pushed his energy to the maximum, he could not block Li Haoran's even more ferocious energy. Innate realm is innate realm. you will never reach the Golden Core realm. Give up. Li Haoran said coldly. At this moment, whoosh. Suddenly, a strong wind seemed to blow out of nowhere. Beams of golden light seemed to appear out of nowhere, entering Gu Hai's body in an instant. Oh. Providence? Where did this providence come from? Li Haoran was slightly stunned. Ha ha, the Zhao Nation has fully accepted the disaster relief. This is the gratitude of the Zhao Nation's citizens, the boundless merit of the Zhao Nation, and the providence of the Zhao Nation. Providence, it came at the right time. Gu Hai laughed loudly. Boom. Suddenly, a loud sound rang out around Gu Hai's body. The dragon-shaped veritable energy in Xiao Chen's Dantian entered the veritable essence sphere. The energy gathered from killing 30,000-odd spirit-assimilated cultivators suddenly converged, turning all the veritable energy into veritable essence energy. The whirlpool in Xiao Chen's Dantian vanished and stuck to the veritable essence sphere, forming a liquid whirlpool. Xiao Chen turned all the veritable energy in his meridians into veritable essence energy. Surging veritable essence energy immediately poured into every part of Xiao Chen's body. Veritable essence energy instantly connected all the meridians in his body. Gurgle. The veritable essence energy circulated around the meridians, merging into one. All the pores in Gu Hai's body opened in an instant. Then, his aura suddenly changed. All the veritable essence energy in my body, merging into one. I am a golden core. Golden core of mixed essence energy. Golden core realm. This is the Golden Core realm. Ha 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 ha. Gu Hai guffawed loudly. Buzz. Suddenly, the crimson saber could send even more energy into Gu Hai's body. Gu Hai's aura suddenly soared by more than tenfold. What? Li Haoran exclaimed, his expression changing. Boom. A loud sound rang out as Gu Hai erupted with his full power. A beam of scarlet light dyed the sky red, and Gu Hai immediately slammed Li Haoran into the ground. Whoosh! Li Haoran's right arm went flying. The Life Ender saber swept over, and surging black energy immediately encased Li Haoran. Blarg! Li Haoran vomited a mouthful of blood as he fell into a huge crater. Both his arms were gone, and his head looked like it had been chopped in half. Even his brain matter flowed out. However, his strong life force kept him alive. Extreme disbelief flashed in his eyes. No, that's impossible. Blarg. How did I break through? Li Haoran said weakly, finding it unbelievable. How did I suddenly break through to the Golden Core realm in the middle of the battle? This is cheating. How can this be? First layer of the Golden Core realm. Gu Hai said after taking a deep breath. Slowly, Gu Hai picked up the 2 golden ghost stones on the ground. At this instant, the battle in the outside world suddenly fell silent. Everyone opened their eyes wide and revealed disbelief. Gu Hai won. Gu Hai, you won. Long Wanqing was the first to cheer. Wow! The 60,000 cultivators immediately shouted, one by one, they shouted excitedly. Beat him to death. Beat Li Haoran to death. Mr. Good One. Mr. Good One. We are saved. Countless cultivators cheered. They looked excitedly at Gu Hai, who had won inside the defensive barrier. Gu Hai held the bone saber in one hand and the crimson saber in the other as he looked at Li Haoran coldly. Even so, Li Haoran did not die. However, he seemed to be unable to move at this moment. He looked at Gu Hai in horror. Battalion Commander. Battalion Commander. The surviving Shinji battalion disciples screamed in fear. Beat them to death. These lackeys. The 60,000 cultivators were furious. They rushed toward the surviving Shinji battalion disciples. Inside the death chess game, there was cheering and chaos. Countless cultivators outside were shocked at this moment. Although they could not see the others clearly, they saw the battle between Gu Hai and Li Haoran clearly. They saw Gu Hai defeat Li Haoran with their own eyes. Li Haoran was the battalion commander of the Shinji battalion. A year ago, Gu Hai had just broken through to the innate realm. In such a short time, he had destroyed such a huge Shinji battalion. Li Haoran was so arrogant in the past. No matter who he met, he could end the battle with one arrow. To think that such a ferocious person fell to Gu Hai's saber. Everyone had only one thought: Gu Hai was not to be trifled with. He was like an unstoppable rising sun. Anyone who tried to block him would be burned to ashes. Just as everyone felt shocked and Gu Qin and the others felt excited, a figure suddenly flew up. Half of his face is black, and the other half is white. That is the unborn man. I saw him in the innate puzzle world before, someone suddenly exclaimed. The unborn man? What? The unborn man has been hiding beside that tree all this while, someone exclaimed. The surrounding cultivators showed confused expressions. Gu Qin also saw the unborn man flying over. Gu Qin of the Gu residence greets senior unborn man. Gu Qin said in shock as he bowed slightly. However, the unborn man ignored him. Instead, he stepped into the death chess game. Hey! Why did the unborn man not materialize a ghost stone clone when he entered? Someone exclaimed in surprise. Everyone felt confused. After the unborn man entered the death chess game, he arrived near Gu Hai in the blink of an eye. Unborn man. Venerable Lun Yen covered his wound as he watched the unborn man arrive in shock. Chapter 163. Li Haoran could no longer resist. Gu Hai stretched out his hand and searched Li Haoran's surroundings. Soon, he found a golden medallion. It is not the divine strategy medallion. It is his bracelet. The dragon luring jade is in that storage bracelet, Long Wanqing called out from outside the protective barrier. Oh! Gu Hai lowered his head and saw Li Haoran's withered right arm. Indeed, there was a bracelet on his right arm. Gu Hai kicked away the withered bones and picked up the bracelet. Just as he was about to check, whoosh! Suddenly, a figure appeared out of thin air. Unborn man. Venerable Lun Yen held his wound as he looked at the unborn man in shock. Lun Yen, how did you end up in such a miserable state? This is not like you, the unborn man said indifferently. Venerable Lun Yen smiled bitterly. This is old man Guanqi's go game. I am not the player. How can I struggle? The unborn man shook his head and turned to look at the nearby Li Haoran. Long Wanqing's expression changed as she looked at the black-robed and white-robed unborn man. After a moment of silence, she finally said, Senior unborn man, what did you gain from your trip to the netherworld? Unborn man. Gu Hai frowned slightly as he looked at the unborn man. Gu Hai felt that this unborn man was not a ghost stone after entering this go game. He was not a white ghost stone, not a black ghost stone, and not a transparent ghost stone. How did he get in? Whoosh! However, Xiaoqin saw the unborn man wave his hand. Buzz! A strong wind suddenly blew beside Xiaoqin. Then, a faint green figure slowly materialized in the center of the strong wind. That faint green figure slowly turned clear. It was a woman wearing a thin veil. She appeared to be in a daze, but her eyes slowly regained their focus. Auntie Lu. Is that you? Auntie Lu. Long Wanqing suddenly exclaimed in shock. This is a ghost? Where did you find an earthly soul that is about to reincarnate? Venerable Lun Yen asked in shock. Ghost? Is this Aunt Lu's ghost? Aunt Lu, do you remember me? I am Wanqing, I am Wanqing. Long Wanqing suddenly shouted. The ghost looked at Long Wanqing and suddenly showed a trace of joy. Miss, you have grown so big? Auntie Lu, you left for 6 years. When I heard about you, you were already. I am 30 years old now. Long Wanqing said with a bitter smile. 20 years? Ha, this is really a nightmare. I thought that I would never be able to avenge Hall Master in this lifetime. Who would have thought that before I reincarnated, I would still have a chance? I still have a chance. Hall Master died so miserably. Woo-woo. The ghost began to cry. Countless cultivators in the surroundings looked at the unborn man in shock. Ghosts? How did the unborn man find him? Auntie Lu, who is it? Who killed my mother? Tell me. Tell me. Long Wanqing urged anxiously. Who is it? Who is it? Ha! No one expected that he is the one who killed Hall Master. Li Haoran, who was very attentive to Hall Master, is the one who killed Hall Master. The ghost suddenly said hatefully as she pointed at Li Haoran. What? Long Wanqing's expression changed. Gu Hai, who was at the side, did not say anything as he watched quietly. That's impossible. How can it be him? Venerable Lun Yen exclaimed in shock. Mr. Lun Yen, why did you become a monk? The ghost looked at Venerable Lun Yen. Venerable Lun Yen shook his head, not explaining. Is it because of Hall Master? Ha! I should have thought of it. Mr. was so infatuated with Hall Master. Did Mr. die along with her? However, it is true. I am Hall Master's maidservant. At that time, the one accompanying Hall Master was Li Haoran. It was him. He went berserk and killed all of us. He killed me as well. Before I died, I saw him kill Hall Master with an arrow. Ha ha ha. Who could have thought that it was Li Haoran's sneak attack? It is him. It is him. The ghost said hatefully as she pointed at Li Haoran. However, Long Wanqing's expression changed. Back then, Ding Rui said that before she died, Li Haoran killed her to silence her. Gu Hai started to suspect Li Haoran, but Long Wanqing did not believe it. Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai with guilt flashing in her eyes. However, Gu Hai stared at the unborn man before him. If the truth was confirmed, the unborn man and Venerable Lun Yen should not have such expressions. I didn't kill her. It's not me. Cough. Cough. It's not me. Li Haoran exclaimed in horror as he goggled. It's you, Li Haoran. I saw it with my own eyes. Aside from me, Ding Rui also saw it. Where is she? The ghost cried out. It's really Li Haoran. Long Wanqing said while goggling. It can't be. If it were Li Haoran, Long Wanqing's maternal grandfather would definitely be able to find out. He would definitely be able to find Li Haoran. Venerable Lun Yen shook his head. It's not me. I didn't. Li Haoran cried out weakly. I saw it with my own eyes. It can't be wrong. The ghost looked at Li Haoran hatefully. However, the unborn man slowly walked over to Li Haoran. Gu Hai slowly stepped aside to let the unborn man step forward. Li Haoran, you are Li Xinji's nephew, right? Back then, Li Xinji single-handedly established the Xinji battalion. Then, he handed it to you to take over. Li Xinji is considered a big shot. How could he have such a bastard nephew like you? The unborn man said indifferently. Ah. Senior, you know my uncle? The weak Li Haoran asked excitedly, as if he had found a life-saving straw. Let me ask you this. Did you kill the previous elite hall master, Long Xiaoye? Did you kill Long Xiaoye? The unborn man asked. His voice seemed to carry a magical power, causing many people around him to become muddle-headed when they heard it. It was like they were under a spell. Li Haoran's eyes suddenly turned blank as he said in a daze, no. I did not kill Long Xiaoye. I wanted to pursue her, but she did not fancy me. I did not kill her. Buzz. The surrounding people were slightly stunned. Then, they sobered up and looked at the unborn man in horror. Earlier, Gu Hai also felt a magical power rush to his head. If not for the black ghost stone in his forehead space shaking, he would have become muddle-headed as well. Senior, it is him. I saw it with my own eyes. I swear on my soul that I saw it with my own eyes. The ghost shouted anxiously. What did you do to me? My uncle will not let you off. Li Haoran shouted in horror. Your uncle, Li Shinji. Ha! If you killed Long Xiaoye, do you think that your uncle would dare to challenge her father? The unborn man said indifferently. Li Haoran's complexion immediately turned ashen. Clearly, Long Wanqing's maternal grandfather was too famous. Even the uncle that Li Haoran was proud of could not compare to Long Wanqing's maternal grandfather. I think so as well. Even Li Shinji did not dare to do this. How could you, Li Haoran, dare to kill Long Xiaoye? Are you not afraid of your clan going extinct? The unborn man looked at Li Haoran in doubt. Indeed. If it were Li Haoran, he would have found out long ago, Venerable Lun Yen said, feeling confused. But I saw him, the ghost shouted as she pointed at Li Haoran. You are slandering me. I didn't. I did not kill Long Xiaoye. Li Haoran roared anxiously. That's not right. Perhaps there is a possibility. The unborn man said sullenly. Oh. Venerable Lun Yen narrowed his eyes, seeming to have thought of it as well. Erasing memories? Li Haoran erased that part of his memory. He does not have that part of his memory, even forgetting what happened back then. No matter what others do, they cannot find out from him. Erasing memories? The Long Wanqing said in shock. Is he that ruthless? Erasing memories will harm the 3 spiritual souls, right? Let me see if your 3 spiritual souls are damaged. If there are any, it is because of erasing memories. The unborn man reached out to grab Li Haoran. No. No. Li Haoran cried out. However, just as the unborn man was about to grab Li Haoran's head, buzz. Suddenly, a golden light came out of Li Haoran's forehead. Li Haoran's expression changed dramatically, revealing an expression of extreme pain. Ah! What? The unborn man exclaimed in shock. Boom! Suddenly, Li Haoran's head exploded. A strong wind blew in all directions. Whoosh! As the strong wind blew, Li Haoran's head exploded. Who is it? Venerable Lun Yen's expression changed as he tossed out the 9 Buddhist prayer beads. The 9 Buddhist prayer beads gave off a dazzling azure light that encased the surroundings. However, the strong wind slowly died down and vanished as if it had never been there. The unborn man reached out to grab. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the unborn man grabbed a strand of transparent green smoke. This is... Venerable Lun Yen exclaimed in shock. Li Haoran's 3 spiritual souls all shattered. The unborn man said coldly. Li Haoran committed suicide. Long Wanqing exclaimed in shock. It is not suicide but silencing. Venerable Lun Yen's expression changed. Who is it? To be able to destroy Li Haoran's 3 spiritual souls right under our noses? No. That person must have done something to Li Haoran's 3 spiritual souls. That person only triggered some kind of mechanism from a distance, and Li Haoran's 3 spiritual souls exploded, the unborn man said seriously. Li Haoran is dead. Hall Master, you can rest in peace. Li Haoran is finally dead. Sob. 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 Alright. Many thanks to you this time. I'll send you back to the netherworld, the unborn man said indifferently. Yes. Many thanks, Senior, the ghost said sobbing. The unborn man waved his hand. Buzz. The ghost slowly vanished before everyone's eyes, horrifying the surrounding cultivators. Is my mother's death considered avenged? Long Wanqing felt conflicted as she looked at Li Haoran's corpse. Ha! The old hall master's revenge? Perhaps this is just the beginning. Gu Hai smiled bitterly at the side. You mean? Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai. After so many things, she seemed to have inexplicable trust in Gu Hai. Li Haoran should be just a tool. Venerable, what do you think? Gu Hai looked at Venerable Lun Yen. Venerable Lun Yen's expression changed as he nodded. Someone probably possessed Li Haoran at that time. Someone used the power of the soul to forcibly possess Li Haoran and used his body to kill Xiaoye. Who? Who could possess Li Haoran? Long Wanqing asked with an unsightly expression. Naturally, it is this culprit, an expert significantly stronger than Li Haoran. That person's cultivation should already be at the Heavenly Palace realm, Venerable Lun Yen said with an unsightly expression. An expert at the Heavenly Palace realm? Long Wanqing's expression changed. Now, all the clues are gone. That culprit is really watertight. After possessing Li Haoran, he even placed restraints on his 3 spiritual souls. Ha! Lass, the person you offended this time is incredible. The unborn man's voice contained some bitterness. Chapter 164. Everyone fell silent as they looked at Li Haoran's corpse. After some investigation, they found the murderer. However, there was an even stronger culprit behind this murderer. Why is my mother's revenge so complicated? Long Wanqing asked with an unsightly expression. Venerable Lun Yen shook his head with a sullen expression. To be able to hide it from your maternal grandfather, this person is extremely problematic. However, no matter who it is, I will take revenge for Xiaoye, the unborn man said sullenly. What should we do with Li Haoran's corpse? Long Wanqing asked with a frown. Hall Master Long, Senior, please let go of the battalion commander's corpse. The battalion commander is already dead. All grudges should be resolved. At this moment, a group of Shinji battalion disciples who were still alive rushed over. A group of people knelt before Long Wanqing, begging for mercy for Li Haoran's corpse. Kill them, the surrounding cultivators shouted while glaring. Clearly, they were still angry. However, even though many cultivators shouted, no one stepped forward. There were less than 100 surviving Shinji battalion disciples. All of them had wounds all over their bodies as they knelt and begged. Long Wanqing's expression turned sullen. Venerable Lun Yen took a deep breath and said, never mind. Pack up Li Haoran's corpse and send it to Li Shinji. At the same time, tell Li Shinji that it was the final culprit who killed Li Haoran. Yes. Many thanks, Venerable Lun Yen. We will definitely pass on your message. The 100 scarred Shinji battalion disciples kowtowed continuously. Li Shinji. Many people seem to have heard of this name before. Now that Li Haoran was dead, no one wanted to bring trouble to themselves over a corpse. The cultivators slowly moved away. The Shinji battalion disciples took out a large piece of wood and chiseled a simple coffin. Then, they placed Li Haoran's headless corpse inside and carefully placed the 2 withered arms at the side. After placing Li Haoran in the coffin, the Shinji battalion disciples bowed very carefully to Venerable Lun Yen. Then, they bowed to Gu Hai. After that, they moved to the side. Long Wanqing showed some dissatisfaction in her eyes. The clues are gone. What should we do now? Gu Hai said, Hall Master, after Ding Rui died, I found a letter in her token space. I haven't read it yet. Also, there might be some clues about Li Haoran's belongings. Let me search for it. With that said, Gu Hai put away the protective barrier and took out a small box. It was the box that Ding Rui had left in the small space of the token. Gu Hai hadn't opened it and had kept it until now. Oh. Venerable Lun Yen received it. Because Li Haoran was already dead, it was very easy to refine his storage bracelet. In an instant, Gu Hai's hand entered it. As soon as his consciousness entered it, it was the flying boat of the Shinji battalion. Then, There were hundreds of thousands of high-grade spirit stones. Finally, there was a pile of junk. Elixirs, secret manuals, golden arrows, and golden swords were all here. There was also the dragon-luring jade. Gu Hai took out the dragon-luring jade with a flip of his hand. At the same time, he took out 10 different letters. Gu Hai did not open them. Instead, he handed them to Venerable Lun Yen. Hall Master, your dragon-luring jade. Gu Hai extended his hand and handed it over. Long Wanqing shook her head and said, back then, my mother died because of this dragon vein. Dragon-luring jade? Dragon vein? Ha! It is useless for me to keep it. You should keep it. Only you can collect the dragon vein. Gu Hai nodded, not putting on airs. Naturally, Gu Hai did not take out Li Haoran's other belongings. Instead, he put them away. Hey! Venerable Lun Yen suddenly raised his eyebrows. This letter? What's wrong? Long Wanqing asked, feeling confused. Of Li Haoran's 10 letters, 9 of them are not important. Only this one has no signature or label. There is only one sentence. That is strange, Venerable Lun Yen said sullenly. Gu Hai walked to the side as if he did not want to know. Division Master Gu, there is no need to avoid it. Perhaps you are already involved and can no longer avoid it. Why don't you just read it openly? Venerable Lun Yen smiled. Gu Hai frowned. Then, he sighed and nodded. However, he saw that Long Wanqing had already started reading. Li Haoran, Long Wanqing will definitely draw out a dragon vein on this trip. There was a total of 18 words. These 18 strange words gave off an extremely strange feeling. Li Haoran asked maternal grandfather to protect me because of this letter. How does the writer know me so well? Is it that black hand? Could it be that I know him as well? Long Wanqing frowned. What about the handwriting? Gu Hai asked. Venerable Lun Yen shook his head and said, I don't recognize this handwriting. Furthermore, there is no anger in this handwriting. It should be done on purpose. This is just plain and ordinary handwriting. This person is really clean. Gu Hai showed a complicated expression. What about Ding Rui's letter? Long Wanqing looked at Venerable Lun Yen. Venerable Lun Yen carefully opened the envelope and read it. Similarly, there is no signature. The handwriting is the same. There is only one sentence. Plain and ordinary handwriting, Venerable Lun Yen said with a sullen expression. Ding Rui cooperated with Li Haoran and stirred up the situation. Long Wanqing read. These 12 words caused everyone to fall silent. Ding Rui should know. Where is her corpse? Bring me there. The unborn man said sullenly. Gu Qin, take 2 people and accompany the unborn man to Ding Rui's grave. Gu Hai said as he held the golden go stones. Yes. Gu Qin answered from outside. Although Gu Hai could not see Gu Qin, the people outside could still see the player, Gu Hai. The unborn man did not say much. He pushed off the ground and strangely exited the death puzzle. How did he get out? Many people revealed shocked expressions. When the unborn man entered the puzzle, why is there no ghost stone clone? Gu Hai asked out of curiosity as he looked at Venerable Lun Yen. However, Venerable Lun Yen smiled bitterly and said, because he is the unborn man, an unborn person, a person who does not exist. How could he be recorded by the ritual array? The unborn man. An unborn person. A person who does not exist. Gu Hai revealed a confused expression. You will understand in the future. Their bloodline is blessed by the heavens. However, they suffer continuously. Ha! Venerable Lun Yen said as he shook his head. What should we do now? This mastermind is very efficient. How are we going to investigate? Long Wanqing asked worriedly. Venerable Lun Yen also frowned. Perhaps. Gu Hai said with a frown. Perhaps what? Venerable Lu Nian asked out of curiosity. You can check the paper of these two letters and see what material they are made of and where they are produced. You can determine a rough location based on the paper, right? Also, the handwriting is not easy to check. You can check the ink. I don't know if it will work, but let's give it a try, Gu Hai said with a faint sigh. Oh. Not bad. Many thanks, Division Master Gu. Venerable Lu Nian's eyes lit up. After all, paper was produced all over the world. However, due to the different materials used, there would be slight differences. Perhaps something could be found. The ink was the same. Mr. Good, can you solve this death puzzle? Let us out. Indeed. Mr. Good, I do not want to stay here a moment longer. The surrounding people looked at Gu Hai in anticipation. Although Gu Hai defeated Li Haoran, they still worried that Gu Hai would go crazy like Montez and Li Haoran. You all want to go out? Yes. Everyone nodded. Everyone, be careful. I'll send you out of the array. Ah. Thank you, Mr. Good. Everyone was overjoyed. There's no need to be so polite. Now, I'm the one playing all three games. I can solve the death puzzle at any time. Solemnly, Gu Hai said Gu Hai. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Rumble. A strong wind immediately blew, lifting everyone into the air, including Long Wanqing and Venerable Lu Nian. Ah! Everyone cried out in alarm as they soared into the sky. A surge of energy brought everyone up to the sky. In the blink of an eye, it was as if they had crossed some cloudy area. Bang! 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 Everyone suddenly left the death chessboard and flew out of the giant peony like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers. Ah, I'm falling. I'm falling. Ha 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 ha, they're out, they're finally out. Thank you, Mr. Good. Thank you, Mr. Good. Tens of thousands of people fell into the air. As they breathed in the air outside, they felt excited and grateful to Gu Hai. Rumble. Everyone fell down. Although some of them were injured, it was still better than dying inside. After leaving the Go puzzle world, everyone quickly retreated, distancing themselves from the giant peony. Long Wanqing and 3 servants supported Venerable Lu Nian as they flew to a mountain peak. Everyone, come out. All the Go stones on the Go board vanished. Huh. That's not right. There are still 2 Go stones. Long Wanqing said in shock. That golden Go stone is Gu Hai, right? However, that black Go stone is. One of the servants asked, feeling bewildered. Gu Hai had tossed out everyone in the death chess board world, including the Shinji Battalion disciples. Only one person was left behind. Gu Hai slowly walked over to the last weak man lying limply on the ground. Cough. 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 Ha 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 ha. Gu Hai, you are here to kill me, right? The man laughed bitterly as he wiped the blood from his mouth. Montez. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes as he stared at Montez. You are leaving me alone. I knew that you would not let me off. Come, then. Ha! Montez laughed bitterly. Do you know? After seeing what you've done, personally speaking, I still hate you. You're a despicable person who makes people hate you. To achieve your goals, you will do anything, disown your family, and be cold-blooded and vicious. Ha! You are truly a detestable person. Gu Hai sneered. I am like this. It is destined that I cannot change. Montez sneered. Boom. Gu Hai smacked Montez's head. Buzz. Montez's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. With a flip of his hand, Gu Hai took out a coffin and placed Montez inside. After closing the coffin, Gu Hai waved his hand. Whoosh. The coffin immediately flew out of the death chess board and to the life chess board. Guqin, watch this coffin. Gu Hai instructed as he held the golden ghost stone. Yes. Guqin answered from outside. Chapter 165. Inside the death puzzle, some time ago, Long Wanqing had already told Gu Hai how to drive the dragon-luring jade. It was not very difficult. Gu Hai studied it carefully for a while before grabbing it with his left hand. Then, he looked coldly at the dragon vein below. Xiaochen had already put away his 2 sabers. Now, he held 2 golden ghost stones in his right hand. He said coldly, the death puzzle. It's really crude. Pa! Gu Hai suddenly crushed the 2 golden ghost stones. The instant Xiaochen crushed the ghost stones, the countless cultivators outside revealed shocked expressions. Why did Mr. Good crush those 2 golden ghost stones? Look! Cracks appeared on the death puzzle. The death puzzle is about to crumble. Did he break the puzzle by crushing 2 golden ghost stones? Why did Montez and Li Haoran fight over it back then? The cultivators outside stared in shock at the slowly trembling gigantic peony. Venerable, crushing 2 golden ghost stones is enough? Is it that simple? A servant asked, feeling confused. No, there is only one winner in the death puzzle. That is, there is only 1 ghost stone left. If 2 golden ghost stones are crushed, isn't there only 1 ghost stone left? Venerable Lu Nian explained. Gu Hai's ghost stone clone, that golden ghost stone. Long Wanqing asked as she looked into the distance. That's right. He is the only one left. He is the final winner. Hence, the puzzle is solved, Venerable Lu Nian explained. Inside the Go puzzle world, the mountains and rivers shattered. The entire world seemed to crumble. Gu Hai held the dragon-luring jade in his left hand and the crimson saber in his right. He looked coldly at the increasing number of cracks in the ground. Crack! 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 Cracks spread out like a spider web as the ground quickly shattered. Roar! The dragon vein roared. It seemed like the seal loosened and could move again. Rumble! The ground looked like it would shatter soon. Old Man Guanxi's legacy, the 8-colored peony, also trembled as it slowly squeezed through the shattered seal and rushed towards Gu Hai. Gu Hai's eyes were cold. Holding the blood saber in his hand, he suddenly slashed out. An astral saber that looked like a river of blood shot towards the 8-colored peony. What? Is Mr. Good going to destroy Old Man Guanxi's legacy? Are you kidding me? That's the inheritance of Old Man Guanxi. No, Mr. Good, how could you destroy it? Don't you want to give it to me? No, Mr. Good, don't. Countless cultivators cried out as they looked at Gu Hai in disbelief. Gu Hai, on the other hand, had a ferocious look on his face. His eyes flashed with determination. Long Wanqing and Venerable Lu Nian were flabbergasted. They did not expect Gu Hai to be so ruthless. Not far away, Guqin's expression changed. He bit his lip and reached out, grabbing a black ghost stone on the life go board. As he looked at the huge go board, he tried to recall where Gu Hai had planned to place his ghost stone. Clack! Guqin placed his ghost stone on the go board. On the other side, Old Man Guanxi's puppet suddenly revealed a strange smile. Bang! Old Man Guanxi's puppet suddenly turned into a puff of smoke and vanished. Boom! In the distance, Gu Hai's saber slashed down, breaking the seal shard. It looked like it would hit the 8-colored peony. However, the 8-colored peony suddenly twisted strangely, dodging the blood saber and flying towards Guqin. What? Gu Hai's expression changed as he turned his head to look. Buzz! The 8-colored peony instantly stuck to Guqin's forehead and entered. Whoosh! Boundless clouds suddenly gathered from all directions and charged at Guqin, slowly lifting Guqin into the air. First young master. Gu Hai's subordinates called out worriedly. Fool! Gu Hai shouted angrily as he glared. Roar! Below, the dragon vein finally unsealed and roared. Rumble! The surrounding ground immediately shook. The giant peony exploded into pieces. Gu Hai's subordinates quickly leaped away, carrying a coffin with them as they jumped into the distance. Ah! There's another earthquake. Quick, retreat. The dragon vein is coming out. Quickly, run. Oh no. The seal is undone. The dragon vein is going to rage. The surrounding cultivators quickly retreated in horror. A group of mountains crumbled, and a group of peaks rose from the ground. Roar! A dragon roar soared into the sky, kicking up a berserk storm. Gu Hai did not have time to scold Gu Qin. He put away the crimson saber and drove the dragon-luring jade to charge at the dragon vein. A powerful suction force gushed out from it. This suction seemed to pose a fatal threat to the dragon vein. The dragon vein's pupils suddenly constricted. Roar! In horror, the dragon vein twisted its body, looking like it wanted to flee. Clack! However, the dragon-luring jade instantly touched the dragon vein's head. Rumble! A strange scene occurred. That vast dragon head, which was hundreds of kilometers long, strangely seemed to be sucked into the dragon-luring jade. Gu Hai's eyes lit up. The dragon head went in. He quickly drove the dragon-luring jade. Roar! 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 As the dragon vein roared, it struggled, twisting its body quickly. Rumble! The surrounding ground exploded, and countless rocks and trees soared into the air. The countless explosions instantly dyed the world gray. Blarg! A large number of rocks crashed into Gu Hai's body. Gu Hai could not bear it and vomited a mouthful of blood. However, Gu Hai's eyes turned increasingly ferocious. Collect! Gu Hai drove the dragon-luring jade with all his might. Rumble! The dragon-luring jade sucked in a large portion of the dragon's body. The dragon vein struggled even more intensely. However, Gu Hai hugged the dragon-luring jade with all his might, letting it twist intensely. Save me! Ah! No! So many rocks are falling from the sky. I'm going to be buried. Ah! Quickly run! Save me! The surrounding cultivators screamed with all their might. Amid the chaos, rocks flew everywhere, and dust kicked up. No one could tell north from south. All the cultivators struggled in this chaos in horror. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound rang out. All the rocks in the air fell. Everything turned calm. The dust remained horrifying as everyone waited in silence. Gu Hai stood on a large rock as he looked at the dragon-luring jade in his hand. Roar! A dragon roar seemed to come from the dragon-luring jade. Xiao Qian could clearly see a small golden dragon struggling in the dragon-luring jade. However, the sealing force was too strong. The small golden dragon could not escape at all. It could only struggle in there, giving off a faint golden light. With a flip of Xiao Qian's hand, the dragon-luring jade returned. The storage space can only store inanimate objects and not living things. Is the dragon vein alive? Is that why it cannot be stored? Gu Hai revealed some doubts. Gu Hai took out a small box and carefully placed the dragon-luring jade in it. Then, he placed the dragon-luring jade on his back. After Xiao Qian did all this, the surrounding dust slowly scattered. Many injured cultivators crawled out of the rubble in pain. Like the dragon pinning sect, the surroundings had turned into rubble. However, it was not as large as the dragon pinning sect's rubble. The rubble spanning 50 kilometers still looked incredibly shocking. Milord! 8 evil men carried a coffin to Gu Hai. Gu Hai nodded. Then, he looked up at a cloud in the sky with worry flashing in his eyes. The cloud was in the shape of a peony and had 8 colors. Guqin was within it. Long Wanqing, Venerable Lun Yan, and the others walked over as well. After 2 hours, the 8-colored cloud in the sky slowly withdrew and returned to Guqin's body. Guqin opened his eyes, and a colorful light flashed in them. Whoosh! Guqin fell from the sky. Bang! Guqin landed before Gu Hai. Gu Hai looked at Guqin coldly. Long Wanqing, Venerable Lun Yan, and the others behind him did not say anything, just watching quietly. Guqin knelt on both knees. Adoptive father, this child is unfilial. Please punish me. You still know about being unfilial? Gu Hai asked coldly. Guqin bit his lip and said, this child listened carefully to what adoptive father said earlier. This child knows that there are risks and dangers. However, when adoptive father entered the death puzzle, this child thought about it and finally decided to take this risk. Huh? Gu Hai said sullenly. This child remembers that before second brother left, adoptive father said that one cannot put all their eggs in one basket. This child deeply agrees with that. Old man Guanqi's inheritance is risky. However, it is also an opportunity, right? I have to take revenge for my mother. This child watched as adoptive father and the others worked hard, but this child was lagging behind. This child felt indignant, so this child wanted to contribute. This child also wants to take revenge. Guqin said with reddened eyes. Gu Hai stared at Guqin, and his anger subsided significantly. This child was brought back by adoptive father and adoptive mother on a snowy night. At that time, this child was already abandoned. Perhaps I would freeze to death before that night. After living for so many years, this child has already profited, right? Adoptive father, you taught us in the past to be content with what we have. This child is already very content. Among the 4 brothers, this child's temperament is more stable because this child is stupid. I am not as smart and nimble as my 3 younger brothers. This child does not want to embarrass adoptive father. This child would rather not do anything than make a mistake. That is why this child appears to be stable. This child is stupid and does not learn anything as fast as my 3 younger brothers. However, adoptive mother has never despised me. When I was young, whenever adoptive mother had a new toy or tasty food, this child would be the first to play with it and eat it. When the 4 brothers played around, adoptive mother was the first to protect this child. Adoptive mother died so tragically, but this child could not do anything. Could not do anything. This child is unwilling. This is really unwilling. Yes, all I need to do is follow adoptive father's footsteps. However, this child really wants to be useful for once. I do not want to be adoptive father's shadow. I want to help adoptive father. This child has always been very stable and listened to adoptive father. However, this time, please allow me to be willful for once. Just once. Adoptive father, this child really wants to take revenge for adoptive mother. I really want to do my best. Guqin's tears slowly flowed out. Gu Hai looked at Guqin and was silent for a while. Then, he sighed softly. Sigh. Forget it. Get up. We should go home. Many thanks for adoptive father's forgiveness. Guqin raised his head with reddened eyes. Chapter 166. Gu residence. Already, 3 days had passed since Gu Hai's group returned. Inside Hulao Pass, the craftsmen continued working day and night. There was a hubbub of voices, and dust flew everywhere. A group of guards stood guard in a large hall in the Gu residence. Gu Hai sat in the host's seat, holding a cup of tea. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at Montez, who barely managed to sit up in the guest's seat. You don't hate me anymore? Montez held his teacup as he glared at Gu Hai. No, I already said that I still hate you. You are cold-blooded, merciless, insidious, and ruthless. You will do anything to achieve your goals. Ha! Unfortunately, in the end, you failed at the last step. No one pitied you. Gu Hai said as he shook his head. Then, you still want to subdue me? You want to establish a nation and make me your subject? Montez stared at Gu Hai in disbelief. A nation. Not a home. I am about to face an overwhelming situation. All my subjects are of one mind. Ha! Such a nation will not amount to much. It is just like a horse. No matter how strong it is, it might not run fast. However, if there is a locust on the horse's butt, the horse will charge forward with all its might. My nation will gather the most outstanding talents. However, talent is not enough. I will need to command it. I will need a locust to stab me. Gu Hai said as he sipped his tea. A locust? Montez revealed a look of disbelief. Meng Tai had guessed that Gu Hai wanted to establish a nation. It was not hard for Meng Tai to guess that Gu Hai wanted to gather countless talents to be his subjects. However, Meng Tai found it hard to understand why Gu Hai wanted to find a saboteur in the imperial court. A locust? Using me to spur the subjects. That analogy is not appropriate. Let's change it to another one. The catfish effect. Have you ever seen fishermen go out to sea to fish? Gu Hai looked at Montez. Montez shook his head. He was a cultivator, why would he pay attention to those vulgar fishermen? There are a lot of reasons in the world of mortals. A fisherman goes out to sea and catches a lot of tuna, but the tuna dies from lack of oxygen when they reach the shore. The fisherman can't sell them for a good price, so he looks for a reason. He discovers that the tuna likes to be quiet, so they slowly suck up all the oxygen in the water in the fish hold and die from lack of oxygen. However, it's different when there's a catfish. The catfish likes to move, and it will stir up the fish hold, making it restless. If it keeps stirring, the oxygen will keep flowing, and the tuna will still be alive when they reach the shore. Gu Hai said solemnly. Montez did not understand what oxygen was, but he understood the general meaning. Are you worried that as your country grows bigger and bigger, it will slowly lose its vitality like a pool of stagnant water? You want me to be a bad person and stir up a country's stagnant water? Aren't you thinking too far ahead? You're already thinking about the way to balance the vassals. You're still far from that step. Montez looked at Gu Hai in shock. It's not far. I'm going to establish my country soon. Gu Hai said as he took a sip of tea. Montez's eyelids twitched. At this point, Montez was no longer worried about Gu Hai's cultivation. The Golden Core realm was indeed inferior to him, but if they really fought, Montez believed that Gu Hai had a dozen means to kill him. In fact, Montez even felt a sense of dread when he fought with Gu Hai. This was something that he had never felt before. I understand. Establishing your country. After you establish your country, you want me to do all the internal matters. You want me to do all the things that are inconvenient for you. I have to bear the curse and fear of my subjects, while you have the support of the world. Montez stared at Gu Hai. I will establish a special department called the Embroidered Uniform Guard. The Embroidered Uniform Guard will have the authority to set up prisons and patrol and arrest people. There will be a discipline division that will be responsible for investigating, arresting, questioning, and other activities. They will help me monitor my subjects and the world, and spy on the secrets of other countries. The Embroidered Uniform Guard will be my personal army and will not be responsible to anyone else. They will only be responsible to me. Gu Hai said solemnly. Embroidered Uniform Guard. Montez's eyelids twitched. After hearing Gu Hai's simple description, Montez could naturally feel the power behind this identity. It was second only to one person and above all others. Moreover, this power was perverse. Gu Hai sat to the side and quietly drank his tea. Aren't you afraid that I will rebel again? Do something that will betray you? Or find a chance to kill you and replace you? Montez narrowed his eyes as he stared at Gu Hai. This is your nature. I have naturally thought of it. You will definitely not be able to return to Class 1 Hall. Your reputation is already in tatters. Also, you want to establish your own business. Unfortunately, you are too smart, but you do not understand the big picture. Without me, you will not be able to achieve anything. Ha, since I dared to use you, I am not afraid of you rebelling. However, before you rebel, you better think about the price you will have to pay. Gu Hai said calmly. Montez's eyelids twitched. Without me, you would have died long ago. But I know that you will not remember this kindness, and I do not need you to remember it. My patience is limited. I will give you 3 days to adjust your identity and position. After 3 days, I hope to see you change. Gu Hai put down his teacup, stood up slowly, and walked out of the hall. I still have not agreed to be your subject. Montez shouted while glaring. Gu Hai stopped and turned his head to look at Montez. Then, he revealed a faint smile. Without saying anything, he turned around and walked out of the hall. This left Montez with a twitching face. Are you sure that you can control me? After leaving the hall, Gu Hai saw Long Wanqing, Venerable Lun Yan, and the unborn man in another hall. The three seemed to be discussing something. When the three saw Gu Hai walk over, they stopped. Senior unborn man, did you discover anything strange with Ding Rui's corpse? Gu Hai asked out of curiosity. The unborn man shook his head and said, Li Haoran destroyed Ding Rui's 3 spiritual souls. Dead men tell no tales. Gu Hai frowned slightly, as that was what Shen Guanhen said back then. How did Shen Guanhen figure it out? That is unfortunate. Gu Hai said while shaking his head. Gu Hai, we are preparing to return. I have to report this to maternal grandfather immediately. Do you want to come with us? When we return, I will help you register at Elite Hall's headquarters. That way, you will be able to enjoy the bestowment of Providence, Long Wanqing said as she looked at Gu Hai with anticipation. Gu Hai shook his head and said, I will be establishing my nation in 1 month. I have too many things to do and cannot leave. All right. Long Wanqing sighed softly. 1 month? Perhaps we will not be able to make it back in time, Venerable Lun Yan said with some regret. Gu Hai nodded. Finally, he asked, Hall Master, I have never asked before. Your maternal grandfather is. You don't know who my maternal grandfather is? Long Wanqing felt slightly stunned. Venerable Lun Yan also goggled as he looked at Gu Hai, not daring to imagine. I have never paid attention to him before. Gu Hai said while shaking his head. Division Master Gu is really magnanimous. Indeed, it is useless to pay attention to him too early. Venerable Lun Yan nodded as he looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. Do you know the Deqian celestial dynasty? Long Wanqing asked. One of the 3 great celestial dynasties of the divine continent. I have heard of it before. Gu Hai nodded. My maternal grandfather is the ruler of the Deqian celestial dynasty. It is located in the north of the divine continent and connects to the sky. It is called Qian. Long Wanqing said confidently. The Deqian celestial dynasty. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Our elite hall, the Shinji Battalion, and some other organizations are the foreign affairs departments of the Deqian celestial dynasty. They are in charge of handling the miscellaneous matters of the Deqian celestial dynasty. The elite hall master, starting from my mother, is the Marquis Division. One of the 10 external affairs departments. Unfortunately, it has declined somewhat in my hands. Long Wanqing sighed slightly. Gu Hai nodded. Senior unborn man, prepare to come with me to meet my maternal grandfather. We will be leaving soon. After meeting my maternal grandfather and checking the materials of the 2 letters, I will come and inform you, Long Wanqing said with some reluctance as she looked at Gu Hai. That's fine. Gu Hai nodded. After saying goodbye, Long Wanqing's group boarded the flying ship and rushed into the distance. After sending off the group, Gu Hai gave some instructions before heading to the soaring pagoda to enter closed-door cultivation. Gu Hai sat in the soaring pagoda with a large number of experts guarding the outside world. The outline of the celestial dynasty laid out before him. The royal seal is supreme, the divine tool of the nation. It stabilizes the nation's luck and establishes the world. The dragon-luring jade hides the dragon veins of the land. With blood as the guide, the mind as the soul, and the numinous treasure as the source, fuse them into one. The supreme royal seal is heavy, and the lowly royal seal is light. After fusing, they will take form and worship. After establishing the nation, temper it with energy and strengthen the royal seal and the treasure. Both can be strengthened. Gu Hai repeated these words. Shao Chen looked at the dragon-luring jade in his hand. According to the outline of the celestial dynasty, he still needed a treasure to fuse with it, using blood as the guide and the mind to pour in. Fuse it into an imperial seal. What treasure should he use? Li Haoran and Ding Rui had many treasures in their storage spaces. However, Gu Hai did not care for them. After thinking for a while, Gu Hai reached out and touched his forehead. Buzz! The black ghost stone that brought Gu Hai from Earth to this world suddenly appeared in his forehead space. As Gu Hai held the black ghost stone, he remained silent for a while. The stronger the numinous treasure, the stronger the imperial seal. I wonder how effective this black ghost stone will be if I fuse it into the imperial seal, Gu Hai said seriously. Shao Chen extended his hand and made a cut with his fingertip. Blood wrapped around the black ghost stone and slowly brought it to the dragon-luring jade. Buzz! When the dragon-luring jade came in contact with the blood, it seemed to come to life. The dragon-luring jade greedily sucked in Gu Hai's blood. At the same time, 9 small, jade-shaped dragon heads appeared on the dragon-luring jade. The dragon heads waved their claws and rushed to consume the black ghost stone. Buzz! Suddenly, the black ghost stone gave off a black light, which instantly filled the dragon-luring jade. Roar! The dragon vein in the dragon-luring jade seemed to fear this black light, letting out a long, painful roar. Gu Hai quickly infused his consciousness into the dragon-luring jade through the blood. Slowly, as the blood and the black ghost stone merged with the dragon-luring jade, Shao Chen's consciousness connected with it as well. It seemed like he could slowly control the dragon-luring jade. Gradually, the spherical dragon-luring jade turned into a square. 9 dragons circled the square, each showing a ferocious expression as they faced the black ghost stone in the center. As the black ghost stone merged with the dragon-luring jade, it instantly dyed the entire dragon-luring jade black. The outline of a black imperial seal appeared. Gurgle! Surging blood flowed into the 9-dragon imperial seal. Slowly, 8 large, scarlet words appeared at the bottom of the seal. Receiving the mandate of heaven, long life and prosperity. Buzz! 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 Under Shao Chen's control, the imperial seal slowly took form and gave off a faint jade-colored light. Perhaps it was because the black ghost stone was too precious. The moment the imperial seal was refined, it felt like it weighed a ton. Boom! The imperial seal landed on the ground in front of Gu Hai. Rumble! Suddenly, a loud sound rang out. The gigantic soaring pagoda collapsed with a loud rumble under the great pressure. What? Gu Hai's expression changed as he reached out to grab the imperial seal. Perhaps it was because Gu Hai was the one who refined the imperial seal. Although Gu Hai struggled to grab the imperial seal, he could still hold it in his hand. However, the soaring pagoda was not spared. It suddenly collapsed, causing the expressions of everyone in the Gu residence to change. Adoptive father! Gu Qin cried out in the distance. Everyone, do not come over. A loud shout came from the rubble. Gu Qin, Shengguan Hen, Chen Tianshan, and the others stopped in their tracks, revealing shocked expressions. Gu Hai was trapped in a small space in the depths of the rubble. However, Gu Hai did not care. Instead, he flipped his hand and tested the imperial seal again. Then, he pressed it against the ground. Boom! A strong suppressive force spread out in all directions from the rubble. The strong suppressive force caused the ground around the Gu residence to tremble as if there was an earthquake. Everyone outside revealed horrified expressions. They did not know what Gu Hai was doing in there. Below the black jade imperial seal were the words, "Blessed by the heavens, live a long and prosperous life." Satisfaction flashed in Gu Hai's eyes as he said, "From today onwards, you will be called the heaven-suppressing divine seal. You will guard the world for me." Buzz! The pitch-black heaven-suppressing divine seal trembled slightly as if it was responding to Gu Hai. Gu Hai gently placed the heaven-suppressing divine seal on his forehead. Buzz! Just like the black ghost stone from before, the heaven-suppressing divine seal strangely entered the space between Xiao Chen's eyebrows. Without the black ghost stone in the space between Xiao Chen's eyebrows, the white crystal fragment seemed to become restless, wanting to flee. Boom! The heaven-suppressing divine seal suddenly appeared and pressed down on the white crystal. The white crystal immediately stabilized. The heaven-suppressing divine seal hovered in the air, looking down on the world. Below, the 30,000-odd Go boards continued merging. After the heaven-suppressing divine seal entered the space between Gu Hai's eyebrows, Gu Hai sank his consciousness into it again. Roar! The dragon vein in the heaven-suppressing divine seal roared. However, the black ghost stone's might was too horrifying. It suppressed the dragon vein until it could not resist. Now, the dragon vein roared in pain. When Gu Hai's consciousness entered, the dragon vein seemed to calm down significantly. The black ghost stone is indeed an incredible treasure. After it entered the heaven-suppressing divine seal, it actually suppressed the dragon vein and made it so easy to refine. I can completely refine the dragon vein in less than a year. At that time, I can enlarge the dragon vein and raise a dragon underground. Satisfaction flashed in Gu Hai's eyes. Boom! A loud sound rang out as Gu Hai broke free of the rubble around him. He slowly walked out of the rubble. Chapter 167. Boom! Gu Hai shook off the rocks and wood on his body and walked out of the rubble. Gu Qin, Shengguan Hen, Chen Tianshan, and some of the Gu residence's old managers surrounded him. "Master, are you all right? Adoptive father, are you all right? My lord, why did the soaring pagoda fall?" Everyone looked at Gu Hai worriedly. "I'm fine." Gu Hai turned his head to look at the soaring pagoda. "So what if it fell?" "Since the soaring pagoda fell, let's call the newly built palace hall the Soaring Palace Hall." Gu Hai instructed. "Yes." Gu Qin answered. "Get someone to tidy up. Carefully take out all the books in there." Gu Hai instructed. "Yes." Everyone answered. 1 month passed in the blink of an eye. There were still many areas of the former 5 nations that Xiao Chen had not managed to sort out. However, the general framework was already in place. The 3,000 evil men and the 3,000 cultivators that Chen Tianshan recruited, a total of 6,000 cultivators, were sent to various parts of the world to assist the various cities in preparing for the establishment of the nation, preventing any chaos in the surroundings. A large group of palaces rose from the ground outside the former Gu residence at Hulao Pass. Although the construction was crude, the largest palace was incredibly majestic. It was called the Soaring Palace Hall. At this moment, the surroundings of the Soaring Palace Hall were filled with armored soldiers. There were more than 300,000 of them densely packed. A large number of men in scholarly robes stood in the center. They looked like officials who had not been conferred official yet, standing there respectfully. The countless cultivators from the former Peony sect had not left yet. Many of them stayed behind to watch the ceremony. A large platform stood between the Soaring Palace Hall and the prospective officials. It looked like an altar in the center of the plaza. Many guards stood outside the soaring palace hall. The time has come. Gu Hai, ascend the altar and invite the heavens above and the earth below. An attendant shouted from outside the soaring palace hall. The 300,000 people were all waiting solemnly. Everything was silent. Creak. The gates of the soaring sky hall opened with a loud bang. Slowly, Gu Hai stepped out from the inside. At this moment, Gu Hai was wearing a flat imperial crown and a black dragon robe. The dragon robe was embroidered with golden silk. The long dragon robe seemed to drag on for a long time, making it look extremely long. Wearing a pair of cloud dragon boots, Xiaoqin slowly walked out of the soaring palace hall. Gu Hai's expression was solemn. He held the heaven-suppressing godly imperial seal in his right hand and a golden silk scroll in his left hand as he slowly walked out. Everyone in the outside world stood there respectfully, watching as Gu Hai walked step by step to the altar not far away. Slowly, Gu Hai reached the top of the altar. Everyone stood respectfully below him. On the altar, there was a table. Gu Hai placed the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal and the golden silk scroll on the table. After placing the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal, he unfurled the golden silk scroll, slowly revealing a blank golden silk scroll. Then, Gu Hai took a deep breath and suddenly performed a cupped fist salute. Today, Gu Hai of the 9-5 Island of the Thousand Island Sea requests the heavens above and the earth below to bear witness to me establishing a dynasty today. I will use my blood as a sacrifice to the heavens to show my will. I, Gu Hai, will treat my people well and my new nation well. Gu Hai shouted. As Gu Hai shouted, he took out a small golden knife and slowly cut open his right palm. Blood slowly flowed out. Using the blood, Gu Hai wrote the word Han on the golden silk scroll. Then, Gu Hai sprinkled the blood on the altar, establishing a new dynasty with the name of Han. The Han dynasty will use the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal as the nation-defining divine artifact to stabilize the nation's luck. With the soaring palace hall as the center of the Han dynasty, it will absorb the luck of the world. We kowtow to the heavens to accept the establishment of our nation. We kowtow to the earth to accept the establishment of our nation. Gu Hai shouted. As Gu Hai spoke, he slowly raised the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal and stamped the word Han on the golden silk scroll. Boom! After the imperial seal stamped the name of the nation, it sounded like a sudden clap of thunder. Suddenly, a dark cloud appeared in the sky. A strong wind blew. 3 kowtows to the heavens. Kowtow! Suddenly, the master of ceremonies shouted. We kowtow to the heavens to accept the establishment of the Han dynasty. The 300,000 people shouted at the same time. Following Gu Hai's words, everyone knelt down and kowtowed. At the same time, in all the cities of the original 5 nations, under the organization of the new officials, all the people walked out of their houses and gathered in the plaza in the center of the city. In front of the soaring palace hall, Gu Hai shouted and prayed to the heavens. At the same time, the master of ceremonies read aloud. After all, this was such an important ceremony. Gu Hai had planned every word and every sentence. According to the time, almost at the same time, Gu Hai's words spread throughout the entire nation. 3 kowtows to the heavens. Kowtow! The officials in the various cities shouted. Old Master Gu has established the nation. That's great. Many thanks to Old Master Gu. Our family can survive. No, we have to call him Emperor now. Right, Emperor. Amidst the whispers, the people all knelt down. We kowtow to the heavens to accept the establishment of the Han dynasty. The people all bowed to the heavens. We kowtow to the heavens to accept the establishment of the Han dynasty. We kowtow to the heavens to accept the establishment of the Han dynasty. In hundreds of cities, countless people bowed to the heavens. The sound of the people's voices seemed to reach the heavens. Somehow, the heavens seemed to have sensed it. The entire area under Gu Hai's rule was filled with strong winds, as though it was responding to the wish to establish the nation. At the entrance of the soaring palace hall, Gu Hai kowtowed to the heavens 3 times. Solemnly. His subordinates all followed, looking extremely solemn. The dark clouds in the sky slowly dispersed. For a moment, it seemed like there was a breeze blowing from all directions. However, it was a strong wind blowing towards the heaven-suppressing divine seal. Then, it came out of the heaven-suppressing divine seal and surged towards the majestic soaring palace hall not far away. Then, the breeze rushed up into the sky and slowly circled around. Gu Hai looked over and saw that the breeze circling above the soaring palace hall seemed to have a faint golden color. Providence? Is this the providence of the people? It gathered above the soaring palace hall. Establishing a nation can indeed store providence. Gu Hai's eyes lit up. However, Gu Hai did not pay too much attention to it. Because not far away, the MC shouted again. 3 kowtows to the earth, bow, the MC shouted. We kowtow to the earth, accept the establishment of the Han dynasty. We kowtow to the earth, accept the establishment of the Han dynasty. From Hulao Pass to the hundreds of cities, nearly all the ordinary people cheered loudly. Rumble. The will of the people reached the earth, and the earth trembled slightly. The ceremony is complete. Rise. The MC shouted. Rumble. In front of the soaring palace hall, everyone stood up and looked at Gu Hai, who was on the altar. Gu Hai wore a dragon robe and looked down at all the officials below. Today, I establish the Han dynasty as the Water De dynasty. Here, I confer hundreds of officials to build the Han dynasty together with me. Gu Hai shouted. May the emperor live for 10,000 years. Long live the Han imperial dynasty. Long live. Long live. Everyone below began to cheer loudly. In the distance, the MC took out a scroll and shouted. By the will of the heavens, the emperor decrees that Guqin will be the crown prince of the Han dynasty. Guqin stepped forward, and an attendant immediately put on a robe for him. This official accepts the title of crown prince and thanks the emperor. Long live the emperor. Tang Chu will be the minister of revenue of the Han dynasty. A white-haired old man stepped forward, and an attendant immediately put on an official robe for him. This official accepts the title of Minister of Revenue. Thank you, Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. Gao Xianji will be the Han dynasty's first legion commander. Gao Xianji stepped out of the ranks and bowed respectfully. This subject, Gao Xianji, has been bestowed the position of the first army commander. Thank you, my emperor. Chen Tianshan will be the Han dynasty's second legion commander. Chen Tianshan was slightly surprised. He did not expect to be conferred the title of second legion commander. Your subject, Chen Tianshan, has been bestowed the position of second army commander. Thank you, Your Majesty. Scar will be the Han dynasty's Minister of War. This official accepts the title of Minister of War. Thank you, Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. Chen Tianshan, who was not far away, was slightly surprised. Why was Scar not conferred the title of First Legion Commander but Minister of War? However, since this was Gu Hai's decision, Chen Tianshan did not ask for more details. The conferment continued. When all the old shopkeepers following Gu Hai put on their official robes, joy appeared on their faces. This group of old shopkeepers had followed Gu Hai to conquer the world a long time ago. Gu Hai was very familiar with their abilities. Although they suddenly changed from running a business to running a country, Gu Hai believed that they could do it well. Montez will be the Han dynasty's embroidered uniform guards commander. This shout shocked Chen Tianshan, Scar, Gao Xianji, and the others. Even the countless cultivators at the peony sect that Montez threatened burst into an uproar. What? Montez? Didn't he die in the death puzzle? Gu Hai did not kill him. Doesn't he have a grudge with Gu Hai? Montez is that cold-blooded and vicious person. Gu Hai still wants to give him an official title. Did I see wrongly? Countless cultivators looked at the group of officials in disbelief. Indeed, Montez wore extremely gorgeous embroidered robes. Then, he showed a cold and stern expression as he respectfully stepped forward. This official, Montez, accepts the title of Embroidered Uniform Guards Commander. Thank the Emperor. Long live the Emperor. Montez shouted. Gasp. Montez's ferocious reputation was still very intimidating to the cultivators. Sharp intakes of breath rang out in the distance. It really is Montez. Gu Hai actually dares. Embroidered Uniform Guards Commander. What position is that? Montez? This ambitious and ruthless person actually submitted to Gu Hai. Amid the shock, the conferment of the various officials continued. Nearly everyone who followed Gu Hai had already been conferred an official title. Only Sheng Guanhen sat in a small courtyard not far away, drinking alone. "Milord, why didn't you?" A subordinate standing at the side asked with a frown. Sheng Guanhen shook his head and smiled. His Majesty was going to confer me the title of Legion Commander. However, I will only follow him for 20 years. I told him not to confer a position on me, just to let me stay in Elite Hall's water division in name. Yes. That subordinate nodded in confusion. Chapter 168. It took 4 hours for all the officials to be conferred their titles. Of course, they were all important officials. Some of the minor officials were not conferred their titles yet. At the end of the conferment, Gu Hai carefully rolled up the golden thread scroll. Then, he held the golden thread scroll in one hand and the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal in the other as he slowly walked down the altar. Then, he slowly walked to the soaring palace hall. The officials followed behind Gu Hai and slowly walked into the main hall. The large hall was more than 30 meters tall, and the interior was extremely spacious. There was a tall platform in the north. Gu Hai slowly walked up the steps to the tall platform in the north. A golden dragon throne was placed on the tall platform, looking extremely exquisite. Earlier, the Master of Ceremonies delivered the official conferment edict. The Master placed the edict on a table at the side. Gu Hai grabbed the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal and slowly placed it on the edict. Boom! The heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal's seal indicated that this conferment was effective. Gu Hai looked at the 2 rows of officials and slowly sat on the dragon throne. Greetings, His Majesty. Long live His Majesty. Long live His Majesty, the officials shouted. In the divine continent outside an extremely luxurious large hall, Long Wanqing and Venerable Lu Nian slowly came out of the large hall. Venerable, what is maternal grandfather's attitude? Long Wanqing showed a complicated expression. Hall Master, His Holiness will make a decision. Just wait patiently, Venerable Lu Nian said bitterly. How could Venerable Lu Nian dare to say anything when they just left? Even if Venerable Lu Nian said anything, Dai Qiansheng, who was inside, would hear it clearly. Gu Hai should have established a nation by now, right? I wonder if it is a mundane kingdom or a dynasty. Long Wanqing said with a frown. A mundane kingdom? Ha! I think that Gu Hai is not interested in it. He should have directly announced it to the world and established a dynasty. However, Gu Hai's accumulations are too shallow. Even if he established a dynasty, it would be the weakest one, Venerable Lu Nian said bitterly. The weakest dynasty? Long Wanqing frowned slightly. The weakest, as weak as an ordinary kingdom. How much territory does he have? How many citizens does he have? How many experts did he have? Not to mention dynasties, if not for Gu Hai, given the national strength of his dynasty, even a small spiritual beast tribe would be able to destroy it, not to mention a dynasty. A slightly stronger kingdom would be able to crush Gu Hai's dynasty. Only in the barren, barren land of the Thousand Islands Sea, would Gu Hai have this opportunity? Venerable Lun Yen said bitterly. At the very least, it's an empire. Long Wanqing shook her head. The two of them slowly left the hall. In the hall, two voices slowly sounded. His Holiness, this is the information from the Thousand Islands Sea. It's about Gu Hai. An extremely respectful voice sounded. After a moment of silence, a dignified voice slowly sounded, Gu Hai. This is rather interesting. Where is Li Xinji now? The voice from the Daiqianshan came again. Ever since His Holiness dismissed him, he has been roaming the world. Recently, he seems to be fishing for turtles in the Northern Sea. The extremely respectful voice rang out. Fishing for turtles? Humph. Send my orders. Have him reorganize the Shinji battalion within 3 months. The voice from the Daiqianshan came again. Yes. Above the vast sea north of the Thousand Islands Sea, dark clouds covered the sky. Boom. A loud sound rang out, and an overwhelming tsunami soared into the sky. The tsunami tossed a large number of whales into the air. Amid the flashing lightning and roaring thunder, a colossal object appeared on the surface of the sea. It was a gigantic tortoise, about 1,500 meters long. The entire sea seemed to obey its orders. Roar! The gigantic tortoise roared, and boundless seawater soared into the sky, enveloping a figure in the center. Boom! A loud sound rang out from the center of the water, and a purple-robed man shot out. The purple-robed man held what looked like a golden tortoise shell in his hand as he threw a palm strike. When the purple-robed man threw a palm strike, a 1,500 meters wide manifested palm pressed down. It looked like it would flatten the entire sea as it clashed with the gigantic tortoise. Roar! Boom! The gigantic tortoise's palm struck, and the two palms clashed. A surging storm kicked up in the air. The storm instantly appeared, and the chaotic air currents formed 4 tornadoes that wildly sucked in seawater. Ha 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 ha. Miao Chen, I'll keep this Xuanwu golden armor for now. Like I said before, if you are willing to submit to me, I'll return this Xuanwu golden armor to you. Ha ha ha. The purple-robed man soared into the sky, fleeing into the distance. Li Xinji, you thief. Stop right there. Roar. The gigantic tortoise, Miao Chen, roared as it gave chase. The surging seawater seemed to heed its orders, surging into the sky with it. The purple-robed man turned his head with pride in his eyes. Then, he threw another palm strike with the flip of his hand. Boom! When man and tortoise clashed, they immediately moved some distance apart. The purple-robed man soared into the sky, looking like a flying ship hidden in the clouds. Bang! Li Xinji landed on the flying ship and said, "Let's go." Yes. The attendant on the flying ship answered. Whoosh! The flying ship immediately turned into a beam of light and flew far away. Li Xinji, you despicable person. Roar! The gigantic tortoise, Miao Chen, raised its head and roared above the sea. The surrounding seawater soared into the sky, and countless fish flew up and fell back down. Rumble! After a while, the sea calmed down due to the gigantic tortoise, Miao Chen. Buzz! Miao Chen's figure flashed, and he turned into a large man wearing embroidered robes. Then, he looked coldly in the direction that Li Xinji left in. A group of subordinates slowly appeared behind Miao Chen. These subordinates respectfully stood behind Miao Chen. Elder Miao, this subordinate is incompetent. Unexpectedly, Li Xinji is so sinister. To think that he came for the golden sovereign armor. One of the subordinates said with an unsightly expression. Miao Chen looked into the distance and said with a sullen expression, a prime fell. However, the prime's shard cannot be desecrated. No matter who it is, anyone who dares to stain the golden sovereign armor will die. Li Xinji is gone. What should we do now? Guard the sea palace well. I can sense the golden sovereign armor's location. He will not be able to escape. Humph. Miao Chen glared. Yes. Whoosh. As Miao Chen stepped forward, his figure flashed as he shot into the distance. On the flying ship, Li Shinji held a golden shard in his hand and carefully inspected it. Li Shinji looked somewhat similar to Li Haoran. Although he was Li Haoran's uncle, he looked younger and skinnier. His hands were long and slender, making him look like a youth in his 20s. However, his eyes exuded a sinister air. Clan head, is this Xuanwu's golden sovereign armor? One of the subordinates looked at the golden shard in Li Shinji's hand curiously. Xuanwu's golden sovereign armor. Back then, when Prime Xuanwu suffered the wrath of heaven, his entire body exploded. This is just a shard of his tortoise shell. Prime Xuanwu. Ha! Back then, he defied heaven together with Old Man Guanqi. Unfortunately, he failed. Old Man Guanqi suffered the wrath of heaven, and the Sky Chess Pavilion was nearly wiped out. As an accomplice, he naturally did not end up well. Prime Xuanwu. Prime Xuanwu. Rumor had it that his tortoise shell was the strongest defense in the world. The strongest defense? So what? Didn't it shatter before the wrath of heaven? Li Shinji said with a cold smile. As Li Shinji grabbed Xuanwu's golden sovereign armor, he gently waved his hand. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a cloud of mist condensed in the surroundings. Oh! That's right. This tortoise shell can call the wind and summon the rain, summoning clouds and water. Li Shinji said in surprise. Family head, I heard that 800 years ago, after the fall of the Black Tortoise Paragon, the Turtle Snake tribe also suffered a great calamity and fell apart. Many experts scattered to the four corners of the Divine Continent. Many of the Turtle Snake tribe were captured to be the guardian beasts of some sects. Humph. The winner is king, and the loser is a bandit. It is already pretty good to be able to survive. However, this Miao Chen lives alone in the Northern Sea, unwilling to enter the Divine Continent. He is rather stubborn. However, it does not matter. I will slowly subdue him. A golden light flashed in Li Shinji's eyes. Oh, right. Haoran left the capital. Li Shinji asked. Yes. I heard that he took the initiative to go to the Thousand Island Sea. He said that he was going to protect Long Wanqing. That subordinate nodded. Long Wanqing. The elite hall master. The Thousand Island Sea. Foolish. Foolish. Li Shinji said with narrowed eyes. Ah. Does he not know about the death of the elite hall master Long Xiaoye? The waters here are extraordinarily deep. Would he dare to get involved in this? Furthermore, the Thousand Island Sea. The Thousand Island Sea. Although they are all unranked sets, does he not know that that used to be the Sky Chess Pavilion's territory? That is the land of the wrath of heaven, a forbidden land. Old Man Guanqi might be dead, but that old man definitely has countless schemes. Any one of those schemes can consign them to eternal damnation. Humph. Li Shinji said coldly. Ah. What should we do, then? Quickly send a message to him and tell him to scram back immediately. The waters of the Thousand Island Sea are not something he can explore. Li Shinji said coldly. Ah. Yes. This subordinate will immediately send the message when I return. Speaking of the Thousand Island Sea, it seems that the Thousand Island Sea has a Xuanwu as well, right? Li Shinji asked with a frown. Yes. However, this Xuanwu already split. Xuanwu is a combination of a tortoise and a snake. This Xuanwu seems to be a tortoise and a snake. They seem to be constantly fighting over resources, wanting to evolve into a dragon. Evolve into a dragon? Ha! When Prime Xuanwu was alive, who in the Xuanwu race would want to evolve into a dragon? A dragon is a dragon. Xuanwu is Xuanwu. The Xuanwu is no weaker than the dragon race. Li Shinji said with a cold smile. This subordinate doesn't understand either. There's nothing you don't understand. When Prime Xuanwu died, the god of the Xuanwu race was also extinguished by the heavens. When the god of a race is extinguished, the race will only decline. Who knows how many tens of thousands of years it will take for a new god to be born. Ha! Have the Xuanwu race started to give up on their race? It's truly an unstoppable decline. Li Xinji said coldly. Whoosh! The flying ship flew quickly. 10 days later, it finally arrived at a piece of land. Soon, the flying ship landed in front of a group of palaces. At this moment, a group of people wearing mourning clothes knelt outside the palaces. Many of them were crying and complaining. Uncle, I implore you to avenge Big Brother. Uncle, my big brother died so miserably. Patriarch, Haren was killed by a vile person. He died so miserably. Patriarch, I implore you to avenge Haren. Cries and wails sounded outside Li Xinji's flying ship. On the flying ship, Li Xinji's pupils suddenly shrank when he saw a crude coffin lying in the center of the group of people crying and kneeling. Chapter 169. In the main hall of the Li residence. Li Xinji sat on the main seat with his right hand on the tiger head chair. He stared coldly at a Xinji battalion disciple and listened to him. The crude coffin was placed in the middle of the main hall. Everyone stood respectfully at his feet. You're saying that Gu Hai killed Haren? Li Xinji narrowed his eyes. Yes, yes. The Xinji battalion disciple braced himself and said. Ha ha ha, Xinji battalion, Xinji battalion. I gave it to Li Haoren, and you're the one who taught it. How dare you lie to me in front of me? Li Xinji said coldly. I didn't. The Xinji battalion disciple gritted his teeth and said. Uncle, it was Gu Hai who killed Big Brother. A well-dressed man said. Second young master is right. Another 2 Xinji battalion disciples echoed. Li Haoren smiled coldly and pointed at them. You, and you. Men, drag them out and behead them in the square. Yes. A group of subordinates walked over immediately. Uncle, what are you doing? The second young master exclaimed. Patriarch, why do you want to kill me? Why do you want to kill me? The 3 people who were dragged out exclaimed. However, Li Xinji had already ordered his subordinates to drag the 3 people out. Second young master, help! Second young master, help! The 3 people exclaimed. The second young master was also shocked. Patriarch, I was wrong. It was the second young master who asked me to say this. It was the second young master who asked me to say this. Patriarch, please spare us. The 3 people who were dragged out screamed in horror. However, Li Xinji had already ordered them, so no one dared to plead for mercy. Behead! A loud shout came from outside the hall. Ah! 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 The 3 screams sounded, and everyone in the main hall trembled. Uncle! The second young master said with an ugly expression. Li Xinji turned his head and said indifferently, Tomorrow, leave everything behind and go to the North Sea to guard the island. The second young master's face was ashen, and he wanted to beg for mercy. But the person beside him immediately pulled him back and whispered, Second young master, it's true that you helped the eldest young master vent his anger, but you deceived the patriarch. The fact that the patriarch didn't sentence you to death is already a blessing. Second young master raised his head to look. As expected, Li Xinji's eyes were filled with iciness. Startled, he didn't dare to say anything more. Li Xinji coldly glanced at everyone in the hall. All right. Now, who is going to describe what happened to Li Haoren in the Thousand Island Sea? Li Xinji demanded coldly. Then, the surviving Xinji battalion disciples described everything in detail. This time, there was no deviation, no details big or small. Li Shenji listened quietly, his fingers gently tapping the armrest of the tiger-headed chair as he narrowed his eyes. After the narration, the main hall fell silent. Everyone looked at Li Shenji. The mastermind? Li Haoran. You really know how to get into trouble. Princess Xiaoyu actually died at your hands? Ha! A cold light flashed in Li Shenji's eyes. Li Shenji slowly stood up and walked to the coffin. Whoosh! The coffin lid opened, and cold air came out of it. Clearly, it was used to preserve the corpse. Li Shenji carefully examined Li Haoran's corpse. His head was gone from the explosion, and his body was riddled with wounds. However, his arms were withered. Li Shenji slowly picked up a bone, a grave look flashing in his eyes. His bone marrow was extracted clean. Li Shenji frowned. Patriarch, no matter what, big brother's death is related to Gu Hai. Second brother was confused by anger. Another man shouted. Gu Hai. Li Shenji narrowed his eyes. Li Shenji, receive the decree. Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside the main hall. Everyone's expression changed. Li Shenji also quickly walked out of the main hall. He saw a man wearing an official's robe standing on a giant crane, looking out of the main hall. This commoner Li Shenji greets the heavenly envoy. Long live His Holiness. Li Shenji immediately bowed respectfully. His Holiness's decree, Li Shenji, within 3 months, reorganize the Shenji battalion. Listen to His Holiness's orders. Solemnly, the official on the giant crane said to Li Shenji. Yes, I receive the decree. Li Shenji bowed respectfully. At this moment, the official smiled. Congratulations, Lord Li. Lord Li, in 3 months, please bring your Shenji battalion to the capital to meet the emperor. I will also take my leave. Safe journey, my lord. Li Shenji replied. Screech. The giant crane let out a long screech, carrying the official and soaring into the sky. Patriarch, have you been reinstated? Patriarch, as long as you give the order, your troops will rush back immediately. Patriarch, has His Holiness forgiven you? Everyone was overjoyed, as if they didn't care about Li Haoran's death. Where is the divine strategy token? Li Shenji asked calmly. It was taken by Gu Hai. Solemnly, a Shenji battalion disciple said. Gu Hai again. It seems like before I go to the capital, I have to meet this Gu Hai. Li Shenji's eyes turned cold, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The Han Dynasty. Soaring Palace Hall. Gu Hai wore a flat imperial crown and a black dragon robe. He sat on the dragon throne and looked coldly at the 2 rows of officials. The left row was Gu Qin and a group of old shopkeepers, while the right row was Gao Xianji, Chen Tianshan, Scar, Montez, and other newcomers. Pa! Gu Hai slapped the armrest of the dragon throne and looked coldly at the group of officials on the left row. The expressions of the group of officials changed. The Han Dynasty has just been established for less than a month. There is actually news that someone is selling official positions and titles. As long as one has money, one can buy an official position. Gu Hai looked coldly at the group of officials. Your Majesty, the Dahan's territory is too large, and there are too many vacancies. We need people for many positions. Although we have a large number of talents, it is still not enough. The various regions only thought of this method to quickly run the administration. We can quickly run the administration and increase the national treasury as soon as possible. An official said, bracing himself. The ones buying positions are your family members, right? Increase the national treasury as soon as possible? Do we need you to increase the national treasury? Gu Hai said coldly. The group of officials immediately did not dare to speak. Imperial Father, after obtaining such a large territory in such a short time, we do not have enough manpower. We cannot run the administration in many places. Gu Qin sighed and pleaded for mercy for the group of old shopkeepers. If you cannot run the administration, then stop. Didn't I tell you to prepare for the imperial examinations? Isn't it fine to use the imperial examinations to select talents? Gu Hai said. Gu Qin lowered his head. Montez. Gu Hai said. Yes, Your Majesty. Montez stepped forward. It has been a month. How is the establishment of the embroidered uniform guard? Gu Hai asked. We have already recruited 3,000 people. They are not elites, but we can slowly optimize them. The embroidered uniform guard can operate for the time being. Montez said. Good. I will give you 1 9 Dragons medallion. Investigate every city. Punish those who sell official positions, take bribes, form cliques, or cause trouble for the people according to the laws of the Han nation. Everywhere you go, you will receive the 9 Dragons medallion as if I am there personally, Gu Hai said seriously as he handed over a medallion. Yes, Your Majesty. Montez took the token. He stepped back. The expressions of the old officials at the side froze, and they sighed softly. However, no one realized that a rain of blood was about to start. Scar. Yes, Your Majesty. Scar stepped forward respectfully. Mobilize the troops in each city and fully cooperate with the embroidered uniform guard in this operation. Gu Hai said. Yes, Your Majesty. Scar answered. How are the negotiations going with the other 5 mundane regions on 9-5 Island? Gu Hai looked at Gu Qin. Reporting to Imperial Father, the negotiations with 3 mundane regions went very smoothly. However, the other 2 did not. We have been holding on to hope. Gu Qin said with a frown. Chen Tianshan. Yes, Your Majesty. You will lead the various border armies and start opening up the mountain paths. Open up all the mundane regions on 9-5 Island. First, open up the paths to the 2 regions that do not submit to my Han royal dynasty. At the same time, you will take charge of collecting the 3 regions that submit to my Dahan, Gu Hai said. Yes, Your Majesty. Gao Xianji. Yes, Your Majesty. I need a batch of elite troops. You can choose from all the soldiers in the world. The first batch of 800,000 elite troops will be expanded into the First Legion. You will train them and use these 2 mundane regions as the battlefield. I need an invincible army. The enemy does not have an innate expert participating in this battle. You are not allowed to have one. I hope that in the future, the Han royal dynasty's strength lies not only in strong generals but also in a strong army. Gu Hai said. Yes, Your Majesty. Gao Xianji answered. Many government decrees were passed through the royal court. Now, Gu Hai made all the decisions arbitrarily. No one questioned any of his decrees. Reporting to Your Majesty, Shengguan Hen requests an audience. A guard said respectfully outside the hall. Oh. Summon him. Gu Hai said, feeling suspicious. Shengguan Hen was not willing to accept an official position in the Han royal dynasty. Gu Hai felt helpless. Now that Shao Chen requested an audience during the royal court, there must be something important. When Shengguan Hen walked into the hall, 2 rows of officials looked over in confusion. Your Majesty, Yao Jingtian is outside the hall. He seems to have bad news. Shengguan Hen said solemnly. Oh. Yao Jingtian. Gu Hai revealed a trace of confusion. Yao Jingtian was the divine beast Baxia. Before the founding of the nation, Baxia asked Gu Hai to solve the Go puzzle on its tortoise shell and gave Gu Hai the heavenly dynasty outline. Yao Jingtian also promised Gu Hai that he would do his best to help if Gu Hai needed it. Gu Hai was very grateful to Yao Jingtian. After all, although the heavenly dynasty outline was not precious in the divine continent, it was something that Gu Hai needed. Without putting on airs, Gu Hai stepped off the dragon throne and slowly followed Shengguan Hen out of the hall. The officials followed behind Gu Hai. Outside the hall, Yao Zhengtian stood in the plaza and smiled at Gu Hai. Congratulations to Mr. Good, no, congratulations to Emperor Dehan. Once the nation is established, it will be an empire. Yao Zhengtian said with a smile. Mr. Yao is too kind. May I ask why Mr. Yao is here today? Gu Hai asked. Yao Zhengtian's expression turned solemn. Last time, when Mr. Good founded the nation, this one was delayed by some matters and could not come. I hope Mr. Good can forgive me. This time, however, I am here to bring bad news. I hope it will be useful to Mr. Good. Oh. Gu Hai said, feeling puzzled. Back then, when news of Mr. Good obtaining the century lifespan immortality peach spread, countless innate realm and golden core realm cultivators of the Thousand Island Sea rushed over. Now, Mr. Good obtained the dragon vein. This item is even more enticing than the century lifespan immortality peach. On the various islands, some of the Yuanying State's island lords, sect masters, and sovereigns can no longer sit still and are rushing over to 9-5 Island with all their might. Not long ago, I received news that 20 sects from the Yuanying State have formed an alliance and are preparing to snatch Mr. Good's dragon vein. Oh. 20 Yuanying State. Gu Hai's expression sank. Right after Gu Hai finished speaking, Yao Zhengtian's expression suddenly changed. He revealed a bitter expression as he said, "It looks like this old man is still too late. They are already here." Then, he saw 20 beams of light shooting over from the south. Wherever they went, they kicked up a strong wind. Boom! The 20 beams of light suddenly stopped in front of the soaring palace hall, and a strong wind blew in all directions. Gu Hai looked up and coldly eyed the 20 figures that suddenly appeared in the air. Chapter 170. Above the soaring palace hall in the Han royal dynasty a gentle breeze blew, and their clothes fluttered. At this moment, 20 men and women with different expressions were looking coldly at the soaring palace plaza. When they saw Gu Hai, their expressions sank. After all, when news spread throughout the Thousand Island Sea, Gu Hai's ferocious reputation spread as well. He destroyed the 5 large sects and even defeated Li Haoran. Golden Core Realm. No one cared about Gu Hai's cultivation anymore. Otherwise, the 20 Yuanying State cultivators would not have formed an alliance. Archers. Immediately, a guard in the square shouted. A large number of guards quickly raised their bows. Gu Hai slowly raised his hand and stopped all the attacks. Gu Qin, who was at the side, silently retreated to the back. Everyone, you have come from afar. What can I do for you? Gu Hai asked coldly. The 20 cultivators looked at the plaza. When they saw Yao Zhengtian, they brushed past him as if they did not know him. The leading white-clad man stared at Gu Hai and said, "Mr. Good, I am the sect master of the 8-6 Islands Grand Origin sect. Today, I heard that Mr. Good obtained a dragon vein. Is that true? What is there to ask? He is now a dynasty. Without the dragon vein, he cannot establish a dynasty. The dragon vein is in his imperial seal." A cultivator at the side shouted. Gu Hai smiled faintly and said, "That's right. I obtained the dragon vein. Why did everyone come here without notice? Hand over the dragon vein. We will spare your life." "Right, hand over the dragon vein." Amid the cries of the crowd, the leading white-clad man waved his hand and stopped them from speaking. "Mr. Good, the dragon vein belongs to the virtuous. We came here today for the dragon vein. We hope that Mr. Good will stop hiding it," the white-clad man said with a smile. Gu Hai smiled coldly and said, "Everyone, do you know what happened to my 9-5 island sects?" "Huh?" Everyone felt slightly stunned. "Today, you came to snatch my dragon vein. Have you ever thought about my revenge? In the future, I'll visit all 20 of your sects one by one. Do you believe that I won't slaughter all 20 of your sects?" Gu Hai glared. Everyone's expression changed, and one of them said with his eyelids twitching, deceiving people with lies, let's attack together and kill him. Huh? After obtaining the dragon vein, would all the sects still merge? Am I wrong? I'll slaughter them one by one. Can you guys stop me? Gu Hai said coldly. Gu Hai's cold shout made the 20 Yuanying state soldiers hesitate. Their earlier ferocious momentum seemed to weaken significantly in an instant. One of the cultivators even glanced at Yao Jingtian. Yao Jingtian narrowed his eyes. That person immediately looked at Gu Hai. Humph, Gu Hai, you still want to slaughter our sect? You won't have a chance. We won't give you a chance. Fellow Taoists, we agreed to advance and retreat together. Kill Gu Hai, and his dynasty is nothing. That's right. Capture Gu Hai. Xing! 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 Everyone immediately drew their weapons. Whoosh! Just at this moment, a surging fog suddenly covered the surroundings. Oh no! The 28-line pair whirled ritual array. Someone exclaimed. Everyone immediately charged at Gu Hai. Yao Jingtian stared at Gu Hai. However, Gu Hai stood with his hands behind his back, not moving at all. What's with this ritual array? Yao Jingtian showed a confused expression. Boom! Suddenly, the fog covered the surroundings. The 20 Yuanying state soldiers charging over suddenly lost their bearings. What's going on? Where are they? I can't find the direction either. Fly up. Fly up. Ah! That's not going up. The Yuanying state soldiers exclaimed in the fog. I have the strength to pick up mountains, and my spirit is unparalleled. I have the strength to pick up mountains, and my spirit is unparalleled. It was as if 20 Xiang Yes were shouting at the same time. 20 loud sounds were heard at the same time. Boom, 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 boom. A series of screams were heard. All the officials widened their eyes. These were immortals who could fly in the sky. How could they be screaming so tragically? The emperor didn't move. What was going on? Montez also stared at Gu Hai with his eyes wide open. 20 Yuanying state soldiers. Although they looked like trash like Song Pingsheng, they were still from the Yuanying state. How could they be trapped so easily? Ah, don't kill me, Mr. Yao, Mr. Yao. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard from the fog. Mr. Yao. Outside the Great Hall, many officials' expressions changed as they looked at Yao Jingtian. At this moment, Yao Jingtian suddenly struck a palm at Gu Hai. His palm carried a powerful force as if he wanted to kill Gu Hai with one strike. Boom! With a loud boom, the earth shook violently. Gu Hai had taken out the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal at some point in time and charged at Yao Jingtian. At the same time, it pressed down. Boom! Yao Jingtian's energy palm shattered and was instantly suppressed by the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. What? How did you? Yao Jingtian's expression changed as he cried out in shock. Why would I guard against you, right? Gu Hai suddenly sneered. As Yao Jingtian stared at Gu Hai, disbelief flashed in his eyes. He was supposed to ambush Gu Hai. How did Gu Hai end up ambushing him instead? Under the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal, Yao Jingtian tried to take human form. However, the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal seemed to instantly weigh 1,000,000 tons, immobilizing Yao Jingtian. My heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal hides a dragon vein. The dragon vein is as heavy as 9-5 Island, and this is not even considering the suppressive force of my divine imperial seal. Ha! Yao Jingtian, you really schemed well. You used 20 Yuanying state to distract me and then ambush me from behind. If I had not been on guard against you, you would have succeeded earlier. Gu Hai said coldly. Why? Why were you on guard against me? Why were you on guard against me? Also, how did 20 Yuanying state get trapped in the ritual array so easily? This shouldn't have happened. This shouldn't have happened. I was prepared to work with you to deal with them. Why didn't everything go according to plan? Yao Jingtian suddenly roared in shock. Boom, 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 boom. Suddenly, a series of loud sounds rang out, and the 20 Yuanying state were knocked into the ground. The clouds in the surroundings slowly dispersed. When the clouds dispersed, one could see 20 badly mutilated figures sprawled on the ground. Their bodies were riddled with wounds, and their bones were shattered. Their eyes were filled with unwillingness. There was a bloody hole in their dantians. Everyone seemed to have aged immensely in an instant. Guqin slowly walked over from not far away from these 20 people. Imperial Father, these 20 invaders have all been captured. Your son has already destroyed their dantians. They have all been destroyed. Guqin said respectfully. Was it the Crown Prince? Was it the Crown Prince who set up the ritual array? The group of officials exclaimed in shock. Montez looked at Guqin, and his eyelids twitched. This unassuming Crown Prince of Dahan. 20 nascent soul realm cultivators had all fallen at his hands. Previously, Montez was confident that he was the strongest person in Dahan aside from Gu Hai. However, when he looked at Guqin, he felt a chill in his heart. What kind of ritual array was that? 20 Yuanying state. Although they were the weakest Yuanying state and none of them were a match for him, he did not dare to face 20 of them head-on. However, in the blink of an eye, all of them were destroyed by Guqin. Old man Guanqi's legacy. Montez was shocked. Everyone had seen how powerful Gu Hai was, but they had overlooked Guqin. He had inherited old man Guanqi's legacy. No one knew what the legacy was. However, he was only in the innate realm. How could he destroy 20 Yuanying state in the blink of an eye? Montez looked at Guqin in horror. Imperial Father, how should we deal with these 20 invaders? Guqin asked. Nail them to the mountain wall outside the palace. Let anyone else see that this is the fate of those who offend Dahan. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes. Guqin answered. Old man Guanqi's legacy. Cough, cough, cough. I understand now. Ha ha ha. Gu Hai, I still underestimated your Han royal dynasty. However, I do not understand. Why were you on guard against me? I sneak attacked you from behind, but you were already on guard against me? Yao Jingtian said in dissatisfaction. However, Gu Hai smiled coldly and said, since you came to my Han royal dynasty, naturally, someone would report to me immediately. Don't you find it strange? Why did you inform Shangguan Hen first, and then let Shanghai Hen inform me? Huh? Shangguan Hen. Yao Jingtian looked at Shanghai Hen in confusion. Montez, Guqin, and the others looked at Shanghai Hen in shock. That's right. Why did Shanghai Hen come to report earlier? Bring them up. Shanghai Hen said coldly. Soon, a group of guards brought up a pile of bones that were 1,500 meters long. Mr. Yao, do you recognize them? Whose bones are these? Gu Hai asked with a cold smile. These are the flood dragon Fu Shui. Yao Jingtian's expression changed. The dragon Fu Shui's bones from the peony sect, which the bone saber swallowed until only bones remained? I did not expect this. Mr. Yao, Fu Shui, you two are actually one. Xuanwu. Tortoise snake. The tortoise body and snake body separated, both trying to evolve into dragons. The tortoise body evolved into the dragon head tortoise body Baxia, and the snake body evolved into a flood dragon? Ha! You are one in the first place, with the same goal of transforming into a dragon. If Fu Shui wants the dragon vein, how can you not want it? Gu Hai said coldly. How did you know? Yao Jingtian exclaimed in shock. If not for Shangguan Hen's reminder, I would have been fooled by your appearance. You knew that it was difficult to obtain the dragon vein, that you could not obtain it at all. However, you knew that I could solve the 29-line pair world Go puzzle, so you befriended me, hoping that I could obtain the dragon vein and snatch it from me. You left the sea demons in my residence not to send messages but to monitor me. Gu Hai looked at Yao Jingtian coldly. How did you know? Yao Jingtian exclaimed in horror. Shang Guanhen discovered it. He saw you before and saw this dragon bone. He discovered that the two of you actually have the same aura. When he told me at first, I did not believe him, so I asked him to confirm it. Earlier, when he came to report to me that you were here, he secretly reminded me that he had already confirmed it. You and Fu Shui are one. Xuanwu. Ha! Instead of being a Xuanwu, you want to evolve into a dragon? Gu Hai said coldly. Shangguanhen. Shangguanhen. That's impossible. My aura and Fu Shui's are worlds apart. How did you discover it? Yao Jingtian stared at Shangguanhen in disbelief. However, Shangguanhen looked at Gu Hai and said, Your Majesty, this subordinate would like to request for this Baxia from Your Majesty. Oh. Yao Jingtian deceived Your Majesty back then. Back then, the tortoise shell that sealed the dragon vein was not left behind by Yao Jingtian's father but the ancient tortoise shell of the Xuanwu clan. This is useful to this subordinate. I earnestly request that Your Majesty bestow Yao Jingtian to me. Shangguanhen said solemnly. Permitted. Gu Hai nodded. However, Shangguanhen slowly walked over to Yao Jingtian. Yao Jingtian stared at Shangguanhen in confusion. Then, he saw Shangguanhen suddenly place his hand on Yao Jingtian's forehead. Yao Jingtian's expression suddenly changed. This aura, you are actually. Boom. When Shangguanhen placed his hand on Yao Jingtian's forehead, Yao Jingtian's eyes rolled back, and he lost all signs of life. Rumble. However, Yao Jingtian seemed to be about to transform into a gigantic Baxia. Shangguanhen formed a few hand seals. Buzz. The gigantic Baxia's body suddenly shrunk until it was only the size of a palm. Gu Hai waved his hand and put away the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. Then, he looked at Shangguanhen in surprise. Shangguanhen slowly put the shrunken Baxia's body into his sleeve. The officials were shocked. Montez's eyelids twitched when he saw Shangguanhen's actions. Even he was no match for Yao Jingtian. It was one thing for him to be suppressed by the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal, but where did this Shangguanhen come from? Why did he deal with him as if he was dealing with a chicken? Apart from Gu Qin, how could there be such a freak in the Han dynasty? How many more secrets are there that I don't know? Montez felt even more shocked. A crisis was resolved in the blink of an eye. All right, the court session is dismissed. Gu Hai said. Long live the emperor. Long live the emperor. The officials bowed respectfully. Montez felt shocked. At this moment, the officials' hearts were in turmoil. Respectfully sending off Gu Hai, the biggest winner of 9-5 Island, the Han dynasty, the supreme ruler of 9-5 Island. Chapter 171. As Yao Jingtian said, the temptation of the dragon vein quickly spread to the nearby islands. Some of the experts from the Yuanying state could no longer sit still. They all came out of closed-door cultivation and headed to 9-5 Island. When they first arrived, the Yuanying state experts were very aggressive. They thought that Gu Hai was at most a golden core realm cultivator and only relied on the crimson saber to cheat. As long as they found the right opportunity, they would be able to capture Gu Hai alive. However, when the various experts arrived outside the Han dynasty's imperial palace, nearly all of them instantly lost their momentum. Countless cultivators surrounded a tall mountain outside the imperial palace. A large number of mortal soldiers were stationed around the mountain. Naturally, the cultivators did not care about these soldiers. However, the scene on the mountain wall made the hearts of the countless cultivators race. He saw 60 extremely wretched people nailed to a mountain wall. Some of them were already dead, roasted by the sun. Some of them were still alive, but their dantians were destroyed. Their entire bodies were crippled, and they were nailed to the mountain wall. Is that the sect master of the 86 Islands Taiyuan sect? He is an expert from the Yuanying state. Is that the Yuanying state of the 89 Island? Ah, they are all. Are they all from the Yuanying state? The cultivators observing the mountain wall were from the Yuanying state, Golden Core Realm, and Innate Realm. All of them sucked in cold breaths as they looked at the mountain wall. Ah! Master, why are you here? A Golden Core Realm cultivator looked in shock at the white-clothed man who suddenly appeared beside him. The white-clothed man's eyelids twitched as he said, "Your senior brother went back to report to me that Gu Hai obtained a dragon vein. The dragon vein is very useful to my sect. Your other 3 martial uncles will be here soon." What happened here? Master, there have been a lot of people trying to get the dragon's vein these days. Some tried to force their way into the Dahan Imperial Palace, while others tried to sneak into the Dahan Imperial Palace. All of them ended up like this. There are already 60 Yuanying state cultivators. Oh, we caught another 5 over there. Look, Master, look over there. Only the Yuanying state has the right to be nailed to this wall. The golden elixir cultivator pointed at a spot not far away. Only the Yuanying state is qualified. The white-clothed man turned his head with an unsightly expression. Indeed, a group of Han royal dynasty guards brought the crippled nascent soul realm cultivator to the cliff. Then, they nailed him to the cliff with long nails. Master, are you and the 3 Shirshu still preparing to go? The Jin Dan turned to look at the white-clothed male. The white-clothed man's face stiffened. He really wanted to slap this insensible disciple to death. Outside the 1,000 Islands, on a sea. Boom! Once again, a monstrous tsunami swept up. Li Shenji stood on the flying ship with a purple-gold longbow in his hand. Pang! The bowstring returned to its original position, and 20 rainbow-like arrows rained down like meteors toward the huge tortoise on the sea. Roar! The huge tortoise roared and opened its shell. A tortoise shell-shaped shield blocked the arrows. Boom, 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 boom. The rain of arrows collided with the shield and exploded with a loud bang. Li Shenji narrowed his eyes. Miao Chen, you are really persistent. You can sense the Xuanwu golden armor. You actually chased me all the way here. The Xuanwu golden armor is the sacred artifact of my clan. You have tarnished the Xuanwu golden armor. I will chase you to the ends of the world. Humph. I will immediately spread the news to all corners of the world. Anyone who respects the supremacy as much as I do will see you as an enemy. Li Shenji, you and the Xuanwu clan will not rest until one of us is dead. Miao Chen roared. Old lunatic, Prime Xuanwu died 800 years ago. Why are you still loyal? Li Shenji retorted coldly. Roar! Miao Chen roared and charged at Li Shenji. As Miao Chen charged over, he brought with him surging seawater, looking like he wanted to fill the world. Humph! Let's go. Don't waste time with this old lunatic. Li Shenji said coldly. As Miao Chen spoke, he drew his bow again. 20 arrows rained down on the huge tortoise like a meteor shower. However, Miao Chen's subordinates quickly steered the flying ship away. Boom! The 20 arrows rained down on the huge tortoise again, causing water to fill the air. Roar! Stop right there, Li Shenji. Return my Xuanwu golden armor. Miao Chen roared while glaring. Whoosh! The flying ship was too fast, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Boom! Boundless water suddenly fell. Miao Chen turned into a stout man again. Then, he looked coldly at the flying ship that had already reached the horizon. Humph! You can't escape. Miao Chen was about to give chase when he suddenly raised his eyebrows and stopped. The Thousand Island Sea. This is the Thousand Island Sea. Miao Chen showed an unsightly expression, hesitating on whether to enter or not. After a long silence, Miao Chen took a deep breath and charged into the Thousand Island Sea. On the cliff outside the imperial palace of the Han dynasty, at this moment, 80 Yuanying state cultivators had been nailed to the cliff. At this moment, the enthusiasm of the cultivators for the dragon vein finally died down. Every time their enthusiasm flared up, they would see what happened to the 80 Yuanying state cultivators, and their enthusiasm would be extinguished. More and more cultivators were arriving from all over the Thousand Island Sea. At the soaring palace hall's royal assembly, Gu Hai sat on the dragon throne, listening to the daily affairs. Reporting to your majesty, although the crown prince captured all the thieves who barged into the imperial palace, more cultivators are gathering outside. With so many cultivators, it is easy for chaos to break out. Indeed. Your majesty, there have already been 10 odd fights. There are too many people. Conservatively speaking, close to 200,000 cultivators from all over the Thousand Island Sea have gathered outside the imperial palace of the Han dynasty. Your majesty, these cultivators have been gathering for a long time and are not friendly. They are very unsettling. A group of officials complained. Gu Qin. Gu Hai called out. Your son is here. Gu Qin stepped forward. How are the preparations going? Gu Hai asked. Reporting to Imperial Father, during this period, according to Imperial Father's request, we have already sped up the construction. We have already set aside an area outside the Imperial Palace for the cultivators from all over to stay. Of course, the fees for high-grade residences are huge. Furthermore, with Imperial Father's Imperial Casino, they should be attracted, right? Gu Qin said. The Han dynasty needs to develop and recruit countless cultivators into my Han. Aside from the innate realm cultivators, all the officials need spirit stones for cultivation. While 95 Island has many spirit stone mines, we cannot just sit there and wait. The Imperial Casino is a specialty project. 95 Island cannot have anyone following the trend. Those who violate it will be executed. Open for business immediately. Gu Hai said. This official obeys. Gu Qin answered. With this order, a large area outside the Imperial Palace officially opened to the public. The cultivators outside the Imperial Palace were still paying attention to the increasing number of Yuanying state cultivators nailed to the walls. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. His Majesty has decreed that all the cultivators from the Thousand Island Sea are guests from afar. Sorry for not going out to welcome you. However, the Han dynasty's imperial palace is limited in its reception. All the cultivators gathered among the commoners or in the forests, living a simple life that does not suit your status. Hence, he opened a new area, the Imperial Casino Holiday Resort, for all the cultivators to live and enjoy. There is also entertainment for all to pass the time. Bodyguard Han struck the gong and repeated the words over and over again, causing the surrounding Shouja to be astounded. What does that mean? The Imperial Casino Holiday Resort? The group of cultivators asked, confused. Many cultivators went to investigate, following the directions pointed by the Imperial Guard of the Han dynasty. Indeed, there were many luxurious houses not far from the Imperial Palace. Many attendants lined up neatly at the sides, waiting to serve the guests. When the cultivators got close, the Han dynasty cultivators greeted them. Welcome, Immortal Venerate. The group of attendants bowed respectfully. The orderly slogans, the orderly salutes, and the warm service caused the Shouja's eyes to stare. Gu Hai. What is Gu Hai trying to do? What is he trying to do? The group of attendants led the cultivators to the Imperial Casino Holiday Resort in a daze. The fresh air, the beautiful buildings, and the beautiful environment could not move the cultivators, but it was much better than the caves and inns they stayed in before. The only thing was money and spirit stones. However, to have such a comfortable environment, one spirit stone was nothing. After all, it was not expensive. After confirming their accommodations, the cultivators looked around and saw some very strange things. At a plaza, the Royal Lottery Hall is starting to sell lottery tickets. You only need one mid-grade spirit stone to buy a ticket. There's a chance to win 100 high-grade spirit stones. You'll get back 10,000 times what you put in. Don't miss this opportunity. 3 days later, at noon, in the plaza, in front of everyone, the lottery will be held. It will be absolutely fair. The Imperial Horse Gambling Field is about to open. Those who bet on horses, prepare your spirit stones. The bigger the bet, the more you can earn. Horse racing in front of everyone is absolutely fair. The Imperial Casino is opening card gambling. Small cards will help you achieve your dream of becoming the god of gamblers. As the employees of the Imperial Casino shouted, the surrounding cultivators felt confused. In the past, the Beast Arena of the Great Feng Mafia family had helped the Great Feng Mafia family accumulate a lot of wealth. Naturally, Gu Hai would not let go of the gambling industry. After all, he needed to feed more people. He could not just sit around and wait. Of all the gambling in the Great Feng Mafia family, only the Beast Arena was the most profitable. However, how could the Great Feng Mafia family compare to the gambling industry that Gu Hai knew? Gu Qin had already laid a ritual array in the surroundings. Any robber would end up like the Yuanying state on the cliff. As for the gambling industry that Gu Hai mentioned, the Gu Qin actually found a way to prevent cheating from Old Man Guanqi's inheritance. If Old Man Guanqi knew that his countless inheritances were being used for gambling, he might be so angry that he came back to life. Lottery, horse racing, card gambling, all the different gambling from the Beast Arena immediately piqued the curiosity of countless cultivators. On the first day of business, spirit stones already flowed into the Dahan Palace. With this income, Gu Hai no longer had to worry about the Han dynasty running out of money. At the same time, security improved significantly. Everything was developing according to Gu Hai's plan. Occasionally, people from the Yuanying state were nailed to the cliff. However, the Imperial Casino was bustling with activity. The cultivators needed to relax as well. They also needed to live spiritually. None of the practitioners who had visited the Royal Casino Resort were willing to go back to the cave they had lived in before. Isn't it just spirit stones? I have plenty of spirit stones. Some people became envious of their losses and wanted to cause trouble. However, a ritual array immediately captured them and tossed them out. Half a month later, Li Shinji arrived at 95 Island. He did not rush to the Dahan Palace with a ferocious aura. Instead, he pretended to be an ordinary cultivator and entered Gu Hai's territory. Li Shinji led 20 people and landed in a rather remote place. The moment he stepped onto the main road, someone immediately came forward to welcome him. Huh? Li Shinji raised his eyebrows. I just arrived, and they already discovered me. Immortal exalted immortals, this humble one is the sales and marketing staff of the Dahan Royal Casino Holiday Resort. If you do not mind, how about I be your tour guide? I will definitely make you feel at home, that man said politely with a smile. Sales and marketing staff. Tour guide? Li Shinji looked at the extremely polite man in front of him in confusion. Chapter 172. The salesmen of the Dahan Royal Casino were all business experts that Gu Hai had recruited from all over the world. They were all talents that had been nurtured by Gu Hai's business empire. Now that they had been transferred to the Royal Casino, they all knew how heavy the responsibility was. Although they were busy, the salesmen were extremely excited and enthusiastic. This was because Gu Hai had always made it a rule that the more work they did, the more they would be paid. There was even a commission. Now, the commission was not just money, but also spirit stones. Lots and lots of spirit stones. Salesman Su Mo was one of them. After working for so long, he had already developed a pair of discerning eyes. From afar, he saw 21 people in luxurious clothes walking over. With one look, one could tell that they were not worn by ordinary people. They were full of noble and immortal aura. Su Mo took a big stride forward and rushed over. Not far away, a few salesmen saw that Su Mo was one step faster and beat their chests. Fortunately, there were many cultivators around, so they did not pay too much attention. Exalted Immortals, I am the salesman of the Dahan Royal Casino Resort. If you don't mind, how about I be your tour guide? I will definitely make you feel at home. Su Mo smiled politely. Salesman? Tour guide? Li Shenji looked blankly at the extremely polite man in front of him. Exalted Immortals, please follow me. I will first take you to see the nascent soul stone wall outside the Dahan Royal Palace. That was the most popular place in the Han Dynasty. All the immortals who came here would take a look, Su Mo explained. Everyone looked at Su Mo blankly. After Li Shenji confirmed that Su Mo did not recognize him, he finally nodded. Along the way, they saw many groups like this. Some of the Taoists in front of the groups held small flags and greeted dozens of cultivators who were looking around. Oh, those over there are scattered groups. They are dozens of immortals from all over the Thousand Islands Sea and do not know each other. That salesman is greeting them with a small flag, afraid that they will get lost. After all, there are too many immortals here for sightseeing. Su Mo explained. Li Shenji. Scattered groups? This had become an industry. The group followed Su Mo to the mountain wall outside the Imperial Palace. At this moment, there were close to 10,000 practitioners surrounding the cliff. One by one, the salesmen were vividly explaining the origin of this cliff. Do you see that? There were 89 immortals from the Yuanying state, and all of them were nailed to death here. Back then, 95 Island had a total of 5 nascent soul realm cultivators. My Han royal dynasty will not tolerate those who come to cause trouble, Su Mo said as he pointed into the distance. That's right. Back then, 95 Island had a total of 5 nascent soul realm cultivators. My Han royal dynasty will not tolerate those who cause trouble. Hiss. The people behind Li Shenji gasped, their faces twitching. Not only them, but the more than 10,000 spectators all gasped in shock. Kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Ha! Li Shenji sneered. Camp Master, with this mountain wall, all the cultivators who come here won't break into the Dahan Imperial Palace, right? A subordinate frowned. Tour guide? Ha! Although it's a little pretentious, the effect is obvious. Describing this cruel reality with such a calm attitude has a huge impact on the spectators. The Yuanying state. This is a declaration to the world that the Han dynasty is more powerful than they thought. You don't even care about 90 Yuanying state, but you don't know that these 90 Yuanying state didn't attack the Imperial Palace together. Li Shenji smiled coldly. Exalted Immortals, have you seen it? Next up is our Royal Casino Resort. Everyone, follow me. That's our destination. Su Mo said with a smile as he walked over from a short distance away. Let's go. Li Shenji said curiously. Before they came, Li Shenji didn't expect Gu Hai to set up so many tour guides. Li Shenji and his group followed Su Mo and soon arrived at the Imperial Casino Resort. When they reached the entrance, 2 rows of guards stood up. There were 2 rows of 200 people in uniforms. They bowed respectfully and said, "Welcome, exalted immortals. Please come in." Li Shenji and his group widened their eyes. These are the tour guides of the resort. Exalted immortals, please follow me. Oh right, exalted immortals, are you staying for a long time or are you leaving tonight? If you're staying for a long time, I'll help you register your accommodation. Su Mo said thoughtfully. We're staying for a long time. Li Shenji said with a frown. Then follow me. Look, do you see the villas over there? Most of the villas have been rented out. There are only a few left. They are divided into 9 classes. The highest class villa costs 1 high-grade spirit stone a day. It has a swimming pool, billiards room, fitness facilities, fruit juice drinks, fine wine, and snacks. It's a standalone villa with the best views. If you want, there are also foot treatments, massage, scraping, hot springs, and other leisure services. Su-mo introduced. 1 high-grade spirit stone a day. Aren't you going to rob us? A person behind him shouted. Su-mo was not angry and said, as I said, there are 9 classes here. The 9th class costs 10 low-grade spirit stones a day. The difference is 1,000 times. However, the 9th class is standard. Of course, there are double villas, stacked villas, ordinary apartments. I'll take the best. Li Shinji said indifferently. Su-mo's eyes lit up. This group of tycoons had a commission for their accommodation. When he introduced them to gambling later, they would definitely spend a lot of money. The commission would be even higher. Exalted immortals, this way please. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything for you. Su-mo said with a smile. Foot treatments, massage, scraping, and other leisure services were already established by Gu Hai when he was doing business in the past. It was just that he moved all of them to the resort now. Su-mo led the group into a villa. There were some new and interesting things that dazzled everyone. After a foot treatment in the villa, everyone felt refreshed. Although it was a little strange, they slowly accepted it. Su-mo had been waiting patiently. After all, foot treatments cost money, and Su-mo had a commission. Next, would you like to go to the restaurant or the casino first? The restaurant has our local specialties and the best chefs to cook for you. The Royal Casino is the most exciting activity in the Han Dynasty. Lottery, horse racing, blackjack, you can choose to your heart's content. I guarantee that you won't want to leave the table for 3 days and 3 nights. Su-mo introduced. Every time Su-mo said a foreign term, everyone felt like they were bumpkins. You are the bumpkins, okay? We are from the divine continent. Everyone followed Su-mo to the casino in disbelief. 3 days later. Li Shinji had already returned to the villa. From afar, he looked at the Dahan Palace and frowned slightly. In the sky above the Dahan Palace, the fate energy was still too little, but it was constantly increasing. Camp Master, Old 8 was beaten up. He was beaten up by Gu Hai's men. A few subordinates ran over and reported anxiously. What happened? Li Shinji looked coldly at one of the subordinates. We have been gambling in the Royal Casino for the past few days. The gambling was indeed novel, but we kept losing. In the end, Old 8 lost too much and scolded the casino for cheating him. In the end, the Royal Casino had a formation that restrained Old 8 and gave him a beating. Fortunately, the salesman, Su-mo, came up, otherwise. The subordinate's expression was ugly. Old 8 was anxious. How could Old 8 be anxious? I remember that Old 8 brought 100 upper spiritual stones before we came. Li Shinji looked at the man with a bruised nose and swollen face behind the crowd. Bruised nose and swollen face. He hadn't done anything to Gu Hai yet, and his men were already beaten black and blue. I lost everything. Old 8 rubbed his face and said dejectedly. Lost everything? Are you here to squander? Li Shinji glared at him. Not only me, but the others also lost almost all of them. In the past 3 days, we have lost nearly 2,000 upper spiritual stones to the Dahan Royal Casino. Old 8 lowered his head and said. Li Shinji stared at the crowd. Lost everything? I asked you to gather information in the past few days, but you went to gamble? Not only did you gamble, but you actually lost everything? Exalted Immortal, you can't blame the Imperial Casino for this. Exalted immortals bet too much. So many people were watching at that time. The biggest bet was actually 300 high-grade spirit stones. Only our casino would dare to accept that bet. Su Mo said with a bitter smile. Get out, we have something to talk about. Li Shinji said coldly. Okay, I will wait outside. If you have any requests, let me know immediately. Su Mo went out very politely. In the past 3 days, his colleagues were envious of his commission. Sure enough, it was the most profitable to work with a group of tycoons. Su Mo went out. Li Shinji looked coldly at the subordinates in front of him. At this moment, his heart was in turmoil. What did you find out? Or did you spend all your time in the casino? Li Shinji said coldly. No, their casino cheated. They cheated. Old 8 said softly. Bullshit. Li Shinji stared and said, I have studied it. There is no cheating in this casino. Winning or losing is just a matter of probability. They make money based on probability. Have you all gone crazy? The crowd lowered their heads and did not dare to speak. Li Shinji reprimanded them and slowly suppressed his anger. He turned his head and looked at the royal casino in the distance. Li Shinji's eyes flashed with a dignified look. This Gu Hai does have some tricks up his sleeve. Royal casino? Is he a gold-swallowing beast? Dahan? Dahan Palace, upper study. Gu Hai was reviewing documents when Gu Qin brought Su Mo in. This commoner, Su Mo, greets your majesty. Long live, long live, long live, long live. Su Mo was extremely emotional as he knelt down. This was the first time he saw the emperor. Father, Li Shinji has sent a greeting card. Gu Qin handed over a purple gold card. Li Shinji. Li Haoran's uncle. Gu Hai suddenly raised an eyebrow and stopped writing. He took the card with great care. Li Shinji is currently staying in the Royal Casino Resort. This salesperson is in charge of receiving him. He has been here for 4 days. Gu Qin said solemnly. Oh. 4 days. What have they been doing for the past 4 days? Gu Hai's expression changed as he looked at Su Mo solemnly. Your Majesty, the leader Li Shinji only gambled a little on the first day. The other 20 people have been gambling every day for the past few days. In the end, they lost all their money. They were preparing to make a scene in the casino but were restrained by the array and beaten up. After Li Shinji reprimanded his subordinates, he asked me to send a greeting card. Su Mo said respectfully. Gambling? He lost all his money. And was beaten up by you? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Chapter 173. In a large hall in the imperial palace of the Great Han Dynasty, Gu Hai did not wear his dragon robes. Instead, he wore casual black robes. He led Shen Guanhen and Gu Qin to receive Li Shinji and the others. Mr. Li, you have come from afar. Please excuse me for not going out to meet you. What brings you here? Gu Hai smiled as he looked at Li Shinji. Gu Hai sat in the host's seat. Gu Qin and Shen Guanhen sat to his left. Li Shinji sat to his right. Behind them stood a group of subordinates. Li Shinji stared at Gu Hai. Gu Hai was also on guard against Li Shinji. After all, although he did not kill Li Haoran, if this Li Shinji went crazy, he still had to be careful. Ha ha ha. Division Leader Gu, what a good plan. Once the Imperial Casino opens, the Thousand Island Sea's spirit stones will continuously flow to the Han Dynasty. Are you trying to empty the Thousand Island Sea's spirit stones? Li Shinji suddenly said with a smile. However, he did not mention Li Haoran's death at all. Oh. Mr. Li overpraises me. The Imperial Casino does not have any technical difficulties. Perhaps there will be more people following the trend in the future. Gu Hai said, shaking his head. Following the trend? Not necessarily. We only have the appearance but not the spirit. In the end, your imperial casino is still the biggest. Look, my bastard subordinates just sent 2,000 superior-grade spirit stones to your imperial casino. Li Shinji said with a smile. However, the subordinates behind him had unsightly expressions. They lowered their heads in shame. Mr. Li is exaggerating. My imperial casino operates openly and fairly. What we earn is just a living. We cannot compare to Mr. Li. Gu Hai said with a smile. Li Shinji's smile froze. Can you be any more ridiculous? That metal-swallowing divine beast is just a living. Gu Hai saw that Li Shinji had not talked about the main topic for a long time, but he was not anxious. He patiently accompanied Li Shinji and chatted with him. After chatting for a while, Li Shinji felt a little bored. He took a deep breath and began to talk about the main topic. Division Leader Gu, just a month ago, His Holiness ordered me to reorganize the Shinji Battalion. Oh. Congratulations, Battalion Commander Li. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows and said solemnly. I'm here for no other reason than the Shinji token of the Shinji Battalion. Did you take it? Li Shinji frowned and asked in a deep voice. Divine Strategy Token. I did find one at Li Haoran's corpse. Gu Hai nodded. It's good that you found out. Li Shinji smiled. But I accidentally lost it on my way back. If Battalion Commander Li wants it, you can look for it along the road leading to the old site of the Peony sect. Maybe you can find it. Gu Hai said. Li Shinji's expression froze. Can't we have a proper conversation? His subordinates behind him immediately glared at him. However, Gu Hai spread his hands and said with a smile, I'm sorry to have made Battalion Commander Li come here for nothing. Battalion Commander Li is the battalion commander of the Deqian Celestial Empire's Shinji Battalion, and I'm a division leader of Class 1 Hall. You and I are colleagues, but we're in different departments. When Battalion Commander Li is in trouble, Class 1 Hall and Shinji Battalion should work together and help each other. But this time, we can't help you. Gu Hai, don't give us face. Li Shinji's subordinates immediately glared at Gu Hai. How dare you? Li Shinji shouted. His subordinates' expressions changed, and they quieted down, but they still glared at Gu Hai. Gu Hai looked at the angry crowd and smiled. He was still wary of Li Shinji, but from Li Shinji's words just now, Gu Hai could tell that Li Shinji wouldn't fall out with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have mentioned that he was the battalion commander of Shinji Battalion. Division Leader Gu, I'm sorry for my lack of discipline. Li Shinji said with a smile. It's fine. Your subordinates are also emotional people. I can understand. Gu Hai said with a smile. Gu Hai's subordinates were angry when they saw his lukewarm expression. Not long ago, they were cheated out of their money by Gu Hai's casino and beaten up. Now, they were scolded by their battalion commander because of Gu Hai. Emotional people? Emotional people my ass. You can't find my divine strategy token? Li Shinji asked as he stared at Gu Hai. Not necessarily. Battalion Commander Li can go and look for it yourself. Perhaps you will find it soon. Gu Hai said with a smile. Li Shinji stared at Gu Hai for a while. Although this was just a short chat, he found that Gu Hai was more difficult to deal with than he thought. Why did Xiao Chen not mention Li Haoran's death? That was because Li Haoran's death was related to the death of the elite hall master. Although Princess Xiaoya was killed by the culprit, it was done through Li Haoran. Hence, Xiao Chen could only leave this matter unsettled. Otherwise, it would be incredibly troublesome to investigate. Gu Hai was actually impervious to all this, speaking flawlessly. This time, when Xiao Chen met Xiao Chen even changed his clothes, wearing casual clothes. He ignored his identity as the Han Dynasty's emperor and communicated with Xiao Chen as the elite hall's water division master. Given that, Xiaochen had to be wary of Elite Hall. Ha ha ha. Division Master Gu is right. However, this humble one came from afar, and this is Division Master Gu's home ground. With one order from Division Master Gu, the world will tremble. Hence, I will have to trouble Division Master Gu. Earlier, Division Master Gu said that Elite Hall and the Shinji Battalion should work together and help each other. Naturally, this humble one agrees. Hence, I hope that Division Master Gu can help me this time. Li Shinji said with a smile. That is natural. I'll immediately send someone to investigate. Gu Hai nodded, agreeing readily. That's right. Li Shinji's subordinates appeared satisfied, but Li Shinji's expression froze. Can you be any more fake? It is clearly in your hands, yet you still make it sound so dignified. Battalion Commander Li, do you have any other needs? If I can help, I will do my best. How about it? Gu Hai said with a smile. Li Shinji gritted his teeth and said, it's like this. To thank Division Master Gu for helping me find Divine Strategy Token, I am willing to use an important treasure to thank you for your help. Oh. Battalion Commander Li, aren't you being too polite? Gu Hai said with a smile. Li Shinji flipped his hand and brought out a dazzling golden object. It was Xuanwu's golden armor, which he had stolen from Northern Sea not long ago. Unfortunately, Gu Hai had only come into contact with the cultivation world for a short period of time, and he could not tell how good this item was. Besides, he did not believe that Li Shinji would give him an important treasure. Oh. What is this? Gu Hai asked curiously. Battalion Commander, how can you give him Xuanwu's golden armor? Xiao Chen's subordinates cried out in surprise. It had to be known that they had spent a lot of effort to get Xuanwu's golden armor, so how could they give it to Gu Hai so easily? Shut up! Li Shinji shouted coldly, stopping his subordinates from crying out in surprise. Xuanwu's golden armor. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion. Shangguanhen, who was sitting not far away, suddenly narrowed his eyes. Your Majesty! Shangguanhen suddenly stood up and called out. Everyone looked at Shangguanhen in confusion. Battalion Commander Li is a guest from afar, and I have nothing to do recently. Why don't you let me lead some people to look for Divine Strategy Token? Shangguanhen said solemnly. Oh. Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. He looked at the Xuanwu's golden armor in Li Shinji's hand. This was because Gu Hai could tell that Shangguanhen wanted it. Alright, Battalion Commander Li. Since that is the case, I will definitely help Battalion Commander Li find it. Gu Hai said solemnly with a smile. Li Shinji looked at Shangguanhen in confusion, but in the end, he nodded. The Divine Strategy Token was with Gu Hai, but Gu Hai could not take it out right now. They waited for another 2 days. When Gu Hai brought Shangguanhen and Gu Qin to meet Li Shinji, he took out the Divine Strategy Token. Division Leader Gu, thank you for your effort. Li Shinji took the Divine Strategy Token and said with a cold smile. It is my duty. Class 1 Hall and the Shinji Battalion are on the same side. We will have many opportunities to work together in the future. Gu Hai smiled as he took Xuanwu's golden armor. Previously, Gu Hai did not think much of it. However, when he grabbed the Xuanwu's golden armor, he felt that this treasure was strange. When he casually shook it, clouds appeared in the surroundings, as though it was about to rain. In that case, this humble one will take his leave. We will meet again in the Divine Continent. Li Shinji said with a smile. All right. Gu Hai nodded. Whoosh! A flying ship suddenly appeared. Then, Li Shinji led his subordinates into the distance on the flying ship. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the flying ship reached the horizon. Battalion Commander, why did you give the Xuanwu's golden armor to Gu Hai? The Divine Strategy Token is clearly with him. He is blackmailing us. A subordinate said indignantly. Li Shinji looked in the direction of the Han dynasty and said with cold eyes, I know that it is with him. However, he insists that he does not have it. What can you do? Ha! The Xuanwu's golden armor. Ha! Only the Xuanwu race can use it. After studying it for some time, I discovered that not only can it not be used to refine enchanted treasures, but it is also a scourge. Miao Chen. Unexpectedly, even after Prime Xuanwu died 800 years ago, there are still so many Xuanwu Chens who remember him. Li Xinji said coldly. Battalion Commander, are you trying to divert the scourge? Are you using Miao Chen to destroy the Han dynasty? A subordinate at the side said with bright eyes. Li Xinji did not refute. Instead, he looked into the distance and said, "All right, let's head to the imperial court immediately. His Holiness gave me 3 months. He must have something important for me to do." Yes. Han Dynasty, in the imperial palace, Gu Hai looked at the flying ship in the distance, and his eyes turned cold. Father, that Li Xinji is probably up to no good. There must be something bad about this Xuanwu's golden armor that we don't know about. Gu Qin said with a complicated expression. I know. Gu Hai nodded. Huh. Father knows? Then how? Gu Qin said blankly. I have studied the Divine Tactics token, but I couldn't find anything. Perhaps only Li Xinji knows how to use it. Even if he doesn't get the Divine Tactics token today, he will come to seek it through the Long Wanqing in the future. It will return to him sooner or later, so it is useless to keep it. However, the most important thing is that Shengguan needs this Xuanwu's golden armor. Gu Hai handed the Xuanwu's golden armor to Shengguan. Shengguan looked at Gu Hai, and a bitter smile flashed in his eyes. Then, he nodded and said, yes. Many thanks, Your Majesty. Gu Qin looked at Shengguan in confusion as he carefully received the Xuanwu's golden armor. Mr. Shengguan, what is the use of this Xuanwu's golden armor? I stewed Yao Jingtian into soup and ate it. This is also for eating. Shengguan explained. Gu Qin. Gu Hai also showed a confused expression. However, he did not ask for details. Outside 95 Island, boom. A massive tsunami soared into the sky. The tsunami immediately pushed toward the shore, and a large area of forest was flooded. Fortunately, there were no residents here. After the tsunami receded, Miao Chen's figure appeared. Miao Chen stood on a mountain peak and looked coldly in the direction of the Han Dynasty's imperial palace. It has stopped. Prime, I, Miao Chen, swear to protect your shattered body with my life. No matter who it is, I will tear them into 10,000 pieces if they dare to tarnish your shattered body. Miao Chen said coldly. Boom. Miao Chen stepped forward and shot towards the Dahan's imperial palace. Rumble. With Miao Chen's arrival, dark clouds immediately gathered around 95 Island. Lightning flashed and thunder roared as if a storm was approaching. Chapter 174. Increasingly thicker dark clouds covered 95 Island. The thickness of these dark clouds represented Miao Chen's rage. As Miao Chen approached the Han Dynasty's imperial palace, he felt that the aura of Xuanwu's golden armor was diminishing. In fact, it was so faint that it was almost gone. Xuanwu's golden armor contained a boundless prime aura. How cruelly had it been tainted for the prime aura to vanish? Was it refined into an enchanted treasure? Roar! Miao Chen reared his head and roared. Boom! 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 Countless lightning flashed and thunder roared. The horrifying weather horrified countless ordinary people on 95 Island. Merchant City, not far from the imperial palace, the embroidered uniform guards commander, Montez, was interrogating a group of corrupt officials in a large courtyard of Merchant City. The corrupt officials were all tied up as they stared at Montez with wide eyes. Meng Tai, how dare you, how dare you! My uncle is the current Minister of Rights, a great shopkeeper who once followed the emperor to conquer the world. If you dare to touch me, my uncle will not let you go. The leading official spat out a mouthful of blood, still glaring and roaring. Montez held a book in his hand. A group of embroidered uniform guards stood at the side, looking at Montez. When the emperor established the nation, he granted amnesty to the people and reduced all taxes for 3 years. However, your merchant city continues to impose exorbitant taxes. The people have no way to make a living. You appoint people based on favoritism, selling official positions and titles, embezzling disaster relief supplies, not caring about the suffering of the victims, and using your position for personal gain. 800 people starved to death in Merchant City. Montez's eyes turned cold. What do you want? That official demanded while glaring. Montez said coldly, I am investigating the case under imperial orders. I have the authority to act first and report later. Just execute me. Yes. What? You dare to execute me? My uncle will not let you off. He will not let you off, that official roared while glaring. I am not going to execute you. I am going to execute your entire family. The embroidered uniform guard does not leave anyone alive. When cutting weeds, we have to eliminate the roots, Montez said indifferently. With that, Meng Tai turned around and walked out of the small courtyard. That official's eyes widened in horror. Not leaving anyone alive. Cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. No, don't. The official screamed in horror. Under Montez's command, the embroidered uniform guards quickly moved. Around them, some of the officials who had not been investigated suddenly quivered. These were the embroidered uniform guards that annihilated families. Wherever they went, rivers of blood would flow. Montez turned his head to look. The officials who were watching suddenly shivered, lowered their heads, and quickly walked away. When they returned, a group of officials immediately wrote letters to their superiors, preparing to incite the court officials to impeach the embroidered uniform guards. But what was the use of impeachment? Gu Hai established the embroidered uniform guards to monitor the world. Besides, now that Gu Hai was making arbitrary decisions and Gu Hai was ignoring them, who could do anything to the embroidered uniform guards? Montez let out a long breath. The feeling of having the power to kill in his hands was indeed comfortable. However, could the Han royal dynasty really compare to the various fate dynasties of the Divine Continent? Boom! Suddenly, the sky was covered by dark clouds, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Montez's expression changed as he looked up. He saw countless bolts of lightning converging in the direction of the Dahan Palace. The lightning flashed and the thunder rumbled, as though it was shaking violently. Who is this? Why is there such a powerful aura? Montez's expression changed. Whoosh! Montez rushed into the sky and flew in the direction of the palace. The emperor had just established the country, but he had already made such a big enemy. This is the aura of an expert at the level of the sky-opening palace. The Han dynasty won't be gone just like that, right? Montez's eyelids twitched. The sky was covered by dark clouds. The Dahan Palace was even more obvious. All the practitioners in the Royal Casino Resort had a change in their expression. What a monstrous aura! Even from so far away, they could still feel that terrifying aura. Shangguan Hen's residence. The large Xuanwu golden armor had already been sliced up by Shangguan Hen to the last piece. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky, and heavy rain fell. Shangguan Hen, who was eating, raised his eyebrows and looked out the door. This is Xuanwu's aura. Miao Chen. Shangguan Hen raised his eyebrows. He elegantly forked up the last piece of Xuanwu golden armor and put it in his mouth. He stood up, smoothed his clothes, and slowly walked out of the house. Boom! Miao Chen suddenly appeared outside the Dahan Palace. A violent storm swept through the entire palace as Miao Chen stopped. Heavy rain poured down. Miao Chen stood in the heavy rain with his eyes closed. His expression grew increasingly unsightly. Gone. Gone. The aura of the supreme golden armor is gone. Miao Chen's expression grew increasingly sinister. At this moment, at the entrance of the soaring palace hall, all the civil and military officials rushed over, horrified expressions on their faces. Gu Qin also had an anxious expression. After inheriting old man Guanqi's inheritance, he naturally understood the strength of this expert under the berserk aura. Could his array block such strength? Your Majesty. All the officials looked anxiously at Gu Hai, who was slowly walking out of the soaring palace hall. Gu Hai wore a flat imperial crown and a dragon robe as he slowly walked to the front of the officials. From a distance, he coldly looked at the sinister-looking man in the sky. Imperial Father, could this be a trap left behind by Li Shinji? Gu Qin asked worriedly. Gu Hai nodded. It should be Xuanwu's golden armor that attracted it. What a sinister Li Shinji. This person is an expert from the Heavenly Palace. I'm worried that the array won't be able to block him. Gu Qin showed an unsightly expression. Xuanwu's golden armor. Where's Xuanwu's golden armor? Miao Chen suddenly roared. Boom! Miao Chen's roar seemed to form a storm, surging towards the Dahan Imperial Palace. Everywhere the storm passed, the mountains, forests, and rocks flew into the air. Buzz! A surging fog array suddenly appeared in the Dahan Imperial Palace, blocking this strong storm. Boom! 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 Hundreds of bolts of heavenly lightning fell from the sky, crashing into the array and shaking it. Imperial Father, I'll go and inform Shengguanhen and get Shengguanhen to return Xuanwu's golden armor to him. Otherwise, the array won't be able to hold on for much longer. Gu Qin said anxiously. Shut up! Gu Hai shouted coldly. Ah! Gu Qin said, feeling confused. Xuanwu's golden armor already belongs to Shengguanhen. You are not allowed to make decisions for Shengguanhen. Gu Hai said sullenly. Yes. Gu Qin nodded. However, he still showed an anxious expression. At this moment, all the officials were confused. I am the ruler of the Han dynasty, Gu Hai. Who are you? Are you trying to invade my Dahan? Gu Hai said sullenly. Dynasty? What nonsense dynasty? You don't even have any luck. How can you call yourself a dynasty? Xuanwu's golden armor is in your hands. Return it to me immediately. Otherwise, your so-called Han dynasty will end up like this place. Miao Chen snorted coldly. As Miao Chen spoke, he stomped on the ground. Boom! A huge manifested foot suddenly appeared and pressed down on the ground. A large mountain instantly flattened. At the same time, a bottomless pit appeared. Surging water gushed into the pit. The pit was 3 kilometers wide, horrifying the countless people who saw it. The officials showed horrified expressions. What should we do? Your Majesty. The cultivators at the holiday resort also felt horrified. Is this foot going to pierce through 9-5 Island? Far away, Montez's eyelids twitched when he saw the demon godlike Miao Chen from afar. Where did this monster come from? Montez exclaimed. With one stomp, the entire imperial court was shocked. Only Gu Hai's expression did not change. As the ruler of a nation, he had to set an example for the world. He had to remain calm at all times. Gu Hai's gaze turned cold as he shook his head. By insulting us, the Dahan, are you trying to declare war on the Dahan? Declare war? With just you? Miao Chen smiled coldly with disdain. Humph! Gu Hai snorted coldly. Just at this moment, Shengguanhen, who was not far away, quickly stepped forward. Your Majesty, this is all my fault. Your Majesty, please leave this matter to this subordinate. This subordinate will definitely give your Majesty an explanation. Shengguanhen suddenly said with a bow. Huh? Shangguanhen, there is no need for that. The Dahan will take care of this matter. Gu Hai consoled. Shangguanhen felt warmth in his heart. He knew that Gu Hai was protecting him. Was Gu Hai using the fate of the nation to protect him, a person who was not willing to submit? No, Your Majesty, please trust this subordinate. This subordinate is not taking a risk. I can resolve this matter. Please leave this matter to this subordinate. Shangguanhen said solemnly. Gu Hai stared at Shangguanhen for a while. When he saw that Shanghai Hen did not seem to be lying, he finally nodded. Many thanks, Your Majesty, for your trust. Shangguanhen answered. Guqin and the other officials looked at Shangguanhen in confusion. Even Montez, who was flying over from a distance, showed a confused expression. However, they saw Shangguanhen turn his head and slowly walk over to Miao Chen. Ha! Ha 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 ha! You really overestimate yourself. You dare to send this person to deal with me? Humph! If I do not flatten your dog's hit dynasty today, I will not be called Miao Chen. Miao Chen shouted. Boom! A berserk aura appeared again. Suddenly, a huge tortoise image appeared on Miao Chen's back. A horrifying aura pressed down. The expressions of the officials immediately changed, looking like they would fall to the ground. Miao Chen! How presumptuous! Shangguanhen suddenly shouted while glaring. Huh? You know me? Miao Chen demanded with cold eyes. Look at my eyes. Shangguanhen said coldly. Miao Chen immediately looked at Shangguanhen's eyes. Then, he stretched out his hand, preparing to grab. He said coldly, little thing, you don't know your limits. However, Miao Chen's pupils suddenly constricted halfway. Shangguanhen walked over step by step. The heavy rain fell on him, but he did not care. Instead, he glared at Miao Chen. Miao Chen stared at Shangguanhen's eyes. When he saw the ferocious and unyielding expression in Shangguanhen's eyes, he suddenly shivered. That expression seems familiar. As Shangguanhen walked over step by step, he looked incredibly small. However, to Miao Chen, those steps seemed extremely heavy. They pounded heavily on the ground, sounding like war drums. This expression. The bewilderment in Miao Chen's eyes slowly turned into horror, a kind of extreme shock. How is this possible? Miao Chen exclaimed in horror. Buzz! Miao Chen's aura suddenly scattered, and so did the dark clouds in the sky. You are, impossible, you are. Miao Chen suddenly cried out in horror. You are standing so high. Do you want me to bow to you? Shangguanhen asked indifferently. Miao Chen suddenly shivered. No. I am. Miao Chen fell from the sky with wild joy amid his horror. How presumptuous! Shangguanhen glared. Miao Chen was halfway through his words when he shut his mouth. Wait outside the palace. Shangguanhen ordered coldly. Yes. Miao Chen answered. Whoosh! Miao Chen landed outside the palace and waited quietly. In the distance, Montez looked at the clear sky in confusion. The previously arrogant and despotic expert suddenly became as obedient as a quail. Where exactly did this Shangguanhen come from? Montez's expression changed dramatically. Han Dynasty. Emperor. Where did you recruit this person from? Meng Tai's heart was in turmoil. Miao Chen took a deep breath. Then, Montez turned around and flew back. Right now, he had better do what he was supposed to do. Shangguanhen's few words made such an expert obedient. This instantly dealt a huge blow to the countless cultivators in the holiday resort. Originally, Miao Chen had wanted to find an opportunity to snatch the dragon vein. Although nearly 100 Yuanying state cultivators had died, there was still a chance, right? Only Guqin and Gu Hai knew how to lay ritual arrays. What else did the great Jin have? However, what was this before him? Who could tell him what was going on? How many more freaks were there in the Han dynasty? At this moment, all the civil and military officials stared at Shen Guanhen with wide eyes. When Shen Guanhen refused to accept an official position, many people mocked him in their hearts. Was this person a fool? However, looking at it now, was he the fool, or were they the fools? Shen Guanhen turned his head and looked at Gu Hai. Then, he bowed respectfully and said, "Your Majesty, this subordinate will take his leave first." "All right." Gu Hai nodded. However, Shen Guanhen quickly rushed out of the palace. After all, Miao Chen was still anxiously waiting outside. Imperial Father, where exactly did this Shen Guanhen come from? A complicated look flashed in Gu Qin's eyes. He will speak when he wants to. All right, disperse. Gu Hai said indifferently. Yes, the officials answered.